Chapter 250. Sweeping Winds and Clouds. After understanding the secret of the gatekeeper puppet, Lin Fei launched his final attack. The previous 5 total annihilation sapped most of the gatekeeper puppet's energy, causing its defense to crack. Naturally, Lin Fei saw through it and launched his final attack. It was just as he had guessed. The gatekeeper puppet was able to stay here for so long, and was so strong because of the support of the Xian Spirit Stone. If not for Lin Fei's total annihilation that destroyed most of its energy, he would not have been able to do it so easily. Boom! The gatekeeper puppet fell to the ground, losing all ability to fight back. I've passed this stage. At this moment, Lin Fei could not help but sit down and take deep breaths. At the same time, he opened the system and bought some spiritual pills to recover from his injuries. Lin Fei did not pay much attention to the injuries on his physical body. All in all, spiritual attacks would consume a large amount of spiritual energy. That was the most damaging part. He could barely hold on any longer. Luckily, this gatekeeper puppet has lived for countless years. Otherwise, my total annihilation wouldn't have consumed most of its energy so quickly. If I were to do it a few more times, I would have a hard time today. The sword formation was extremely domineering. Lin Fei liked it very much. The only problem was that it consumed too much of his spiritual energy, and he could not adapt to it. The only thing he could do was to strengthen his spiritual energy. Regrettably, Lin Fei had yet to find any secret manuals on spiritual techniques. Otherwise, he would not mind getting his hands on one. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lin Fei stood up again. His complexion was much better. Other than the bloodstains on his body, there were no other major problems. After losing the Xian Spirit Stone, the gatekeeper puppet could no longer sense any dangerous aura. I wonder if it's possible to repair this puppet? Lin Fei looked at the puppet on the ground and could not help but feel tempted. He had initially wanted to leave. However, after seeing that there was no damage on the surface of the puppet, other than a few cracks, it looked no different from before. If I can repair it, I'll have another expert by my side. With the strength of a mystic adept great perfection, I can completely suppress a mystic spirit initial stage expert. Even if I encounter a mystic spirit middle stage expert, I'll be able to hold my ground. At the very least, the defense on the surface won't be that easy to break. Faced with such a puppet, it was impossible for Lin Fei not to be tempted. Yes. Regardless of the consequences, Lin Fei put away the puppet on the ground. Leaving it here was a waste, and it was far better to keep it by his side. Who knows, maybe in the future, he would find an expert in this field who could repair it and use it. Lin Fei actually had another thought in his mind. If he could find something to repair in the leveling system, then he would have a ready-made expert. What a pity for those puppets. After defeating the guardian puppet, the rest of the journey was practically free of danger. Just as he had said, he had obtained the qualifications to inherit the legacy. Walking out of the passageway, a gentle aura blew over. Lin Fei found himself in a large hall. In the middle of the hall was a huge golden ball, and beside the ball was a circle of praying mats. Little brother, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You are the 5th to enter. At this time a familiar voice sounded beside his ear. Lin Fei took a closer look. I'm the 5th. The person who spoke was none other than Skysong Temple's monk Fang Yan. His red robe was extremely eye-catching. Fang Yan looked at a monster, then at Lin Fei. You are very lucky. Out of the 10 people, other than Li Yong who lost the qualification, you are the 5th to enter. If there are no accidents, the other 4 will not be able to enter. It was just as he said. Lin Fei looked around. Other than Fang Yan, there was Prince Black Sky, the Lin family's Lin Wufa, and a girl in white. Adding them up, there were 5. Fang Yan said a few words, then chose a praying mat and sat down to rest. I didn't expect the guardian to be so difficult. 9 people have entered. So far, including me, only 5 have entered. The difficulty of this legacy is not ordinary. While Lin Fei was secretly studying, the other 4 were also observing this newcomer who had caught up to them. Out of the 10 places, they had never thought that a mystic perfection stage kid would be able to obtain the right to inherit. Who would have thought that this kid, at such a young age, had comprehended the concept of wind? With a sword technique with concept, He heavily injured Li Yong, disqualifying him. At the same time, he was on good terms with that Wu Fa. Yet, they did not recognize this person, as if he had jumped out from a rock. If they did not care before, then from this moment onwards this kid Lin Fei had the right to stand with them. Even though he seemed to have suffered quite a bit, to be able to stand here and defeat the Guardian was already enough. When the 10 passages closed, they knew that only the 5 of them had the right to inherit the legacy. No one else had the right to obtain it. Before they could react, the big round ball in the middle of the praying mat exploded with a white sky screen, appearing above their heads. This Emperor's inheritors, congratulations on obtaining the right to inherit. In the sky screen, a middle-aged man appeared. When this middle-aged man appeared, everyone's expression changed. The middle-aged man stood there, like an unsheathed sword. This sword was dangerous. This sword was sharp. This sword could cut through everything. The sharp aura made them do not need to circulate their true origin to resist. Even if they were experts of this realm, they still had to lower their heads when facing a phantom. What a sharp sword! This sword emperor must have comprehended the concept of metal. He is constantly emitting a dangerous aura. Fang Yin stared at the phantom in the sky screen and said word by word. Lin Fei also looked. This was the first time he met another expert with concept, especially one with the concept of metal. Metal meant sharpness. Ever since this emperor comprehended the concept of metal, he has never been defeated in the profound emperor realm. I have defeated all the experts. I will now leave behind this emperor's inheritance. I hope that all of you will be able to continue this emperor's lineage. This round ball is this emperor's inheritance ball. All of you can sit on the praying mat and comprehend and inherit it. As for what you inherit, it all depends on yourselves. The figure in the sky screen became more and more illusory. When the last sentence was finished, the sword emperor in the sky screen turned into nothingness and truly disappeared from this continent. This indicated that this sword emperor expert had truly become a thing of the past. In just a short moment, everyone's foreheads were filled with cold sweat. Even if the sword emperor expert only left behind an afterimage, after cultivating the concept of metal, his entire body had turned into a dangerous long sword. He gave off a dangerous aura at all times. When the sword emperor's afterimage disappeared, everyone gasped for breath. Even someone as strong as Prince Black Heaven revealed a fearful expression at this moment. This was a true expert. Every gaze and every action was filled with killing intent. They immediately understood that the words at the beginning were true. After comprehending the concept of metal, he had never been defeated again. He had defeated all the experts. The Sword Emperor definitely had the strength to do so. After everyone recovered, their gazes landed on the big round ball. I didn't expect the inheritance ball to look like this. Fang Yen clasped his hands together again. It was obvious that this brat was very excited. This emperor will definitely inherit the strongest concept of metal. Black Heaven Prince's arrogance soared to the sky. Prince Black Heaven, you can't say that. The concept of metal is not that easy to inherit. It is destined that I, Lin Wufa, will comprehend it. Lin Wufa's battle intent was thick as he looked at Black Heaven Prince. Black Heaven Prince snorted coldly. We'll see who will inherit the concept of metal. With their background, they naturally knew what the most powerful inheritance was. The concept of metal. The strongest aspect of the Sword Emperor was the concept of metal that no one could look down on. This was the most valuable existence. As for other sword techniques, whether it was Prince Black Heaven or Lin Wufa, they did not care about them at all. An hour later, after adjusting their breathing, everyone sat down on the praying mats. After sitting down, a layer of white barrier descended from the praying mats, protecting them within. Everyone could not help but heave a sigh of relief. During the inheritance, they were worried that someone else would make a move. Lin Fei was also relieved. So the Sword Emperor also understands the principle of hidden arrows are hard to guard against. After letting go of the worry in his heart, Lin Fei closed his eyes and began to send his perception into the inheritance ball. He was both curious and nervous about what the inheritance would look like. As a rookie from Earth, even though Lin Fei had read many books, there were still many things that he did not know. For example, this inheritance ball and the things it contained. Extending his perception to the inheritance ball, He instantly felt a huge suction force. His vision instantly turned black, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a huge space. Lin Fei first checked himself and quickly understood that this was a very strange feeling when his perception turned into a human figure in the inheritance ball. This is the inside of the inheritance ball? Looking around, all he could see was black metal. The ground was made of metal, and the surrounding trees were all made of metal. There was a cold aura everywhere. The coldness of the metal attribute. Looks like the inheritance is in this space. Lin Fei said to himself as he began to wander around. Others valued the concept of metal so much, but Lin Fei did not feel anything. He was not as anxious or concerned as them. At the same time, outside the demonic beast mountain range, the Sword Emperor's inheritance had already attracted the attention of many people. Many of them had different thoughts. Li Yang, what exactly do you want? In a forest, Wu Fa had just been teleported out, and before he could even catch his breath, he was immediately surrounded by a group of people. When he saw the person who walked out, his face could not help but sink, because the person outside was Li Yang, who had been eliminated previously. Even though Li Yang's face looked extremely pale and weak, it was much better than when he was on the verge of death. One could imagine that he must have consumed some miraculous medicine to recover to such an extent. Wu Fa, you bastard. Let's see where you can run to today. Li Yang was being supported by someone, and the people behind him were all disciples of the Li clan. The Li clan was a large clan in the Tianhai dynasty. Li Yang was young, but he had already cultivated to the late-stage mystic adept realm. On top of that, he even had inferior-grade spiritual treasures, and his battle prowess was not inferior to mystic adept great perfection martial artists. If it weren't for the fact that the Li clan's elders had brought healing pills with them, Li Yang might have already died. How could he still be standing here? Even though he had taken healing pills, he still had to rest for a year, and he couldn't fight for a year. Not being able to fight for a year was like a curse to Li Yang. Little Yang, is he the one who injured you? A middle-aged man at the side asked. Li Yang said, Uncle Feng, the person who attacked me was someone else. This person is that person's companion, and it was under his orders that he attacked me. He is the most despicable person. Li Feng's eyes flashed with ferocity as he looked at Wu Fa. Those who dare to touch our Li clan must pay the price, and you are no exception. Wu Fa said fiercely. Li Yang, if you dare to attack me, don't forget who my master is. If you touch me, my master will definitely deal with your Li clan. This matter has nothing to do with me. It was all Lin Fei's doing, and I did not instruct him at all. Li Yang's face darkened. Uncle Feng, his master is Zhang Yun, and it is said that his strength has already reached the late-stage mystic adept realm. Don't worry, your Uncle Feng will soon reach the late-stage mystic adept realm. At that time, who would be afraid of who? Li Feng snorted. A disciple like him dares to offend our Li clan. He must pay the price. Li Yang was delighted. I knew that Uncle Feng treats me the best. Seeing that you are Zhang Yun's disciple, I will leave an arm behind and you can scram. Wu Fa's face changed. Great annihilation sword technique? Lin Fei was walking in the space, standing on a piece of iron. Not far away, a middle-aged man was waving the sword in his hand. Every move, every sword, contained a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Lin Fei suspected that if he went up, he would be killed by the sword qi. Just the sword qi that is flowing out is already so terrifying. No wonder it is said that after comprehending the metal intent, I have never met a worthy opponent. Just how powerful is that person? Lin Fei's heart jumped in shock. After walking in the space, the Great Annihilation Sword technique was no longer the first set of sword techniques. No matter which set it was when used by this Sword Emperor, its might was extremely destructive. The wind intent can kill invisibly, while the metal intent is complete annihilation. Any great existence is powerless in front of the metal attribute. These two intents are completely different. The Great Annihilation Sword technique was something that Lin Fei disdained to learn. Although the metal attribute sword technique was extremely destructive, as he continued to comprehend the wind intent, its might was also increasing. Therefore, this sword technique was indeed not worthy of his attention. After leaving this place, he continued to wander. Lin Fei's heart was filled with curiosity. Could this inheritance be about learning something? If that was the case, then he wouldn't be able to learn anything useful. Sword technique, metal attribute sword technique. If one wanted to have power, they would need to cultivate metal attribute Zhenyuan. Although Lin Fei could change it, he really didn't like studying another sword technique. Lin Fei didn't know how long he had been here, but he didn't see many metal attribute sword techniques, which often had terrifying destructive power. He couldn't help but think of a phrase, the king of destruction. Since I can't leave now, why don't I comprehend sword techniques? Chapter 251. Great Shattering Sword Art is a metal attribute sword art. A pitch-black piece of black iron, which is also of the metal attribute. The entire space is of the metal attribute. Everywhere is filled with the aura of the metal attribute. Once Lin Fei calmed down, the entire space immediately gave him a different feeling. There was a sense of familiarity as his perception power quietly spread out. It was a very strange feeling. Lin Fei felt like he was flying as his perception power sensed the existence of space. At this moment, even Lin Fei himself could not describe what this feeling was. The only familiar feeling was the familiar feeling he had when he had comprehended the concept of wind. A large amount of metal attribute ores. A metal attribute sword art that was constantly being practiced. It continued to appear. Every move and every style was filled with the aura of destruction. All existences were powerless and weak in front of this violent and destructive power. It was as if they would be destroyed in a moment of carelessness and become a thing of the past. Lin Fei was in a daze like this. A cup of tea time. Half an hour. 2 hours. Outside the Demon Beast Mountain range. Many martial artists were paying attention to the situation of the inheritance. The inheritance of the Sword Emperor was very important. No one could underestimate it. They all wanted to know who obtained the inheritance in the end. That brat left quickly. Li Feng coldly snorted and put away the sword in his hand. Not far away, there was a severed arm with traces of blood. Li Yang vented his anger. Many thanks, Uncle Feng. Now only that Lin Fei is left. It had to be said that Li Yang invited the family's expert to cripple Wu Fei's arm. This was the end of his life. His battle strength could no longer increase unless he had some kind of miraculous medicine. Little Yang, not just anyone can touch our Li family's people. Even if we have a late-stage mystic spirit expert, we will still make them suffer. Li Feng smiled. Your strength is still too weak. Go back and train your mind. Maybe you can use this opportunity to reach mystic master perfection. Li Yang nodded, his murderous eyes shining brightly. I got it. After I kill Lin Fei, I will go back to cultivate my mind. Li Feng saw this and thought to himself, Little Yang has always been smooth sailing. He can use this opportunity to reach mystic master perfection. Someone is coming out. Outside the Demon Beast Mountain range. Suddenly someone shouted. Their teleportation locations were almost the same. Therefore, when the Great Maelstrom appeared, it was equivalent to someone coming out, and someone would know immediately. Sublime Sound Temple's Feng Yan. The first to come out was the red-robed Feng Yan. I did not expect them to be even more powerful than this little monk. I am still in the process of receiving the inheritance. However, this little monk's luck is not bad. Although I was not able to inherit the state of metal, I was able to inherit a powerful staff technique. At the very least, it is a low-grade profound ranked martial technique. It is enough for me to be proud of my peers. Seeing that no one else had come out, Feng Yan sighed softly. Obviously he wasn't satisfied. Thinking of his harvest, he couldn't help but smile. Taking advantage of the fact that no one else had come out, he flew in the direction of the demonic beast forest. No matter what the inheritance was, it might not be a good thing for Feng Yan, especially in a place like this. As soon as Feng Yan left, someone immediately chased after him, intending to interrogate him about the inheritance. The second one to come out was the woman in white from before. After the white-clothed woman came out, a black-clothed man appeared beside her. His powerful aura scared off many people, and no one dared to make a move. Congratulations, senior sister, for returning the inheritance, the black-clothed man said. The white-clothed woman said, It is not safe here. Let's go first. The black-clothed man looked around. A bunch of guys looking for death. The two also left quickly. Just like before, there were also experts eyeing them. Unless they brought experts to help this time, it would not be easy. I heard that there were 5 people in total this time. Now that 2 have come out, there are only 3 left. I wonder who will get the inheritance of the state of metal. Needless to say, it will definitely be Black Sky Prince. In the Death Dynasty, Black Sky Prince is the #1 expert of the younger generation. His great son Black Sky Fist has defeated countless young experts. In my opinion, it should be Lin Wufa of the Lin family. His lawless fist technique is extremely overbearing. It is not inferior to Black Sky Prince at all. In the past, the 2 had a great battle, and the outcome has always been a mystery. Now that 2 have come out, the next 2 will definitely come out soon. At that time, it will be clear who will inherit the state of metal. The surrounding people were discussing. Although they could not enter, it did not mean that they were not paying attention. The most powerful part of the Sword Emperor inheritance was the state of metal. Above ordinary experts were experts of the state of metal. As long as they did not meet those abnormal existences, they would be invincible in the same realm. When the 3rd person came out, everyone was a little surprised. How could it be Lin Wufa of the Lin family? Lin Wufa, who was teleported out, had a gloomy face. An unparalleled pressure covered the surroundings, causing people to be angry but not dare to say anything. Who asked the Lin family to send out so many experts this time? Ordinary people would not dare to make a move. Wufa, it is not a big deal to fail once. Your talent is already top-notch. If you can't inherit the state of metal, that Black Sky Prince can't inherit it either. Lin Tian appeared beside Lin Wufa and said indifferently. Lin Wufa nodded with cold hatred. The inheritance is difficult and there is no way to know. But this time I was kicked out by someone and forcefully broke the inheritance. Lin Tian was shocked. What? You were kicked out during the inheritance? Wrong, there must be a mistake. Inside the inheritance ball, you are not allowed to fight. How could you be kicked out? The other 2 elders of the Lin family had dignified expressions. Lin Wufa was a genius of the Lin family. In the future, he would enter a large sect and strengthen the Lin family. The inheritance of the state of intent was extremely difficult. The elders knew that, but they did not expect it to be like this. When he heard that Lin Wufa had been chased out by someone, it was completely unexpected. Because one of us had already comprehended the state of wind. When we were comprehending the state of metal, we were forcefully kicked out by him. Lin Wufa's eyes were spitting fire as he thought of the unforgettable scene in the inheritance ball. The state of metal could not be comprehended by others. Lin Wufa cultivated the lawless fist technique, which was similar to the state of metal. When he entered the inheritance ball, he began to practice the lawless fist technique, trying to integrate himself into it. The Lin family once had a state of intent expert and knew some small shortcuts. While he was communicating, he was affected by another state of intent. His perception was destroyed and he was forcefully teleported out. Every time he thought of this, Lin Wufa felt like killing someone. How is this possible? When did a state of intent expert appear? How could we not know? The Lin family elders were dumbfounded. Clearly, they did not believe it. Lin Wufa looked into the void. That Black Sky Prince should be coming out soon. As expected. Half an hour later, Black Sky Prince was sent out furiously. His appearance was almost exactly the same as Lin Wufa's. The surrounding trees were smashed into pieces by the fist technique, and an open space was created. As a result, everyone was shocked. The 2 most talented people were sent out. It seemed that they did not comprehend the state of metal at all. The loss was huge, because when they entered, their goal was to comprehend the state of metal. They did not even think about other sword techniques. After losing the inheritance qualification, they would not be able to inherit anything. It was like drawing water with a sieve. Who would have thought that a state of intent expert would appear in this inheritance? What a surprise! I heard that kid is only at the peak of Xian, and his combat strength is quite strong. This time he offended the Lin family. Whether he can leave or not is unknown. Did you hear? That kid has a mid-grade spirit treasure and a low-grade spirit treasure. Li family's Li Yang's low-grade spirit treasure was stolen by that kid. Now there's a good show to watch. Black Sky Prince, it seems that you have also lost the inheritance qualification. Lin Wufa appeared not far from Black Sky Prince. He was gloating. Black Sky Prince sneered. You are not the same. It's just the state of metal. I really don't care. My great sun Dark Sky Fist might not be inferior to the state of metal. But you are different. Half a year later there will be a dynasty war. If you want to join a powerful sect, you must have enough capital. Now that you have lost your only chance, whether you can join or not will become a problem. Lin Wufa's eyes flashed with ferocity. He then laughed. You don't care about the mentality of gold, but I don't care either. It's just the mentality of gold. It's fine if I don't have it. My lawless fist art can still be my biggest asset. Both of them were people who refused to admit defeat. Especially this time in the inheritance ball. They had suffered such a huge setback. It was obviously not their style to not vent their anger. One was the prince of the Death Dynasty. He cultivated the overbearing fist technique. Naturally, he couldn't take it lying down. The other was the genius of the Lin family. His fist technique was even more lawless and domineering. How could such a person let go of his opponent? If that person had comprehended two states, it was completely worth capturing him and using some means to strip his state of mind. Although it was slightly inferior to the true state of mind, it was still a state of mind. Inside the inheritance space, the huge space had now become a dazzling golden color. The space was collapsing. The aura of great destruction filled the space. The original mountains and earth had now disappeared into nothingness. Jingguang gathered into a golden ball. Before it got close, it was filled with a violent destructive aura. This is the true state of metal inheritance. Lin Fei floated in the air, allowing the destructive aura to pass through his body. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The final state of metal inheritance would be like this. Chapter 252. Initially, Lin Fei had only acted based on his intuition. This feeling was becoming more and more familiar, constantly changing, to the point where he could not remember how it became like this at all. The only thing Lin Fei could guess was that the reason why he could cause the metal intent to appear was because he had first comprehended the wind intent. Both of them were intense, which was why it appeared. In truth, this guess was completely correct. Even the Sword Emperor would not have thought that someone would be able to force out the metal intent so easily. In the imagination of the Sword Emperor, the metal intent would be divided into several parts and passed down. This was also the reason why Lin Wufa and Black Sky Prince were so furious. The two of them both had tyrannical fist arts, and the limit of tyrannical fist arts was almost the same as destruction. Adding on the fact that the two of them had extraordinary backgrounds, many secrets that others could not know were merely a small secret in their eyes. If it was not for Lin Fei messing things up this time, the two of them would have each absorbed half of the metal intent and comprehended half of it. Adding on the time, they would have comprehended 100% of it. In the end, they met a monster like Lin Fei, who shattered their dreams. Looks like the two of them have been chased out by me. I've truly offended them, but the harvest this time is too great. Looking at the floating metal intent, Lin Fei could not help but burst into laughter. The wind intent was unpredictable, and it could kill without leaving a trace. With the addition of the metal intent, its power had turned from unpredictable to destructive, unstoppable, and its might would most likely increase by several folds. With the metal intent and wind intent, once I enter the Mystic Master realm, my strength should be the strongest under the Mystic Spirit realm. Lin Fei was in a good mood. Return. The only thing that Lin Fei needed to do now was to refine the metal intent and form the second intent. The might of a single intent was already extraordinary, and Lin Fei would never complain about having too many. This trip to search for treasures had offended countless enemies. Of course, the stronger the better. As for any worries, Lin Fei was not worried at all. Refine. Lin Fei swallowed the golden state of metal in one gulp, and a profoundness surged in his heart. Lin Fei, who was originally motionless, suddenly moved. Two of his fingers formed a sword, and he started practicing each move in the air. This sword technique was the great annihilation sword technique that he had practiced before. As Lin Fei practiced, his aura suddenly changed. He was like a long sword that had not been unsheathed. His whole body was filled with sword chi. It seemed that once the sword chi appeared, it would kill. The great annihilation sword art was instantly ready in both form and spirit. Even though it was just a simple move, it contained the existence of the metal concept, and it exuded a destructive aura. Under Lin Fei's practice, the speed of the void before him grew faster and faster. The void ruptured continuously, and every single sword strike carried immense might. "I've finally digested the concept of metal." Lin Fei stopped. His vision went black, and he immediately appeared in the main hall. When he opened his eyes, the inheritance orb in front of him had already turned into nothingness. The entire hall was empty. Lin Fei retracted the wondrous feeling from before, and confirmed that he had truly comprehended the concept of metal. So there's a great annihilation sword art in the metal concept realm. This is the true strongest battle power of the Sword Emperor. Before Lin Fei could heave a sigh of relief, a large whirlpool appeared above his head. He's out. A day had passed outside. Since Prince Black Heaven and Lin Wufa came out, they had not left, waiting for Lin Fei to appear. Is he finally coming out? Lin Wufa stood up, his killing intent boiling as he stared at the whirlpool. Prince Black Heaven also stood up, looking at the whirlpool. You stole this Emperor's metal concept. I want to see how much you've comprehended. And what right do you have to steal the concept of metal from this prince? There were many people who had the attitude of revenge. Apart from these people, the others had the attitude of watching a good show. After all, the disciples of the great clans and the imperial court had fought with each other, and in the end, it was taken by an outsider. More importantly, that brat was only at the level of mystic perfection. If they did not vent their anger, they would lose face. When Lin Fei came out of the whirlpool, a large number of malicious gazes fell on him. Lin Fei's heart sank. Go. If it was just a mystic adept, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. But from those gazes there was an aura above mystic adept, clearly at the mystic spirit level. That kind of gaze caused Lin Fei's heart to skip a beat. To be able to make him feel shocked, it was definitely not an ordinary person. Wings of the wind spread open, Lin Fei flew into the forest. As for staying behind to fight, he was definitely not that stupid. That was not a hero but a true fool. Damn it, when this daddy finishes my mission I'll make you guys pay. The crowd did not expect Lin Fei to react so quickly, choosing to escape at the first moment. Chase! Lin Wufa and the Black Heaven Prince both moved, chasing after Lin Fei. The rest of the people also caught up, and in an instant there was a vast crowd. Lin Fei, no matter how you run today, this emperor will definitely kill you. The Black Heaven Prince was expressionless, his eyes fixed on Lin Fei. This emperor's things are not that easy to snatch. Lin Fei increased his speed, instantly increasing the distance between them. There were too many people chasing after him, and some of them were even faster, obviously mystic spirit level experts. Waterflame Lotus. Lin Fei felt the pressure. If he was caught by a mystic spirit level expert, it would not be a good thing. Plus, there were so many people behind him. A single true yuan attack would make him feel uncomfortable. I'll risk it. A huge waterflame lotus quickly appeared behind Lin Fei. The boundless quintessence consumed a total of 20%. This was the largest consumption of quintessence since he opened his core lake. Catch up if you have the guts, don't talk nonsense, don't be serious. Lin Fei turned back, activating his true yuan, and in a flash he covered a distance of tens of feet, his mouth revealing a smirk. Taste my waterflame lotus, explode for me. Comprehending the concept of wind, adding on the wings of wind, Lin Fei's speed surpassed mystic masters, not mystic spirit level. If his realm was higher, his speed would be even faster. Not good. I don't want to die. What the hell? Run. The waterflame lotus exploded. The huge true yuan power was like an atomic bomb exploding. A huge wave of true yuan swept out in all directions. Everything within a radius of a few miles was instantly turned into an empty space. The towering tree was completely destroyed. At a glance it was a complete mess. The martial artists who caught up suffered a huge loss, especially those who were at the front. The explosion of the waterflame lotus was not any weaker than the self-destruction of a late-stage mystic master. Those who were at the front were not strong and did not have any spiritual treasures to defend themselves, so they were all killed instantly. Their flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and there were too many people surrounding them, so they were all wiped out. Those who managed to escape with great difficulty were covered in wounds, and their eyes were filled with palpitation and fear. Too brutal. What kind of ability was that? How could it be equivalent to the self-destruction of a late-stage mystic master? Oh my god, I almost died. Lin Fei, you bastard. I'll definitely kill you. The martial artists who escaped the explosion were furious, and they hated Lin Fei to the core for almost dying here. Roughly estimating, the explosion just now killed at least dozens of martial artists, especially those at the front, who were almost all killed in an instant. With such a large-scale instant kill, even the cultivators present could not help but feel fear and shock. How did such a monstrous brat appear? Cough, 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 this emperor's spiritual treasure. Prince Black Sky rushed out from the ruins, looking extremely wretched. The defensive spiritual treasure in his hand was dim and colorless, almost to the extent of being damaged. Defensive spiritual treasures were more expensive than offensive spiritual treasures. Prince Black Sky, looks like we've all underestimated that kid. Lin Wufa's hair was messy, and his aura was messy. He rushed up from below, looking almost as wretched as Prince Black Sky, and his eyes were filled with heartache. Both of them had defensive spiritual treasures, which was why they were able to block that huge wave of energy. Even so, it was not easy. Just the power of the spiritual treasure alone was not something that could be recovered with money. Prince Black Sky had to admit that the dignified prince of the Death Dynasty had suffered a setback. We've indeed underestimated that kid. However, that brat Lin Fei can forget about escaping. Those Mystic Spirit Realm experts will definitely not miss out on such a powerful ability. Even this prince is tempted. Prince Black Sky was a prince of the Death Dynasty, and had seen many precious divine abilities. He had also learned a divine ability, and had seen a divine ability that was comparable to the self-destruction of a mystic adept late-stage expert. He had to admit that this divine ability was very domineering. Lin Wufa's eyes flickered. What a pity! Congratulations, player, for killing a mystic early-stage martial artist. 100,000 experience gained. Congratulations, player, for killing a mystic mid-stage martial artist. 100,000 experience gained. Even after the huge explosion, Lin Fei was still affected. The system's voice kept ringing, and the experience points of various sizes kept jumping. I've gone a little overboard. After throwing out the Waterfire Lotus with 20% True Yuan, Lin Fei believed that most of the people would not dare to come forward, unless they were courting death. 20% True Yuan explosion killed many mystic mid-stage martial artists. What a pity that Prince Black Sky and Lin Wufa were not killed. They should have protective spiritual treasures. Lin Fei felt very regretful. He looked behind him because a few auras had locked onto him. Mystic Spirit Realm experts. A Mystic Spirit Realm expert's speed could not catch up to him, and only a Mystic Spirit Realm expert could. The explosion of the Waterfire Lotus might have scared the crowd, but it had also attracted the attention of other experts. They might all want to snatch the ability from him. Lin Fei instantly understood their intentions. Kakik. Kid, hand over the ability. In front of the forest, an old Mystic Spirit Realm expert landed. He looked at Lin Fei with a sinister expression, as if he was going to take down Lin Fei. I must not let this guy hold me back. I need to kill him in one strike first. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes as he rushed towards the old man. Cold sky net. The old man sneered, and a huge white net flew towards Lin Fei. The white net instantly came to life, turning into strands of silk that danced in the air. This is the heavenly silkworm earth silk. Just give up resisting. Total annihilation, kill with one sword. Chapter 253. Total annihilation, the strongest sword array. Lin Fei went all out this time. The group of mystic spirit overlords behind him had locked onto him, so he had no choice but to kill the old man first to gain an opportunity for himself. Rip. The chilling Skynet, which was said to be unbreakable, was blasted into a hole by the total annihilation. The momentum of the sword array didn't stop there. It hit the old man's body as sharply as before. Whirlwind. Sword art with artistic conception followed up. Two powerful attacks, one in front and one behind. The mystic spirit early-stage old man fell to the ground unwillingly. He didn't even have time to say a word. Mystic spirit overlords are indeed strong. Even though he was early-stage mystic spirit overlord, he still has a strong life force. Good thing he still died under my sword. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei killed the early-stage mystic spirit overlord. Spirit treasure. Looking over, the ground was full of spoils of war. There was one thing that made Lin Fei's eyes light up. He put it all away and ran into the forest. He didn't dare to go up and only dared to move around in the forest. The mystic spirit realm masters behind them quickly caught up. When they saw the corpse on the ground, they could not help but frown, casting a shadow over their pursuit. This isn't Gu Hai. There's still the chilling skynet on the ground. They all knew the old man on the ground. He was a loose cultivator and had a low-grade spirit treasure, the chilling skynet. Once trapped, even a middle-stage mystic spirit overlord wouldn't be able to escape. He was also quite famous. They didn't expect him to die just like that. To think that Gu Hai, a mystic spirit overlord, would die in the hands of that kid. What an unexpected turn of events. Li Feng frowned, his expression ugly. That kid is so powerful. He must have another powerful technique on him. Gu Hai must have died because he was caught off guard. Look at the wounds on his body. They're extremely overbearing. Lin Tian added. Li Feng chased after Lin Fei to avenge Li Yang. As for Lin Tian, he was also here to take revenge for the Lin family's disciple. At the same time, he wanted to dig out Lin Tian's background. Who would have thought that this brat was even more mysterious than they had imagined? First, there was the magical ability of the water fire lotus, and the huge explosive power of the true essence. When they saw it, they felt a trace of fear and had to be on guard. At the same time, there was also the concept of wind which had left them in the dust. This made them believe without a doubt that Lin Fan had learned two concepts. To be able to cultivate two concepts at such a young age was truly too terrifying. Thirdly, it was most likely that the other party was able to kill Gu Hai, who was at cryptic spirit primary stage in such a short period of time, and even break the other party's chilling skynet, adding yet another layer of mysteriousness to the other party. They could not help but take him seriously. If you guys aren't going, then I'll take my leave first. Other than them, there was more than one mystic spirit realm master who had caught up. Seeing the dead Gu Hai, all of them were on their guard. And at the same time they were eager to take him down. They could kill Gu Hai in a short period of time, but it would be more terrifying if Gu Hai was killed before he could react after breaking the cold skynet. If they could learn this magical ability, they would have a powerful trump card in their hands, and they would have a higher say. And for such a kid who had so many tricks up his sleeves, it was not up to them to focus on dealing with him. Lin Fei's true essence constantly surged, and he flew deeper into the monster beast mountain range. This was already the third day. Since 3 days ago, when they had been chasing him, Lin Fei had not stopped for 3 days and 3 nights. Behind him, there were more than 10 murderous intents constantly locked onto him. To be able to last for 3 days, if word got out, everyone would probably turn pale with fright. Cryptic spirit realm masters are indeed difficult to deal with. Their true essence can be extracted from heaven and earth. If this goes on, it will not be easy to shake them off. Lin Fei took out a handful of superior-grade pure essence pills and swallowed them in large mouthfuls, turning them into pure quintessence to replenish what he had used up along the way. He was glad that he had obtained so many superior-grade pure essence pills back then. After 3 days of travel, Lin Fei's face was already showing signs of fatigue. If it wasn't for the support of his powerful divine soul, he probably wouldn't have been able to last for so long. They kept chasing me, but they didn't dare to attack me. It should be because killing that cryptic spirit realm master left a shadow in them. Everyone wants to reap the benefits, but they don't dare to attack me. This gives me a chance. Inspiration struck Lin Fei, and he immediately had an idea. He changed his direction and headed straight for the place where the demonic beasts lived. Previously, they had been chasing him. In order to avoid being trapped by the demonic beasts, Lin Fei had been heading towards a place with fewer demonic beasts. When Lin Fei changed his direction, the people behind him were all dumbfounded. From the moment they wanted to snatch the magical ability from Lin Fei, they had suffered all kinds of setbacks and surprises along the way. They had no choice but to accept that the kid who was constantly running away was simply a monster. A mystic great perfection realm cultivator was able to execute a powerful killing move of a mystic adept late-stage self-destruct. At the same time, he was able to quickly kill a cryptic spirit realm master, leaving a sharp sword in their hearts. This was also the reason why they didn't dare to attack him together. Gu Hai had died such an aggrieved death, and it seemed like it was impossible to guard against it. Naturally, they wouldn't follow in his footsteps. If that kid were to put his life on the line, no one would be willing to accept it. Every single one of them had cultivated to the cryptic spirit realm, and they had put in a lot of effort along the way. They weren't willing to die in the hands of a nameless kid. If they died, they wouldn't be able to reap any benefits. It wasn't worth it at all. Thus, they instinctively wanted to tail him and wait for him to exhaust his true essence. Then, they would be able to capture him easily. Everyone had the same thought. This was also the route they usually took. After all, it was safer this way. In the end, their fragile hearts were ruthlessly pierced once more. Bastard, just how did that brat cultivate? 3 days and 3 nights, and his true essence is still so dense. Why isn't he exhausted at all? If I knew that this kid was so difficult to deal with, I wouldn't have come even if I were to be beaten to death. If we don't kill him now, we will be the ones suffering in the future. We are cryptic spirit realm experts after all. We can communicate with heaven and earth, and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. I don't believe that this kid can last forever. Sooner or later, we will exhaust his true essence. Right, let's drag it out with him and see who can last longer. The group of cryptic spirit realm experts clenched their teeth and wished they could take a bite out of Jiang Chan. They had no choice but to use such a method. Even if they said it out loud, they would feel aggrieved. Now that things had reached this stage, they knew that they couldn't give up. No matter how tired they were, they had to chase after him. With such a monster, once they waited for him to catch his breath, they would be the ones suffering. Apart from that, they were even more eager to capture Jiang Chan because he had too many treasures on him. Especially his cultivation techniques, each one was more mystical than the previous one. When Lin Fei turned into the area where the demonic beasts lived, everyone was shocked once again. Quick, chase after him. This kid is trying to shake us off with his speed. If Lin Fei didn't run towards the demonic beasts area, they wouldn't have to worry about any changes. But now that the situation had changed, and they were rushing towards unknown demonic beasts, they couldn't help but feel a headache. In the depths of the demonic beast mountain range, 2 Mystic King Realm experts had fallen. It was imaginable how powerful the demonic beasts were. At this moment they realized how cunning Lin Fei was. In terms of speed, they were slightly inferior. Once the distance between them was pulled apart, it would be hard for them to catch up. At that time, in the vast demonic beast mountain range, it would be extremely difficult to find a person. It was no less than finding a needle in the sea. Lin Fei quickly sensed that there was a group of powerful demonic beasts in front of him. Mystic Spirit Realm demonic beasts. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled into a ruthless smile. This was a plan that Lin Fei had thought about for a long time. Using the demonic beasts to shake off the group of people behind him. As long as he could buy some time, the situation would change. Looks like I'll have to attract their hatred this time. Lin Fei took a deep breath. The demonic beasts area soon appeared in front of Lin Fei. Diamond Ape. This was a type of ferocious demonic beast. It had powerful battle prowess and hated humans the most. Once it appeared, it would be a battle to the death. The Diamond Ape's ferocious reputation had always been known. Waterfire Lotus. Whirlwind scattered clouds. The originally resting Diamond Ape suffered a huge blow. The weak Diamond Apes, facing the sword art and the explosion of the Waterfire Lotus, were killed by Lin Fei on the spot. Roar, roar, roar. All the Diamond Apes were furious. Lin Fei thought, I didn't purposely look for you guys. If you want to blame someone, blame those people behind me. So I can only attract their hatred. The Diamond Apes were completely enraged by Lin Fei. Roar. In the group's area, a 1 zhang tall golden diamond ape rushed out. Its thick aura was like a continuous mountain pressing down. Mystic Spirit Realm Great Circle. Lin Fei had just recognized it when a black shadow smashed down. The strong wind actually made his face hurt. He was shocked. The strength of a Mystic Spirit Realm Great Circle was indeed not something a normal Mystic Spirit Realm expert could compare with. His face revealed a rare determination. Waterfire Lotus. Facing such a powerful attack, Lin Fei once again released a Waterfire Lotus. Compared to the previous one, it was even more terrifying. Explode. With an explosion, Lin Fei was also sent flying. The sound of bones breaking could be heard in the air. Roar! Even the powerful diamond ape's chest was drenched in blood when it faced this attack. It faced the sky and roared, venting its boundless anger. Its blood-red eyes stared at the group of people a few hundred meters away. Crap, it's a diamond divine ape. That bastard Lin Fei. Why did he provoke such a powerful demonic beast? Not good run. They were still a step too late. When they saw the enraged diamond divine ape, their foreheads were covered with cold sweat. A ferocious mystic spirit realm great circle demonic beast was such a terrifying existence. The Vajra divine ape was even faster than them. In just a few breaths it appeared in front of them, the golden staff in its hand smashing down from the sky. A middle-stage cryptic spirit cultivator raised his hands to block. Kacha kacha. Kacha sounds rang out as the second staff smashed down. His mystic spirit realm experts were very powerful. When they saw such a ferocious diamond divine ape, their backs were covered with cold sweat. They finally understood why Mystic King Realm experts had fallen here. A Mystic Spirit Realm Great Circle demonic beast was enough to suppress them. A Mystic Spirit Realm expert had been beaten to death with 2 strikes. It was indeed terrifying, far surpassing human cultivators of the same level. At this time they almost hated Lin Fei to the core. They were all frightened by Lin Fei's ferocity. In order to escape, he had angered a Mystic Spirit Realm Great Circle demonic beast right under its nose. They couldn't do it, not to mention take a single attack. Go! The group of Mystic Spirit Realm experts didn't dare to stay any longer. They scattered like birds and beasts, afraid that they would be targeted by the Diamond Divine Ape and become the next unlucky bastard. As for looking for Lin Fei, they had no intention of doing so. They were about to lose their lives, not to mention looking for Lin Fei. This time they had been completely tricked by Lin Fei. Even if they became Mystic King Realm experts, they could forget about taking revenge on this Diamond Divine Ape. Cough cough cough. In the impenetrable forest, Lin Fei was lying on his back in the thicket, coughing up blood. He knew that his injuries this time were serious, to the point where he was on the verge of death. He had never suffered such heavy injuries before. This is the price for daring to chase me. Even though Lin Fei had been prepared for this, the Diamond Divine Ape's attack was still able to shatter any defensive technique he had. He had almost been killed by it. Luckily, I used the lithe as a swallow talisman at the end. Just as the Diamond Divine Ape's attack was about to land, Lin Fei had used a runes he had prepared before. His entire body became as light as a swallow, borrowing the momentum of the attack to leave the area. At the same time, he had set up countless aura-isolating runes. Only then did he barely escape the final crisis. In such a dangerous situation, only Lin Fei dared to put his life on the line. Lin Fei had done the right thing. Even though he had paid a heavy price, he had survived the Diamond Divine Ape's attack and escaped the pursuit of that group of people. Most likely they weren't having a good time now, right? With great difficulty, he took out a healing pill and swallowed it all. He closed his eyes and let the medicine take effect. The healing pill that was usually useful wasn't very effective this time, only stabilizing his injuries. No wonder even Mystic King experts died in the Demonic Beast Mountain range. A Mystic Spirit Grand Perfection Realm demonic beast is already so terrifying. Then the other demonic beasts. Lin Fei took a deep breath and didn't dare to continue thinking about it. Day passed quickly and night came. Lin Fei hadn't moved. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but his injuries were too serious. Eating the healing pill had already exhausted his strength. Roar! Suddenly, the aura of a demonic beast came from the forest. Lin Fei's heart sank. I can't be so unlucky. Not only was I not killed by the Diamond Divine Ape, but I was also eaten by a demonic beast? Whatever he said, it came. When a fire boar appeared, its heavy breathing was accompanied by a blazing aura, causing Lin Fei's heart to sink. F***ck, I jinxed it. Smelling the thick stench, Lin Fei wanted to slap himself a few times. How could his jinxed mouth attract demonic beasts? If he became food, then he would be miserable. Roar! The fire boar seemed to be interested in Lin Fei. It opened its mouth and bit down. It's over this time. Chapter 254. Little thing, I'm counting on you again this time. Lin Fei leaned against the tree and looked at the little thing on his shoulder with joy. At the most critical moment, The sleeping little thing scared away the fire boar. Lin Fei was shocked at that time. It turned out that space beasts had bloodlines that could suppress ordinary demonic beasts. The little thing rubbed its head against Lin Fei's neck, looking quite proud. I didn't expect the little thing's pressure to be so powerful. The fire boar is a mystic realm demonic beast with thick skin and flesh, so it can't be scared. Looks like I need the little thing to protect me this time. The demonic beast mountain range didn't have many things, but it had the most demonic beasts. Lin Fei knew his own situation. It would take at least 1 or 2 days to recover. At this stage, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't encounter demonic beasts. He was too weak right now. With the little thing here, Lin Fei was relieved. At least he didn't have to worry about encountering anything. With the little thing here, 2 days passed in a flash. The area became a safe area with no more demonic beasts. I've finally recovered. Lin Fei could move now. His injuries were about 60 to 70% healed. He could fight now, so he didn't have to worry about encountering demonic beasts. After stretching his body, he hunted a demonic beast to fill his stomach and reward the little thing. Without the little thing's help, he didn't know what would have happened. My injuries are healed and so are my battles. Those mystic spirit warriors won't dare to look for me for a while. I can use this time to increase my strength. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. He hated those mystic spirit warriors. Of course, Lin Fei also knew that in the Xintian continent, strength was everything. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to come for him. It was because they were too weak. Right now, I have comprehended the concept of wind and metal, but my strength is still not strong enough. I am unable to bring out my true strength. Once I step into the mystic adept realm, my strength will increase by more than tenfold, and my combat prowess will leave them in the dust. Last time he displayed his powerful combat skills in front of the mystic spirit warriors. It was impossible for them not to think about him. Once they met, it would be a fierce battle. Let's finish the mission first. On the other side, the group of mystic spirit realm masters had really failed miserably this time. Facing a mystic adept great perfection Vajra divine ape, everyone suffered heavy losses. They deeply remembered that cunning brat who led them into the mud pit. Hateful brat. This time we really suffered a great loss. We were chasing after that brat Lin Fei, but in the end, 5 of us were killed by the adamantine divine ape. The others are all wounded. What a pity. That kid was heavily injured by the diamond divine ape. I'm afraid he died in that place long ago. Monstrous Beast Mountain Range in a valley. The mystic spirit warriors who were lucky enough to escape were now gathered together. Each time they thought of the divine diamond ape's might, a look of terror would appear in their eyes. Terror that was rarely seen. In the Xintian continent, the profound spirit stage was an incredible level of power. In the small empires, their status could only be high, not low. We don't dare to go to the diamond god ape's territory. Li Feng let out a long sigh, his face pale. That was because he had almost been killed by the diamond god ape's attack. Speaking of that cunning brat Lin Fei, he was instantly enraged. Now that the diamond god ape is enraged, who would dare to offend a berserk mystic adept great perfection demonic beast? Didn't you see that the others all died tragically at the hands of the demonic beast? Let's go. There's no point in staying here. We can't just barge in. I don't want to die under the diamond god ape's staff. Apart from gritting their teeth, they couldn't find a way to vent their anger. If they were somewhere else, they wouldn't mind searching for the corpses. Who knows, they might find something. Unfortunately, the corpses were in the diamond god ape's territory. In addition, they were already in a berserk state. Even if they had 100 guts, they wouldn't dare go there. They were afraid of death, but there was nothing they could do. For the first time, they realized that encountering such a monstrous brat would cause them to stumble. So many people were chasing after a brat, but they were defeated instead. This was something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. None of them had ever imagined that Lin Fei would be able to survive the wrath of the diamond divine ape. Even they didn't dare to imagine such a thing. Hadn't they seen a martial artist of the same level of strength being beaten to death by the diamond divine ape? With faces full of disappointment and unwillingness, they left the demonic beast mountain range. They didn't dare to stay any longer. If they met the diamond god ape again, it didn't mean they could escape a second time. The only way to vent their anger was to let Lin Fei die at the hands of the diamond god ape. Whirlwind scattered clouds. Demonic beast mountain range in a forest. The wind howled, covering the sky as if a storm was about to arrive. The gigantic demonic beast fell to the ground with a boom. It was a mystic adept level giant ferocious lion. Its entire body was covered in wounds and it could not be more dead. Finally killed the last mystic adept demonic beast. Seeing the giant lion fall to the ground, Lin Fei could finally heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, his face was filled with excitement. He was going to level up again. For this day, Lin Fei had suffered a lot in the past few days. He almost died in this demonic beast mountain range and became a white skeleton. In the end, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. He quickly dug out the demonic core and immediately escaped. Ever since that day when he killed a mystic adept demonic beast and attracted a few other powerful demonic beasts, Lin Fei didn't dare to stay in the depths of the mountain range. Lin Fei would occasionally think that he didn't meet any powerful demonic beasts in the depths of the mountain range. Maybe it was because of this little thing? Congratulations to player Lin Fei for completing the level up mission. You have instantly advanced to the Mystic Adept realm. The system sounded as usual. Lin Fei was already in a cave. This was the cave of a Mystic Adept demonic beast. It was considered one of the stronger ones in the surrounding area. Normal demonic beasts wouldn't dare to enter. This was because there would usually be a powerful demonic beast in the area. Any demonic beast that entered would be mercilessly killed. After entering the Mystic Adept realm, a warm current surged and his whole body felt warm. Haha! I'm finally in the Mystic Adept realm. In half a year's time, he went from a low-level martial arts disciple to an expert in the Mystic Adept realm. It was like a dream. After sighing, Lin Fei began to prepare for the lottery draw. Lin Fei would always look forward to every level-up lottery draw. Even though this was the second time, the rewards from the first draw were still boundless. Player Lin Fei, do you want to start the lottery? Yes. Lin Fei couldn't stay calm anymore. This time there were a total of 2 chances. Because he had completed the level up mission, he had obtained 1 chance. Adding on the fact that he had leveled up once, there were a total of 2 chances. The familiar big disc appeared again. I'm rich. The system is too generous this time. When he saw the things on the disc, Lin Fei almost drooled. 72 ordinary high-grade treasured swords. This is good stuff. If I can get one of these swords, I can use total annihilation and kill them all. The 7 long swords weren't even upper-grade mortal weapon swords, but the might they displayed could instantly kill a Mystic Adept realm expert. Last time it was all martial arts. This time there were more items. F***CK. Could this be even more tyrannical than the wings of the wind? Lin Fei soon discovered another treasure that he liked, the wings of the demon. After comprehending the concept of wind, it could increase his speed by 10 times. Drool drool. The rest of the items also made Lin Fei envious and jealous. Lottery. Lin Fei finally calmed himself down and started the lottery. I want 72 swords. The big disc spun and the red needle moved across the treasures one after another. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining Skill Strengthening Stone. In Lin Fei's warehouse, a green stone that emitted a gentle glow appeared. It was the Skill Strengthening Stone that he had just obtained. This thing can strengthen skills? Lin Fei was tempted. In the game, items that could be strengthened were usually extremely overpowered. Now that he could strengthen skills, it was impossible for Lin Fei not to be tempted. Player Lin Fei can do the second lottery. Do you wish to do it? The system sent another notification. Yes, 2 lottery draws. Lin Fei wished that he could do it in one go. The big disc spun once again. Lin Fei wanted the 72 upper-grade mortal weapon swords the most. Although they were easy to obtain, it would take a lot of effort. He didn't have the time to do it now. Faster. Slow down, don't turn around. As the big disc slowed down, one treasure after another passed by. Lin Fei stared at it, not daring to shout. Haha, this is great. The red needle landed on the 72 long swords. Lin Fei jumped up in excitement. His luck was so good. He really got it. Looking at the 72 long swords in the warehouse, Lin Fei wanted to kiss them. The system was too awesome. Could actually get the real thing. After the lottery system closed, Lin Fei opened his personal information and found that he needed 200 million experience points to level up this time. It was 4 times more than before. He was surprised, but he didn't care too much about it. Taking out the skill strengthening stone, Lin Fei started thinking which skill he should strengthen would affect his future, so he had to pay attention to it. Wings of the Wind. If I strengthen it, I can increase my speed. Even those experts who specialize in speed might not be able to catch up to me. Strengthening the Water Flame Lotus isn't bad either. It'll become even more powerful. It's not a bad choice. Lin Fei's brows would occasionally furrow before relaxing at other times. Damn, I'll just strengthen the Wings of the Wind. Even though his speed was already very fast, Lin Fei was still not satisfied. He was still lacking in speed. He might as well use the skill strengthening stone on the Wings of the Wind. In terms of attack power, he already had a lot. There was no need to strengthen it further. Lin Fei decisively chose to strengthen the Wings of the Wind to increase his speed once more. Are you sure you want to strengthen the Wings of the Wind? I'm sure. Lin Fei nodded. Player, please wait patiently for 5 minutes. Lin Fei could clearly sense that his Wings of the Wind had been taken away. Chapter 255. P.S. Thanks to Nightwind Love of the Sea for a monthly ticket and Zero Wind Fate for 200 Chidian coins. Ding, enhancement complete. 5 minutes passed in a flash, and Lin Fei finally waited for the enhancement to end. The exciting moment had arrived. A scout was thrown over. Wings of the Wind +1. Increase current speed by 50%. Can be further increased. Damn, increase speed by 50%. Lin Fei was shocked. After one enhancement, his speed increased by 50%. Wasn't that heaven-defying? If I use the Wings of the Wind now, I'm afraid those Xianling elites can only watch as I escape. The result of the enhancement was completely beyond Lin Fei's imagination, and he was very satisfied. A speed of 50%, Lin Fei wanted to laugh even in his dreams. Don't underestimate the effect of 50%. It could be said to be heaven-defying. Swish, swish, swish. The cave was very big. Although it couldn't be fully displayed, when the Wings of the Wind moved, it felt like he had turned into the wind. It was more realistic than before. Good, good. Enhancing the Wings of the Wind was indeed the right choice. Stopping and keeping the Wings of the Wind, Lin Fei no longer had any dissatisfaction. Voila! In the next second, 72 long swords flew out. Total annihilation is one of my trump cards. I must practice these 72 long swords successfully. Only then will I have an overbearing attack. Lin Fei's thinking was very simple. When the 72 long swords were used, it was still very stressful. Failed. Failed again. Failed again. Lin Fei was completely immersed in training. Time flew and another 10 days passed. Lin Fei kept learning how to control the 72 long swords. At first, Lin Fei didn't have enough divine soul power, so he could only buy divine soul elixirs to increase the strength of his divine soul, which consumed a lot of points. Roughly calculating, he had spent at least tens of thousands of points, which was half of the points he had. Although it was painful, the benefits were obvious. Total annihilation. Outside the cave, the 72 longswords turned into a huge longsword and attacked a huge black boulder. With a loud boom, the black boulder was smashed into pieces. Lin Fei was full of praise for the powerful and overbearing attack. I really don't know what it would be like if he used 100 flying swords. I'm afraid that if he used 72 swords now, even a Mystic Spirit Realm cultivator wouldn't be able to block it and would be killed instantly. Lin Fei had complete confidence that the sword array would be able to kill Cryptic Spirit Primary Stage, Cryptic Spirit Middle Stage, and even Cryptic Spirit Late Stage cultivators. But if he encountered a Cryptic Spirit Great Circle cultivator, it would be hard to say. It's a pity that I can't improve the strength of my spirit. After I leave this place, I must find a spirit cultivation method to strengthen the strength of my spirit, lest it becomes too weak. Retrieving the 72 longswords, Lin Fei turned around and returned to the cave. At the same time, a waterfire lotus struck the cave. In an instant, the entrance of the cave collapsed, burying the entire entrance. Now that I've reached the Mystic Adept realm, it's time to refine the upper-grade Pure Essence pills. Only after refining this batch of upper-grade Pure Essence pills will my strength truly increase. Whether it was the 72 longswords or the strengthened Wings of the Wind, They were all auxiliary uses or trump cards. Lin Fei's true strength should be constantly increasing his true essence. When the strength of his true essence increased, any sword technique's power would continue to increase. This was the biggest advantage, and this advantage was very rare. Demon Beast Mountain Range. The originally lively Demon Beast Mountain Range suddenly became quiet. The Sword Emperor's inheritance that everyone was paying attention to finally came to an end. No one would have thought that the one who would inherit the metal concept would be a young boy. What was even more unexpected was that the young boy who was not dangerous in their eyes would actually do such a sensational thing. That scene was still a hot topic even now. That huge explosion caused countless deaths and injuries. Among them, the number of Mystic Adept Realm cultivators was no less than 2 digits. At least a few dozen people who came to join in the fun also died. Everyone remembered this young man's name, Lin Fei. The most shocking news was not this, but the fact that a group of experts chased after that boy and came back with heavy injuries. There were even a few Mystic Adepts who died. Although they did not know where the news came from, when everyone saw the Mystic Adepts returning without any results, they all realized that they were actually defeated. Lin Fei suddenly became a strange person. In the blink of an eye, more than a month passed. The Demon Beast Mountain Range regained its peace. The originally noisy scene no longer existed. At first, there were still some martial artists who wanted to try their luck in the Demon Beast Mountain Range and make a small fortune, especially entering Death Valley alone. It was unknown whether it was because the Sword Emperor's inheritance ended or something else, but Death Valley became extremely dangerous for some reason. After 1 or 2 Mystic Adepts died, no one else dared to force their way in, for fear of accidentally losing their life. No one dared to enter the Sword Emperor's inheritance anymore. The storm in the Demon Beast Mountain Range also gradually calmed down and returned to how it was before. Phew, I'm finally out. After more than a month of seclusion, Lin Fei finally came out. He let the sunlight fall on his body. It was warm and very comfortable. After more than a month of seclusion, he had grown a lot taller. He looked no different from a young man. It was just that he had not seen the sun for a long time, so his face was much paler. He looked like he would be blown away by the wind, but when you look into that pair of eyes, you will feel something called danger jumping all the time. The dangerous gaze was undoubtedly telling everyone that this person was very dangerous and should not be approached. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Fei found a place near the stream. First he took a bath. Even with the protection of earth energy, Lin Fei still liked to take a bath. Then, he would hunt a demon beast and enjoy the temptation of delicious food. Little thing, why don't you grow up? After being in seclusion for so long, Lin Fei found that the little thing was still the same. There was no sign of it growing up. Anyone who saw a little thing lying on a big piece of roasted meat and chewing on it would wonder where the little thing had eaten all the food it had eaten. After filling his stomach, Lin Fei lay down on a huge rock. The little thing lay beside him, enjoying the mountain breeze. One man and one little thing, it was a beautiful sight. 1,300,000 pure yuan pills have almost all been absorbed by me. I probably won't be able to find a second person. With my current strength, I don't have to worry about not being able to deal with Prince Black Sky, Lin Wufa, and the others. However, to increase my strength, I still need a lot of pure yuan pills. With 1,300,000 pure yuan pills, Lin Fei realized the benefits. Although the profound spirit stone was good, it was extremely troublesome to absorb and needed to be converted. There was no need for pure yuan pills. Lin Fei could not wait to have a lot of pure yuan pills in his pocket to cultivate. Without pure yuan pills to cultivate, he felt that his cultivation speed was much slower. He could not wait to get more pure yuan pills. My core lake is constantly expanding, and my true yuan is increasing. My body seems to be unable to hold on. Looks like I need to find a physical body cultivation technique. Lin Fei thought of an important problem. When he was in seclusion, as his true yuan increased, Lin Fei found that his body was actually showing signs of collapsing. He could not help but be shocked. After thinking about it, he found out that it was because of his true yuan. This problem made Lin Fei pay special attention to it. I wonder if the system has any physical body cultivation techniques for sale. Lin Fei thought for a while, then opened up the leveling system in the system shop. He opened up the martial arts section and focused on searching. If he was in the Xian realm, he could not care less. But after reaching the Xian Master Realm, Lin Fei realized the importance of the physical body. Fortunately, it was 1,300,000 pure yuan pills. If it was doubled, Lin Fei would probably be in deep trouble. If true yuan was gasoline, then the physical body would be the fuel tank. Right now, Lin Fei's situation was that his true yuan was about to reach its limit. If he continued, the fuel tank would not be able to hold it anymore. At the same time, the fuel tank would explode, and the car would not be able to move. When he saw the physical body cultivation technique on it, Lin Fei could not help but click his tongue. Isn't this too expensive? Panga True Body requires 999,999,999 points. Demon King Body Refinement requires 546,897,545 points. Divine Nine Yang Body requires 456,212 points. There were many physical body cultivation techniques in the system shop, and many of them were out of print. The only problem was that it was expensive. The points on it easily required hundreds of thousands or millions of points. For Lin Fei, who only had slightly more than 10,000 points, it was very stressful. Even the cheapest one required tens of thousands of points. Lin Fei was not interested in a physical body cultivation technique that cost tens of thousands of points. Clearly, it was not of a high grade. Seems like I can only do this for now. I'll try my luck and see if I can find one. For the time being, Lin Fei could only do this. After all, he did not have any points on hand. If he really wanted to buy one, it would cost hundreds of thousands of points. Lin Fei did not like buying one with too many points, and the effects might not be good for his cultivation. The next morning, Lin Fei stood up. He had already made up his mind to familiarize himself with the Great Devastation sword art in the Demonic Beast Mountain range. For this period of time, Lin Fei planned to spend around 10 days. At that time, he would travel around. Half a year was a long time, and it would be even better if he could break through to the profound spirit realm. At that time, he would return to the Divine Martial Sect and participate in the dynasty selection. Only then would he be more confident. That was a place that was truly worth going to. As for breaking through, Lin Fei was not interested in it for the time being. With a core lake that could gather Zhenyuan, as long as Lin Fei's Zhenyuan increased, his strength would also increase. The only important thing was to find a physical body cultivation technique. Everything else was not that important. The Great Devastation sword art is much simpler than the Wind sword art. In terms of power, it is much more terrifying. It is an attack that can destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Once I use this sword art, it will be hard for me to leave a corpse behind. But this is good as well. Chapter 256. The Sword Emperor's Great Destruction sword art is easy, but it's more powerful than I expected. It was also a sword art suitable for the Intent realm, but the Wind sword was much more difficult. It wasn't as powerful as the Metal Intent. The Great Destruction sword art had 3 moves in total. The first move, Destruction. The second move, Destruction. The third move, Great Destruction. The name sounded very powerful, and it was. The Intent realm itself was invincible. Once it was used, it had the power to destroy the world. No one dared to look down on it. Lin Fei didn't have a hard time comprehending its mysteries. With the help of the system, it was much easier. I can't use the last 2 moves for now, but this one is for the Mystic Master realm. The last one is for the Mystic Spirit realm, and the last one is for the Mystic King realm. Sword arts of the Mystic realm had to be in the same realm. If he forced himself to use it, it would have a big impact. Lin Fei didn't dare to cross over. However, this annihilation move was already enough. Even though it was just a casual sword technique, it already had the flavor of a concept. It was just that it wasn't as perfect as this annihilation move. Then let's start. At the same time, outside the Beast Mountain range, the Sword Emperor's inheritance had passed, but there were still many warriors entering the mountain range. Apart from training, it was also to hunt beasts and earn some income. Uncle Tian, are we really going? In the Demonic Beast Forest, the 2 of them flew toward the depths of the Demonic Beast Mountain range. If Lin Fei was here, he would recognize them for sure. They were the elders of the Lin family, also one of the people who had chased after him. Are you scared? Lin Tian's tone was displeased. Lin Yuantian hurriedly said, Why would I be scared? I'm just wondering if Lin Fei's body will always be there. You know that there are many beasts in the mountain range. What if his body gets eaten? Lin Tian retracted his gaze. It doesn't matter. The place where Lin Fei died belongs to the Diamond Divine Apes territory. Even the strongest demonic beasts wouldn't dare enter the Diamond Divine Apes territory. Lin Fei's corpse will definitely be preserved there. Lin Yuantian was indeed worried. He knew how terrifying the Diamond Divine Ape was. Uncle Tian had almost died, so one could imagine how powerful the Diamond Divine Ape was. In fact, Lin Yuantian really wanted to ask, apart from them, wouldn't anyone else go to Lin Fei's corpse? A middle-grade spiritual treasure. Even he was envious, not to mention a lower-grade spiritual treasure. In addition, Lin Fei's martial arts. That day, Lin Yuantian would never forget it. If not for the fact that he had something to do, he might not have been able to escape from the ferocious attacks. Mystic Adept powerhouses were almost instantly killed. With his mid-stage Mystic Adept strength, he would be smashed into pieces the moment he went up. Lin Yuantian didn't even dare to say these words out loud. This time, if they could really find Lin Fei's corpse, then there would be a lot of benefits. Will those people go as well? Lin Yuantian asked cautiously. They all know how powerful the Diamond Divine Ape is. Unless they want to die, no one will go. Lin Tian said indifferently. Fortunately, our family once obtained a kind of herb that can lure away demonic beasts, especially the Diamond Divine Ape. We just need to buy time. With the remaining aura on the corpse, it should be easy to find that brat Lin Fei's corpse. Lin Yuantian suddenly understood. Finding a corpse in the boundless mountains was no less than looking for a needle in a haystack. After hearing this, he realized that he was far from Uncle Tian's level. As for Lin Tian, his eyes flickered with eagerness. An attack that could self-destruct. An attack that could quickly kill a mystic adept. A middle-grade spiritual treasure and a lower-grade spiritual treasure. No matter which one it was, Lin Tian didn't want to miss it. That was why he took the risk to return to the demonic beast mountain range and find Lin Fei's corpse. Lin Tian already had the strength of a mystic adept. It was already extremely difficult for him to enter the Great Perfection realm. It was impossible for him to advance to the Mystic Monarch realm. Having lost the chance to advance, Lin Tian set his sights on increasing his strength. Lin Tian's appearance gave him an opportunity. If he could learn it, with his strength in the late Mystic Adept realm, it wouldn't be impossible for him to become the strongest person below the Mystic Adept realm. In addition, Lin Fei's corpse had left behind the unique aura of the Lin family's runes. As long as he didn't miss this period of time, he would definitely be able to find the corpse. Even if it was just a skeleton, Lin Tian had to find it. No, it's still not right. The metal concept shouldn't be like this. In a forest, there were fallen trees everywhere. It looked like a wasteland. In reality, this was all Lin Fei's doing. Lin Fei seemed to have comprehended the metal concept, but he still needed some time to truly display its might. Just now, I couldn't summon the concept of metal, which was why I failed. This time I won't fail. Lin Fei reflected on himself. Again, Lin Fei's aura was like a sharp sword. Sword chi spread out, and the surrounding grass was reduced to dust by the sword chi. Destruction. As his aura continued to rise, Lin Fei suddenly struck out like a tiger released from its cage. The golden sword radiance contained the aura of destruction, like a red sun. When the metal concept was used, the aura in the surroundings instantly changed. It became violent, dangerous, and destructive. It was as if any existence would be mercilessly crushed by this sword. When this move was used, Lin Fei smiled, knowing that he had succeeded. A sword technique with a concept is indeed exhausting, true Yuan. After using the destruction, there wasn't a single tree in sight. Apart from wood shavings, there was only wood shavings. That was because anything would be destroyed by that sword. No wonder that Sword Sovereign said that he had never been defeated in the profound sovereign realm, after comprehending the metal concept. This attack that contains the metal concept is too terrifying. This was the first time he used destruction. Lin Fei had already experienced how terrifying it was. If the wind concept could come and go without a trace, then the metal concept would be pure destruction. If that was the case, the concept of metal would be pure destruction. Other than dodging, there was no other way to deal with it. The metal concept was indeed the strongest force. Great Destruction Sword Art was indeed a terrifying sword art. Especially when it was infused with the metal concept, it became a sword art with a concept. After using the wind concept, once it was infused with the concept, the sword art would become extremely terrifying. Its might would increase by several folds. The only downside was that it would consume a lot of true yuan. Lin Fei practiced for 3 days straight and only stopped after he had truly grasped the annihilation technique. It's about time to leave. After staying in the demonic beast mountain range for 2 months, it's time for me to experience the other dynasties. Whether it was his sword art or his strength, there was an earth-shattering change compared to a month ago. Lin Fei was suddenly filled with confidence. Even if there were experts outside, he wouldn't feel afraid. But before I leave, there's one thing I need to do. After some hesitation, Lin Fei decided to take the risk. Although this matter was dangerous, the rewards were very generous. Now that my wings of the wind have increased my speed by 50%, even the King Kong Divine Ape might not be able to catch up to me. A month has passed, and that King Kong Divine Ape should have calmed down. It's time to go collect those treasures. Last time, a group of mystic experts had chased after him, and many of them had been killed by the King Kong Divine Ape. Lin Fei had always remembered this and wanted to collect the spoils. This idea was something that most people wouldn't dare to do. After experiencing the terror of the King Kong Divine Ape once, no one dared to go again unless their strength increased. Lin Fei dared to go because he had confidence. The things left behind by 4 or 5 mystic experts would definitely be good things. For example, there would definitely be spirit treasures. Spirit treasures are valuable. If I sell them, I can exchange them for pure yuan pills. It would be a pity if I didn't try. Mystic experts would at least have a spirit treasure, right? Lin Fei remembered the area of the King Kong Divine Ape clearly. After opening his wings of the wind, his speed increased by 50%. He was like a black shadow, untraceable, far faster than before. Up ahead is the King Kong Divine Ape. The night was dark and there was no moon. Lin Fei had set up a few soundproof runes on his body. He could feel a strong energy wave from afar, with a sense of familiarity. No need to guess, it was the King Kong Divine Ape. Looks like the King Kong Divine Ape has calmed down. If the King Kong Divine Ape was roaming around, Lin Fei would be a little worried. Against a mystic expert at mystic level, he didn't have much chance of winning. Even if he did, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Lin Fei wasn't stupid enough to do that. Moreover, fighting with a mystic expert at mystic level might attract the attention of other beasts, and that wouldn't be a good thing. I remember that the first mystic expert to die was in this area. Lin Fei carefully recalled the scene. Just as Lin Fei was recalling, a familiar voice came from not far away. Looking up, he saw a little thing holding a bottle and swallowing the pills inside. Damn, so it's here. Lin Fei quickly flew over and saw many things floating down. As for the corpse, he couldn't find it, but he could still smell a trace of blood. Good boy, you've done something good again. Lin Fei found that he was very lucky with the little thing by his side. The little thing hugged the bottle. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wouldn't steal the pills, but it seemed like he was the bad guy. After looking around, Lin Fei found something left behind by the mystic expert. He was overjoyed. I've come to the right place. Those mystic experts are all scared. A black whip with the power of a spirit treasure. Although it was a low-grade spirit treasure, Lin Fei was already very satisfied. Although the whip was useless, it could at least be exchanged for pure essence pills. Other than the whip, there were also some pure essence pills nearby. Many of them had already been shattered, and the ones that fell to the ground melted into the air. Lin Fei's heart was filled with fear. The Vajra Divine Ape's terrifying power was like a maniac of destruction. Stay here and don't move. I'll go lure the Diamond Divine Ape out first. Lin Tian's expression was solemn. Facing a Diamond Divine Ape that had once almost killed him, anyone would be cautious. He was no exception. He had to be careful. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Lin Tian flew back and quickly left behind a rune's formation. It's out. From afar, they saw the Diamond Divine Ape fly out, looking very anxious. She'll lower your voice. Lin Tian transmitted his voice. I could sense its location from 20 li away, but now that the brat has become a corpse, his aura is very weak. I can sense about 2 or 3 li away. We'll split up and search. Don't worry, the Diamond Divine Ape won't return for an hour. Lin Yuantian was indeed worried about this. As a mystic mid-stage, he wouldn't be able to hold out against the Diamond Divine Ape. It wouldn't return for an hour. Uncle Tian, don't worry. I'm confident I can find a corpse. Lin Yuantian couldn't help but admire Uncle Tian for coming up with such a plan. The two quickly split up. Why did the Diamond Divine Ape go out? It looks like it was in a hurry. When that terrifying aura rushed out, Lin Fei couldn't help but frown. He almost thought it was coming for him. Until the Diamond Divine Ape flew in the opposite direction. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. The little thing came back from outside. After landing on his shoulder, it kept making noises with its mouth in one direction. Is there a corpse? The little thing could teleport in a small area. So Lin Fei arranged for it to search for the corpse of a mystic spirit expert. Who told the little thing to be so smart? Taking advantage of the night, Lin Fei chased after it while the little thing led the way. After coming out of a thicket, Lin Fei frowned again. Why is there someone in the middle of the night? Did someone intentionally lure the Diamond Divine Ape out? After the wings of the wind increased his speed by 50%, Lin Fei moved like the wind. Especially at night, one would only feel the wind blow past, but not the presence of a person. Sneaking around here, could it be that they're also looking for the corpse of a mystic spirit expert? Are they looking for their belongings? Lin Fei was instantly displeased. It wasn't easy for him to lure them over, and he was almost killed by the Diamond Divine Ape. Just as he was about to take advantage of the situation, someone beat him to it. Dream on. Lin Fei's thoughts immediately became unclear. No matter where this person came from, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't let them go since they dared to steal something in front of him. First, he used his perception to observe the surroundings. Finding nothing, Lin Fei quietly chased after them. If they weren't strong enough, then he would directly kill them. Lin Tian didn't know that someone was following him and was currently searching the surroundings. Could it be that Lin Fei's corpse was really eaten? Otherwise, how could it be gone? Uncle Tian said that Lin Fei is dead, so he's definitely dead. Could it be that someone got there first? In this area, many places were searched, but there was no corpse to be found. Lin Tian couldn't help but think that this trip was for nothing. There's the smell of a rotten corpse. Lin Tian's face lit up and he rushed into the forest. In the forest there was indeed a corpse. It was highly rotten, but the aura wasn't Lin Fei's. Could it be the corpse of a mystic spirit expert? Chapter 257. Lin Yuantian didn't dare to let his guard down in the Diamond Divine Apes area. As a mystic adept expert, they would always have a special sense for danger. That was why Lin Yuantian felt a trace of danger. He wasn't too sure and subconsciously said that. Lin Yuantian imagined that they would meet the beasts of the mountain range. As long as they weren't in danger, they could be easily killed. Who are you? Lin Yuantian frowned as he stared at the young man. He could sense a familiar aura coming from him, but he just couldn't remember who he was. Lin family. Haven't you been looking for me? Lin Yuantian was shocked. You're Lin Fei? You're not dead? Of course I'm not dead. Why else would I run into you? Lin Fei seemed to understand. You Lin family are shameless. No wonder you did such a thing back then. Lin Yuantian was incomparably shocked. He had heard from Lin Tian that when the Diamond Divine Ape was enraged, several profound spirit experts had died at the hands of the demonic beasts. Why wasn't Lin Fei dead? Lin Yuantian couldn't figure it out. He couldn't understand it, but soon, a happy expression appeared on his face and he laughed. Haha. This is really a case of wearing out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find what you're looking for without even looking for it. I originally wanted to find your corpse, but you ran out yourself, saving me a lot of trouble. Shock and surprise were thrown to the back of his mind. The only thought in Lin Yuantian's mind was to take down Lin Fei and obtain his secrets in sacred art. Everyone had their own selfish motives. Lin Yuantian was no exception. Therefore, Lin Yuantian gave up on the idea of notifying Uncle Tian and took down Lin Fei first. He didn't think about anything else. Lin Fei was chased by a mystic expert. Why did that mystic expert return dejectedly? When one's heart was filled with profit, they wouldn't think about anything else. Lin Yuantian didn't even think about how Lin Fei survived. None of this was important to him. The only thing that mattered was how to take down the other. Swish! The sword was unsheathed and a cold light flashed. Piercing cloud sword. Several rays of cold white light, like the light before dawn, filled the dark night, causing people to subconsciously dodge or choose to close their eyes. Penetrate the clouds, penetrate the clouds, penetrate the clouds, and then penetrate the clouds. Clouds were illusory, and if one wanted to pass through them, one had to have an advantage in speed. At such a close distance, Lin Yuantian could already imagine that the other party would die at his hands. There was no way that the other party would be able to withstand his attacks, especially at night, when the might of his swordsmanship was amplified. Empty? An afterimage? When several sword lights pierced through the other party's body, there was no scene of blood gushing out. It was more like a piece of glass shattering before Lin Yuantian's eyes, turning into nothingness. Too slow. A disdainful voice came from behind. Immediately after, Lin Yuantian turned his head around and saw several red suns appearing in his vision. After that, all that was left was endless darkness, and his body exploded. You're lucky to die under my great annihilation sword art. Lin Yuantian was killed by a sword art infused with the concept of metal, leaving Lin Fei in shock. Indestructible strength, as expected of the concept of metal. That person couldn't even withstand a single move from me and died under my sword. Retracting Windchaser, Lin Fei swiftly recovered from his shock. The rumors of the Sword Emperor back then weren't false, and he had never been defeated before. This kind of killing prowess was simply too terrifying. Since this person is searching for my corpse, there should be someone else nearby. A cold gleam flickered in Lin Fei's eyes. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll wipe you all out. Lin Fei wasn't in a good mood when it came to the Lin family. So what if he killed them? As his strength rose, the fear he had for the Lin family was no longer as strong as before. On the contrary, he had a strong desire to fight, and the mystic adept realm cultivator before him couldn't rouse his desire to fight at all. After tidying up the items on the ground, a cold smile appeared on Lin Yun's face. Where's the corpse? Lin Tian frowned. He suspected that someone might have gotten to it before him. In a short period of time he searched the surroundings, but he couldn't find any traces of the corpse. Based on the location that day, the corpse should be in this area. With his strength in the mystic spirit realm, it wouldn't take long for him to search the surroundings. I wonder how little Yuan is doing. Lin Tian subconsciously checked Lin Yuantian's location, and his face sank. Not good, something happened. Lin Tian couldn't sense Lin Yuantian's aura in his perception, and he flew into a rage. After a brief moment of hesitation, he headed toward the location where he could vaguely sense Lin Yuantian's aura. Could there be someone else here? Given little Yuan's strength, he shouldn't have been defeated so quickly. Lin Tian couldn't help feeling a dark shadow cast over his heart. At the same time, his greatest worry had come true. Lin Fei's corpse, which he couldn't find, had fallen into the other party's hands. If that was the case, then this trip would be in vain. Lin Tian arrived swiftly, following the remnant aura. He's really dead. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. Smelling the scent of blood, he discovered a black silhouette in the forest. Little Yuan. The person he brought was killed right before his eyes. Lin Tian was already enraged, and he wanted to find clues from the corpse. Not good, its clothes. Just as he grabbed it, Lin Tian's heart sank. He knew that he had fallen into a trap. Swish, swish, swish. Wind-like sword chi attacked from the darkness, only exploding when it was right in front of Lin Tian. Even though Lin Tian's reaction was fast and his protective astral chi was quickly broken, his entire body was covered in blood, and he was forced to retreat. The second move had appeared. Whirlwind scattered clouds. The leisurely wind turned into a violent gale, tearing everything apart. It enveloped the other party's body, and the trees behind him instantly collapsed, creating a series of loud noises. Concept of wind, you're Lin Fei. You're not dead. Lin Tian's face darkened, and he nearly jumped up to bite someone. Old thing, as expected of a mystic spirit expert. My concept of wind only injured you. Lin Fei walked out from the darkness, and in his heart, he had underestimated the strength of a mystic spirit expert. Especially when a layer of battle armor appeared on the other party's body, he understood why his earlier attack couldn't kill this old thing. Profound armor. Only mystic spirit experts could condense a profound armor, and profound armor was a level higher than astral chi. The profound armor on the other party's body was pitch black in color, and it covered the upper body. No wonder little Yuan died so quickly, so it was you who killed him. Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh. Your strength is indeed very strong, but it's a pity that if you want to kill me, you probably can't even break my profound armor. Lin Fei indeed didn't expect that this Lin family expert had already condensed a profound armor. Not all mystic spirit experts could condense a profound armor. Many experts who had advanced to the mystic spirit realm usually needed a long time to condense it, and those who could condense it were usually experts at the perfection realm. It's just a broken armor. I'll soon let you know that in front of my sword, it's nothing much. Lin Fei's strength had already greatly improved. Wind chasing. Like wind. After spreading his wind wings, Lin Fei's body was like the wind, and under the cover of the night, it was almost impossible to see his traces. As a mystic spirit expert, after wearing the profound armor, Lin Tian's vital parts were already protected. A long sword appeared in his hand, and with a sweep Zhan Yuan surged out, and sword qi formed a net, blocking in front of the sword qi. At the same time his brows furrowed, and the sword danced in the air, trying to force the other party out. So fast, even faster than last time, I can't even catch a trace of him. The sword qi missed, and he realized that the situation wasn't good. Lin Tian's heart sank. Lin Fei's strength had greatly increased compared to before. With just one move, he could feel that if it was the last time, he definitely wouldn't be able to dodge his attack. Old thing, this is your sword skill? I can't see any power from it. Lin Fei laughed heartily in the night. Windstorm. After his strength increased, the windstorm was completely different. Sword qi lotuses covered the sky, covering the entire area, and exploded towards Lin Tian. The power of the Zhan Yuan explosion landed on the profound armor, causing ripples to appear. Facing such a powerful move, Lin Tian's face was as black as coal, and he was actually being suppressed. Damn it, it's only been a month, how can his strength increase so quickly? If it wasn't for me forming the profound armor, wouldn't I be suppressed? How can such a person exist? This is impossible. This was something that Lin Tian couldn't accept. In terms of speed, he couldn't compare to the other party, and he couldn't even catch up to his shadow. In terms of sword skill, the other party had suppressed him to the point where he couldn't even attack. Such a powerful enemy just a month ago was forced to escape from his hands, and he had no choice but to use his demonic beast to escape. Lin Fei didn't care what the other party was thinking, and his intent of wind kept blasting out, completely suppressing the other party. Felt too fast. Absolute speed, coupled with absolute swordsmanship, it was this easy to take down a mystic spirit realm master. Old thing, you chased after me last time, it was very satisfying, right? Boom! In the night, a red sun flew out. Intent of metal. This move was fast and urgent. Even if Lin Tian dodged it, there was still a destructive aura left on the profound armor, and at the same time, there were faintly discernible cracks, but they recovered in just a moment. Mistake, I really made a mistake. The intent of wind sword skill already made Lin Tian feel unbearable pain, and with the addition of the intent of metal, there were cracks left on the profound armor. The profound armor was formed from Zhan Yuan, and the consumption of the profound armor was consuming Zhan Yuan at every moment. I can't let this go on. If this goes on, it will be hard to leave this place. Lin Tian kept dodging. As long as I can force Lin Fei out, I will have a chance to make a comeback. Lin Tian regretted not taking the risk to come back last time. At that time it would be easy to take down the other party, and it wouldn't be as troublesome as it was now. There was no medicine for regret in this world. Azure Dragon Capture, get out here. Chapter 258. Use the Lin family's secret technique. With the help of the wings of wind, Lin Fei's speed had already surpassed the profound spirit realm. Unless it was a profound spirit realm expert that cultivated speed, they could only eat dust behind him. After Lin Tian executed the Azure Dragon Divine Incantation, he felt an invisible pressure pressing down on him. At the same time, his vision was filled with azure dragons. Xiao Chun had heard from his cheap father that when the Azure Dragon capturing technique was cultivated to a certain level, it would be able to capture someone from 1,000 miles away. He was trying to chase them out. Lin family's secret technique. Let me experience it as well. Lin Fei quickly executed Tempest. The sword chi lotuses turned into cages, trapping every azure dragon within. Loud rumbling sounds rang out continuously. After experiencing the sword sovereign's inheritance, Lin Fei's sword techniques had improved greatly. Furthermore, after comprehending a state, its might was no small matter. You fell for it. Lin Tian laughed sinisterly. An azure dragon suddenly appeared behind Lin Fei in the night sky. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down. Shatter. Lin Fei was very calm, even though he did not know how the other party knew his position. The azure dragon actually passed through the golden sun and crashed into Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei actually felt dizzy for a moment. He was startled and his speed slowed down, appearing in the night sky. Haha. Use the Lin family's secret technique. How can someone like you understand it? Lin Tian finally revealed a pleased smile. Azure Dragon Chop. The sword's momentum changed. 5 azure dragons split into left, right, top, and bottom, attacking Lin Fei. This was Lin Tian's plan. After practicing the azure dragon capturing technique to great perfection, it would cause a certain degree of dizziness when executed. The effect would not be long, just a few breaths. To an expert, this was already enough. Lin Tian executed the killing move of the Azure Dragon Divine Incantation, preparing to kill Lin Fei. These people should not appear on the continent. If it was a one-on-one fight, they would definitely be killed. Was it funny? Lin Tian didn't find it funny at all. Instead, he felt a sense of helplessness. Where did such a person come from? Perhaps even that genius from the Lin family might not be a match for him. With one state of wind and one state of metal, he was already a monstrous genius. Total annihilation. When the 72 swords appeared, a terrifying aura locked onto Lin Tian. He, who had never sensed danger before, finally sensed danger. The 72 swords turned into a huge circular sword formation that smashed the Azure Dragon into smithereens. Then they continued to descend at a speed that was impossible to block, much less detect. Boom! The armor in front of Lin Tian's chest shattered, and the long sword completely landed on his body. A huge hole was opened up in his chest, and his entire body flew out, crashing into a towering tree. Teleportation symbol. Lin Tian staggered to his feet and fished out a teleportation talisman that emitted a yellow glow. That sword attack just now had already made him understand how dangerous death was. Azure Dragon Capture. A faint dragon cry rang out, and an azure dragon flew out from the void, directly biting onto Lin Tian's body. The teleportation talisman was also shattered, and Lin Fei immediately appeared in front of Lin Tian. The sword chi was like a knife, instantly piercing into Lin Tian's body, crippling his dantian and removing all his true yuan. You. How do you know my family's secret technique? Lin Tian instantly aged by dozens of years like an old man over 100 years old. Martial artists could have a lifespan of hundreds, or even thousands of years depending on their strength. After the true yuan in their dantian was crippled, it was equivalent to losing the support of their strength. Their vitality would also undergo a huge change. Lin Tian was like this now. Profound spirit experts had a lifespan of 300 years. After losing it, Lin Tian had actually become an old man. At most, his physical strength would be slightly better, and he would be slightly stronger. Lin Fei landed on the ground and grabbed Lin Tian's sword with one hand. Good heavens, that was a high-grade spirit treasure. After nailing Lin Tian to the tree with one sword, Lin Tian's originally unclear thoughts were instantly cleared up. Are you very surprised? Very shocked? Lin Fei had indeed underestimated a profound spirit expert, especially that sword technique that contained the might of the Azure Dragon. If his sword technique had not improved, he might have really been in trouble. Of course, to Lin Fei, it would only be slightly troublesome. The rest was really nothing. Lin Tian suddenly said, "You are a descendant of the Lin family that was chased out." All this while, Lin Tian had never thought of this question. However, when he saw Xiao Chan use the Azure Dragon capturing technique, he suddenly recalled something. And this fellow seemed to have something to do with what happened back then. Lin Fei was not surprised. He smiled and said, "You guessed correctly. Unfortunately, there is no reward. You should be glad that you died at my hands. You will not be at a disadvantage in the future." Lin Tian smiled bitterly. To think that the branch that was chased out back then actually produced a genius like you. It seems like this is all fate. Lin Fei had a playful smile on his face. So you also know what happened back then. Then it seems that your Lin family believed that such a day would appear. The only thing you did not expect was that this day would appear in advance, right? Lin Tian indeed did not expect that such a day would come. The branch that was chased out of the Lin family would produce such a genius. Lin Wufa was the strongest among his generation, but in front of this Lin Fei, he was obviously not enough. At this time Lin Tian no longer thought about it. It was not a good thing that the Lin family would have such an opponent in the future. He regretted not discovering it earlier. Indeed, I did not expect it. Lin Tian suddenly grinned. However, I will bring you to hell with me. A huge amount of true yuan instantly exploded. At the moment of death, one could still see the evil smile in Lin Tian's eyes. With a loud boom, Lin Fei exploded. The scene was razed to the ground, and flames soared to the sky. Strong cultivators from the Lin family cannot be underestimated. So there is actually a move that can condense true yuan and self-destruct. In the forest, Lin Fei's figure walked out, a strange smile on his face. At the same time, he was even more cautious in his heart. Strengthening a doppelganger technique was indeed the wisest choice. Just now, it was not Lin Fei's real body that had been in front, but a doppelganger. It contained 1/3 of his strength. Even if it was blown to death, there was nothing to worry about. Lin Tian had gone to great lengths to self-destruct, and it was only to destroy Lin Fei. Unfortunately, he did not know that Lin Fei had a doppelganger beside him. If he knew that it was a doppelganger that had died, who knew what he would have done? Luckily, Lin Fei had destroyed his dantian in advance, and his true yuan was only 1/3 of his peak strength. The power of the self-destruct was not to be underestimated. Fortunately, Lin Fei had kept an eye on it. This old thing is really decisive. I almost failed miserably at such a simple task. Lin Fei started to search the surroundings. When he self-destructed, there were still some things left behind, such as superior-grade spirit treasures. From the looks of it, they were much weaker, which made Lin Fei feel a heartache. Damn it! Aside from superior-grade spirit treasures, everything else was probably blown to smithereens. You bastard, at least leave something for me. Lin Fei cursed and turned to leave. However, he had only taken a few steps when a shiny golden paper appeared on the grass. It can't be something good, right? His doppelganger was blown to death, and most of the other things were destroyed. In Lin Fei's words, this thing was like a miniature bomb. For something to remain in such a situation, it had to be something good. Azure Dragon True Body? Unexpectedly, the thing on the golden paper was not something ordinary. Instead, it was a cultivation method. Lin Fei immediately looked at it and could not help but frown. Why does this old thing have the Azure Dragon True Body? From the looks of it, the Azure Dragon True Body is very powerful. However, why did this fellow not succeed in practicing it? Little did he know that this Azure Dragon True Body was something that Lin Fei had obtained only recently. He did not have the time to practice it. If he succeeded in practicing it, it would be impossible for Lin Fei to kill him so easily. Unfortunately, this is only the first layer. On the golden paper, the Azure Dragon True Body was only the first layer. From the description, this was a body tempering cultivation technique. This Azure Dragon True Body had a total of 10 layers. Once it was practiced to great perfection, it would transform into an Azure Dragon. Lin Fei opened the system and started to investigate. Azure Dragon True Body incomplete. Cultivation star 4 stars. There is a chance to reach 5 stars. It was a simple evaluation, but Lin Fei could not help but be stunned. This works too. He immediately opened the shop and looked at the body tempering cultivation techniques. Soon Lin Fei revealed an excited expression. The Upper Lin family actually has such a body tempering cultivation technique. A 4-star body tempering cultivation technique would cost at least 10 million points in the shop. What exactly is the origin of this Upper Lin family? Lin Fei was shocked. A 4-star body could be promoted to 5-star body. It was impossible for Lin Fei not to be shocked. Furthermore, this Azure Dragon True Body was definitely not an ordinary martial technique. Since this old fogey brought the Azure Dragon True Body, It just so happens that I need a body tempering cultivation technique. Furthermore, it can be promoted to 5-star body tempering cultivation technique. It would be a pity if I don't cultivate it. This will save me a lot of time and I won't have to search everywhere. If a body tempering cultivation technique could be promoted to 5-star body, Lin Fei would not miss it. 5-star body tempering cultivation technique was the highest level. According to Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow, Lin Fei suspected that this 4-star Azure Dragon True Body Tempering Cultivation Technique was an Earth-ranked martial technique. Lin Fei still wanted to know the answer. If the Azure Dragon True Body was in the upper Lin family, how many layers were there? This was a crucial question. From the material of the golden paper, Lin Fei could guess that this Azure Dragon True Body was definitely not an ordinary item. Since this old fogey could cultivate it, his status in the upper Lin family should not be low. In reality, Lin Tian's status was not low. He was an elder in the Lin family, and one with a lot of authority. Otherwise, he would not have the qualifications to cultivate the Azure Dragon True Body. His luck was bad. It was not easy for him to exchange for it, but in the end it benefited Lin Fei. Roar! Just as Lin Fei was guessing, a loud roar came from afar. Rumble! The speed was astonishing. Before Lin Fei could react, a black shadow came crashing down. The ground trembled, and the surroundings were forcefully cleared. Golden fur appeared in Lin Fei's eyes. It was very eye-catching in the night. King Kong Divine Ape. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. How did he run into the King Kong Divine Ape? Thinking about it carefully, it must have been the old fogey who lured them away. Then there was a huge battle here and there was a burst of quintessence. Naturally, the King Kong Divine Ape was lured over. Chapter 259. Lin Fei could tell from the ape's furious eyes that it held a grudge. As for how this guy found him, Lin Fei thought it was because the ape recognized him. It should be easy for a peak cryptic beast to remember an aura, right? For the ape to appear here, it was easy to imagine how much of a grudge it held. This is going to be troublesome. Lin Fei's heart sank. The ape's killing intent was locked onto him. As long as he turned around, this guy would definitely send him flying. The ape held a thick black staff in its hand, shining brightly. There was no need to think too much to know what was going on. This Diamond Divine Ape had come to seek revenge. Total annihilation. 72 swords flew out from behind him and slammed into the ape. Facing a beast that even peak cryptic beast cultivators had to be careful with, Lin Fei naturally had to be vigilant. He had to strike first and gain the upper hand. Boom! Even though he had used it once before, it was still relatively easy for Lin Fei to use it a second time. Roar! The two weren't far apart, and Lin Fei could clearly sense the aura of a powerful beast. It was in a state of rage. What mystic spirit great circle? In front of the Vajra Divine Ape, it was simply too weak. It could kill human martial artists with ease. This total annihilation struck the Diamond Divine Ape's chest like a bolt of lightning. A powerful wave of air blasted out, and Lin Fei had already appeared more than 10 zhang away. A waterfire lotus appeared in front of him. Facing this ape, he didn't dare to underestimate it. Last time, he had almost been beaten to death by a staff. Lin Fei still had lingering fears, and he would never forget it for the rest of his life. It should be heavily injured now, right? Lin Fei guessed. 72 swords, a high-grade mortal weapon, should be able to injure the ape? Roar! All of a sudden, a black shadow came crashing over amidst the shockwaves. A strong wind whistled past. Damn, it's this move again. Lin Fei's hair stood on end. This was too fast. Waterfire Lotus. However, that black shadow was even faster. Accompanied by Kacha sounds, it directly shattered the Waterfire Lotus and smashed onto Lin Fei's body, sending him flying. Pooh! As it turned out, this black shadow was the Diamond Divine Ape's iron rod. Roar! The Adamantine Divine Ape emerged from the blast, its eyes bloodshot. Other than the bloody wound on its chest, it had no other injuries. After letting out a mighty roar, it leaped forward, grabbed the iron staff and leaped over Lin Fei, smashing the staff down again. Damn, isn't he too strong? Lin Fei couldn't help but curse out loud. A demonic beast at the great circle of the cryptic level was simply too powerful. His 72 swords had unleashed total annihilation, but it had only caused the Diamond Divine Ape a minor injury? Needless to say, this was a huge blow. Lin Fei had thought that since he could heavily injure the old thing with a single sword strike, the Great Circle Adamantine Divine Ape shouldn't be too far off. But after testing it out, he realized that a Great Circle Cryptic Demonic Beast was truly powerful. Boom! Lin Fei's Waterfire Lotus flew away at the same time, narrowly dodging this attack. The original position was smashed into a huge crater. Violent. Truly violent. With such a powerful attack, Lin Fei finally understood why those cryptic experts couldn't even withstand a single strike from the Diamond Divine Ape. They had no choice but to die from such an overbearing attack. Doppelganger art. Lin Fei's Wings of the Wind increased his speed by 50%, but he still wasn't confident that he could escape from the Adamantine Divine Ape. This Adamantine Divine Ape was just as fast, not inferior to him in the slightest. Tonight he had to go all out. He had no choice but to go all out. If he did, there was still a chance of survival. Damn it, I just killed a few of your clansmen. Why do you have to keep targeting me? Lin Fei was depressed, especially after being targeted by a powerful Adamantine Divine Ape. More importantly, its attacks were extremely violent. Even with the protection of the Waterfire Lotus, he didn't dare to take it head-on. He wouldn't forget the lesson from last time. Taking it head-on wouldn't work. Doppelganger art. Lin Fei didn't hold back. A black-robed doppelganger appeared beside him. The two quickly separated, one in front and one behind. Now there's two of us against one. Let's see how you deal with this. Lin Fei was also enraged. Tempest. Lin Fei's Windchaser moved, and he quickly used Tempest. The Sword Lotus condensed into one, rushing at the Adamantine Divine Ape in order to exhaust it. The other doppelganger appeared behind the Adamantine Divine Ape, also holding a long sword. It was Lin Tian's superior grade spirit treasure from before. The spirit treasure's power was reduced, and its power was similar to that of a middle grade spirit treasure. The doppelganger also used a sword lotus, but it was golden in color. A sword lotus condensed from the concept of metal. Pincer attack. Rumble rumble. The Adamantine Divine Ape was clearly caught off guard by Lin Fei's attacks. Both were intent attacks, and the explosive power caused the Adamantine Divine Ape to roar madly. Roar! The Adamantine Divine Ape's body was covered in blood and wounds. Suddenly, its furious eyes fell on the doppelganger, and it charged forward, smashing down with its staff. Damn it! Lin Fei hadn't expected the Adamantine Divine Ape to be so smart. It knew to attack the doppelganger first. If it lost two doppelgangers in one night, its strength would be greatly reduced. Bang bang bang. With a swing of his staff, the void seemed to be on the verge of shattering. The doppelganger dodged quickly. Although it wasn't as fast as Lin Fei's main body, it was still in a dangerous situation. If this continued, it would be easy to kill it. The doppelganger's strength was only at the peak Arcanist realm. It hadn't even reached the Mystic Adept realm yet, but it was still so terrifying because it had inherited the concept of metal. Waterflame Lotus. A giant lotus flower appeared beneath the Diamond Divine Ape. The lifelike lotus flower enveloped the Diamond Divine Ape, trapping it within. Total annihilation. Annihilation. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't give up on such a short opportunity. He directly used total annihilation. Lin Fei wouldn't even frown if he used his concept of wind and concept of metal against ordinary profound spirit experts. But against this terrifying Adamantine Divine Ape, it was a completely different story. An intense sword technique could only injure the Adamantine Divine Ape, but it couldn't kill it. Its defense was too strong. If Lin Fei wanted to truly break through its defense, he could only use total annihilation. Anything else would be useless. Whoosh! The 72 swords once more formed a sword formation, merging into a giant sword that smashed into the Adamantine Divine Ape's chest, causing blood to fly everywhere. Roar! The Adamantine Divine Ape swung its staff at the 72 swords. It knew how dangerous these swords were, so how could Lin Fei allow it to destroy them? The doppelganger unleashed one golden sun after another, bombarding the Adamantine Divine Ape's body in an attempt to draw its attention. How powerful! After two total annihilation attacks, the Adamantine Divine Ape still maintained its combat strength. Aside from the large wound on its chest, it was obvious that it had been inflicted by a sword. Clang clang clang. The enraged adamantine divine ape actually broke through the restrictions of space and appeared directly in front of Lin Fei, its black staff smashing down. Even though Lin Fei had 10,000 gene of divine strength, the adamantine divine ape's attack still caused him to feel pain in his palm. His sword felt like it was about to fly out of his hand. Just how strong is this adamantine divine ape? If this continues, things won't be good. One main body, one avatar. With the two of them attacking together, even a true peak profound spirit expert would have a headache. But facing a peak profound spirit demonic beast, he couldn't help but feel helpless. It looks like I can only use this move. After using total annihilation 3 times, his spiritual energy had been greatly depleted. He was almost at his limit. After all, with 72 swords, the pressure on Lin Fei wasn't small. I don't believe that I can't kill you this time. Dealing with the adamantine divine ape for so long was unprecedented. Of course, with the strength of a mystic adept, fighting against a mystic spirit great perfection diamond divine ape was also something that had never happened before. If this diamond divine ape knew a rank staff technique, the current Lin Fei might not be able to withstand it. Water flame lotus explode. Total annihilation wouldn't work, so the only thing Lin Fei had was the water flame lotus with the terrifying explosive power of true essence. 20% true essence. This time, the water flame lotus was suppressed by Lin Fei with all his might. It wasn't as big as before, but it continued to shrink. When it was almost the size of a basketball, Lin Fei's face paled. He had reached his limit. In its rage, the adamantine divine ape didn't know the power contained in this lotus. A huge wave of air rose, as if it wanted to overturn the sky. At close range, Lin Fei was also sent flying by the explosion of true essence. If not for his speed, he would have been severely injured even if he didn't die. Cough cough. Lin Fei crawled out of the bushes, looking battered and exhausted, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Damn, it hurts. I don't believe that I can't succeed this time, Lin Fei said to himself as he wiped away the blood. His clone also returned to his side. From the looks of it, the explosion just now had affected it quite a bit, and its aura was much weaker. If the water flame lotus explosion couldn't seriously injure the adamantine divine ape, then Lin Fei really would have turned around and left. He couldn't continue fighting, or else it would be a waste of time. The wave of air dissipated. The forest below him was almost razed to the ground. The 3-meter-tall adamantine divine ape fell into a huge pit, and it seemed to be heavily injured. Seeing that the adamantine divine ape didn't move, Lin Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. I finally succeeded. The adamantine divine ape was truly too difficult to deal with. All his true essence had been consumed, no less than 40%. What did 40% mean? Even heavily injuring that old bastard Lin Tian didn't require this much true essence. His only worry was that the adamantine divine ape's counterattack would be fierce, but now he could relax. Encountering such a troublesome demonic beast was truly a headache. As soon as Lin Fei relaxed, the adamantine divine ape that was originally in the pit suddenly leapt out. With lightning speed, it swiped its claws at Lin Fei's head. Danger! Absolute danger! Total annihilation! 72 swords once again flew out from behind him, all of them stabbing into the adamantine divine ape's body. The tremendous impact sent the adamantine divine ape flying, once again creating a giant pit. Lin Fei's body swayed. At the same time, he touched his face and blood flowed down. In this moment of danger, Lin Fei once again used total annihilation, heavily injuring the adamantine divine ape. The only thing he didn't expect was that this adamantine divine ape was so intelligent that it knew how to deal a fatal blow when he was relaxed. Just a little bit more. Even so, Lin Fei's face was still covered in several wounds. Blood flowed down from the wounds, making him look particularly hideous. That was really dangerous. I almost died. Thinking back to the previous scene, Lin Fei's forehead was covered in cold sweat. After using total annihilation 4 times, he finally sat down and panted heavily. As for the area in front of them, it had long since been leveled, forcefully destroyed. After a while, Lin Fei recovered quite a bit of strength. He sent his clone over to check and confirmed that the adamantine divine ape was indeed injured to the point where it couldn't move. We're finally safe. Against a physical adamantine divine ape, it had taken so much effort. It was no wonder that a Mystic King expert would die in the demonic beast mountain range. Demonic beasts were too strong. In terms of defense, it was already quite frightening. Whether it was the concept of metal or the concept of wind, they were both sword arts with a concept. They didn't have much effect on the adamantine divine ape. Many cultivators would be dumbfounded by its powerful defense. How could they continue fighting? In terms of power, it was even more terrifying. Just his divine power alone was truly frightening. If one's physical body was weak, just like a mystic spirit realm cultivator, even if their physical body was not weak, they would still not be able to withstand such a powerful attack and would be blasted into pieces. Walking to the side of the pit, the adamantine divine ape's eyes were bloodshot. It struggled to get up, treating Lin Fei as its mortal enemy. "Why do you have to do this?" Lin Fei said softly. If the adamantine divine ape hadn't come for him, he wouldn't have provoked it even if he was beaten to death. Such a powerful demonic beast was not to be trifled with. Just a little bit more. Lin Fei didn't have much interest in a mystic spirit perfect stage demonic beast. With such a mature demonic beast, it was impossible to bring it back. Just as Lin Fei killed the adamantine divine ape, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding! A weak demonic beast has been discovered. Player Lin Fei wishes to capture it as a pet demonic beast? If so, 5,000 points will be deducted. Pet system? Seeing the system's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but look at the adamantine divine ape on the ground. Exchanging 5,000 points for a Mystic King demonic beast seems like a good deal. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to capture it. Instead, he opened the system to investigate. 5,000 points wasn't a small amount. Spending it would be painful. Adamantine divine ape, mutated demonic beast, mystic spirit perfect stage strength, extraordinary strength shocking defense, growth attribute, 90%. Note: there is a chance to awaken its bloodline. Chapter 260. A pet demonic beast. How tempting. Back when he was playing games, Lin Fei loved to capture all kinds of pets from the game. He never got tired of it. There were many times when he didn't sleep for a day and night just to capture a talented pet. A King Kong divine ape with a growth type of 90%. This is a good thing. If I train it well, it will become a helper in the future. 5,000 points. Lin Fei's heart ached. A King Kong divine ape with battle strength at the Mystic Monarch realm. No one could resist such a temptation. Even Lin Fei himself was tempted. More importantly, this King Kong divine ape was not an ordinary demonic beast. It was a mutated demonic beast with a chance to unlock its bloodline. As for what bloodline it was, Lin Fei didn't know. The King Kong divine ape was so powerful. If its bloodline was unlocked, it would be even more terrifying. After thinking for a moment, Lin Fei decided to accept this demonic beast as a helper. The next time he encountered a mutated demonic beast, it might not be so easy. Doppelganger was useful, but it was not enough in terms of attack power. Unless the main body's strength increased, the doppelganger would have true battle strength. A demonic beast like the King Kong divine ape, especially a mutated demonic beast, would definitely be a terrifying existence. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining your first pet. Successfully spent 5,000 points. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for unlocking the pet system and opening the pet shop. Please purchase pet equipment for your pet. Spending 5,000 points, Lin Fei's heart ached. The King Kong divine ape that was originally in the pit disappeared. After opening the pet system, he found that the King Kong divine ape was in a space that came with the pet system. So this is the pet space. Lin Fei could clearly feel that the King Kong divine ape's injuries were recovering. It seemed that it would recover 70 to 80% in a day. Even if it couldn't recover to its full strength, it would at least recover 70 to 80%. That shouldn't be a problem. He opened the pet shop. Seeing the items in the pet shop, Lin Fei couldn't help but be surprised. The items were just as he had imagined. They were all tools that pets needed. Looks like I've encountered something good this time. Power type armor 10,000 points. Defensive armor 20,000 points. The shop was full of things that Lin Fei was familiar with but not familiar with, such as pet battle props. Fortunately, the price was not very high, not as high as the previous shop. The items inside were extremely expensive, and far less expensive than the items in the pet shop. If the adamantine divine ape were to wear defensive armor, coupled with strength-type items, just how powerful would it be? Lin Fei couldn't help but daydream. He had gained a lot from this trip. After subduing the Diamond Divine Ape, Lin Fei didn't stop. Because the Diamond Divine Ape's aura had disappeared, the Diamond Divine Ape seemed to have lost control and was rushing towards him. A variant Diamond Divine Ape at Mystic Spirit Great Circle already possessed such terrifying strength. Lin Fei did not dare to stay any longer. After leaving this area, Lin Fei found a safe place and prepared to recover from his injuries. As for finding the Mystic Spirit Realm Master's body, that would be postponed for the time being. Meanwhile, Unfalling Empire, Imperial Capital. In the Upper Lin family, a middle-aged man rushed into a room. Clan leader, something happened. Elder Lin Tian and Deacon Lin Yuantian's soul orbs were shattered not long ago. The middle-aged man was in charge of soul orbs, and soul orbs were formed using a special method by the Upper Lin family. When someone died, they would be notified immediately. Those who were qualified to leave their soul orbs in the soul orb room were all core members of the Upper Lin family. The death of an elder and a deacon was not a small matter. The disciple in charge of the Lin family did not dare to stay any longer and immediately ran to report the situation. Lin Tian is dead? Are you sure? In the room, two people were sitting face to face. The middle-aged man's forehead was covered in sweat. Clan leader. These are Elder Lin Tian and Deacon Lin Yuantian's soul orbs. The two fist-sized soul orbs were like glass crystals, crystal clear. It was a pity that they had been split into two, and a trace of their souls had dissipated into the air. Elder Lin Tian is actually dead. Lin Fan was a middle-aged man with a gloomy appearance. At this moment, his brows were furrowed, and it was clear that he was also shocked. You go out first. The middle-aged man left the soul orbs and immediately left. Elder Fan, what did you see? Sitting opposite him was the current clan leader of the Lin family, Lin Zhongwu. He had been in this position for a full 100 years. Even after hearing the news of an elder's death, he did not change much. In terms of calmness, Elder Lin Fan could not compare. Lin Fan said, I know Lin Tian's strength. Although he has not reached mystic full cultivation, he has already formed a mystic armor. Unless a mystic full cultivation expert makes a move, no one would be able to kill him. And Lin Tian is not the kind of person who would go looking for trouble. There must be something strange about this. Lin Zhongwu said. Continue. Lin Fan said. I heard that they went to the demonic beast mountain range to obtain the Sword Emperor's legacy, but it was snatched away by an outsider. That kid, Lin Wufa, seems to have suffered a huge blow when he returned, and is now in seclusion. If I'm not wrong, something must have happened to Lin Tian in the demonic beast mountain range. Lin Zhongwu stood up and said calmly, Lin Tian is dead. Go and comfort Lin Tian's family. As for who did it, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip and find out what happened. It seems like the Lin family has been quiet for a long time, and everyone has forgotten about the existence of the Lin family. Lin Fan knew that the clan leader was angry. They had been living in peace for too long. Now that someone dared to challenge the authority of the Lin family, the wisest choice was to drag the culprit out and deal a heavy blow. Pass down the order that no one is allowed to disturb Wu Wu for a period of time. Lin Zhongwu said. Wu Wu, everything has been smooth sailing. I heard that a genius has appeared in the demonic beast mountain range this time. Wu Wu should feel pressured. If he can break through to the mystic level within half a year, our Lin family will welcome a new peak in this dynasty war. Outside the demonic beast mountain range on this day, a young man dressed in black walked out from the mountain range. The strangest thing was that on this young man's shoulder was a giant lizard, and on the other shoulder was a golden monkey. The person who came out was Lin Fei, who had been in the demonic beast mountain range for almost 2 months. The azure dragon true body is really not easy to cultivate. Fortunately, this body has a bloodline. Otherwise, I can only give up. After all, this is a 4-star body tempering cultivation technique. Lin Fei could not help but sigh. Originally, he had come out of the demonic beast mountain range a long time ago. In the end, he spent a lot of time cultivating the azure dragon true body. He only chose to leave the demonic beast mountain range after he successfully cultivated the first layer. This azure dragon true body is indeed monstrous. I have only cultivated it to the first layer. Although I can only condense Azure Dragon scales in a few places when it comes to defense, it seems to be even stronger than the Waterfire Lotus. If I can cultivate the Azure Dragon True Body to the third layer, I should be able to condense a true set of scales. Lin Fei could not help but look forward to the next few layers. This was the benefit on the surface. After cultivating the Azure Dragon True Body, the greatest benefit was that the drawbacks of the physical body had almost all disappeared. At the very least, at the Mystic Master level, Lin Fei could absorb pure essence pills to his heart's content. He did not have to worry about reaching his limit. After leaving the Demonic Beast mountain range, Lin Fei controlled his speed. This direction should lead me to the Tianhai dynasty. After entering the official road, Lin Fei slowed down his pace. After leaving the Demonic Beast mountain range, Lin Fei decided to go to the Tianhai dynasty to take a look. It was a good opportunity to settle the matter that Marshal Uncle Zhang had instructed him to do. Lin Fei thanked him for his kindness. Aside from this reason, Lin Fei had another thing to do. He had to find the Li clan to vent his anger. Among the profound spirit experts that chased after him, Lin Fei clearly remembered that there was a profound spirit expert from the Li clan. That aura was very similar, so there could not be any accidents. Lin Fei was not the kind of person who liked to take revenge 10 years later. Revenge was only a matter of time. Especially now that he had the help of guardian deity, Lin Fei was very confident. He wanted to vent his anger. Hence, these two matters were logical, and he made a trip to the Tianhai dynasty. Guardian deity was the guardian deity ape. After being taken in as a pet by the system, it had actually unlocked intelligence and gained a certain level of intelligence. As for why it was named, Lin Fei was a bit of a prank. He recalled a movie he had seen in the past. For the woman you like, you can hit an airplane. F***ck, what should I do next? I can't just pick one randomly, can I? When he came to a fork in the road, Lin Fei could not help but be dumbfounded. What should he do next? He regretted not bringing a map of the Tianhai dynasty with him. With Lin Fei's current strength, he did not have to worry about taking the wrong path. Lin Fei was a lazy person and did not like to run back and forth. Moreover, the Tianhai dynasty was not small. If he took the wrong path, he did not know when he would reach the Tianhai dynasty's capital. Clang clang clang. At the end of the official road, a large convoy suddenly appeared. It seemed to be carrying a lot of goods, especially the demonic beasts at the front. They were all ranked 9 demonic beasts. Even though they had not entered the profound realm, using rank 9 demonic beasts to transport goods was not a simple matter. I wonder where this convoy is going. If it's going to the Tianhai dynasty's capital, it'll be along the way. It'll save me the trouble of searching everywhere. An idea suddenly came to Lin Fei and he said to Guardian Deity, "Release some of your aura." In view of Lin Fei's tyranny, Guardian Deity did not dare to disobey. A trace of Guardian Deity's aura was extremely terrifying, especially when it was directed at the demonic beasts. Unless it was a profound king expert, most people would not be able to sense it. As expected, the rank 9 demonic beasts in the convoy were all lying on the ground, trembling in fear. What's going on? Why aren't they moving? Come down and see what's going on. Someone immediately came down from the convoy and saw the condition of the rank 9 demonic beasts. No matter what method was used, they could not make the demonic beasts stand up. This gave them a headache. If the demonic beasts did not leave, the entire convoy would be crippled. They could not possibly purchase a new batch of demonic beasts to pull the carriages. Chapter 261. P.S. Thank you to Zero Wind Friend Zero for your tip, and to Ruffled Ambiguous Little You for her monthly vote. As night fell, the bonfire was burning brightly, illuminating the night. The entire convoy stopped to rest in a forest near the official road. Some were busy setting up tents, some were busy gathering firewood to cook. Everyone was busy in an orderly manner, looking very comfortable. That beast tamer actually went out tonight. That person is quite strange. He rarely gets off the carriage. In the past few days, he hasn't gotten off the carriage at all. I really don't know what he is doing. Of course, strange people have strange ways of doing things. If it wasn't for that beast tamer's help, who knows where we would be now? I like to hear that. Our young miss is kind enough to let that brat get on the carriage. The surrounding servants gathered in twos and threes, discussing in low voices. Especially when the young miss was mentioned, all of them had a look of admiration. Beside the forest, the convoy was in a circle, carrying large and small goods. It was the most common convoy in the Sky Sea dynasty. "Little Min, is that Master Shuangmu still in the carriage?" A soft voice came from a unique carriage. Outside the carriage, a girl in red opened the curtain and climbed up nimbly. "I think I saw him get off the carriage just now. I don't know where he went." Little Min in red chattered. "I think that brat is not that powerful. No matter how I look at it, it feels like he is lying." "Little Min, you are talking nonsense again." In the carriage, a girl in white sat. Her eyes were like autumn water and her brows were like willow leaves. She gave off a peaceful feeling. "Master Shuangmu has helped us a lot. If you dare to talk nonsense in the future, I will marry you off." Little Min realized that she had said something wrong. She pouted and said pitifully, "Young miss, I said something wrong. This servant will go and see if Master Shuangmu is back." When Rushua shook her head, "This little girl." Who was Master Shuangmu? He was Lin Fei, the one who had played a trick. He wanted to try his luck. That day, his luck was good and he met a convoy heading to the Sky Sea dynasty's imperial capital. After curing the demon beast, he made up an excuse to join the convoy and go to the Sky Sea dynasty's imperial capital for free. "I've rested for a few days. Let's have a good meal tonight." Lin Fei returned from the outside with a low-level rabbit demon in his hand. It was similar to the wild rabbits on Earth, but it was much larger in size. When he held it in his hand, it weighed no less than 50 kilograms. Returning to the forest, Lin Fei quickly cleaned up the rabbit demons. At the same time, he found a large pile of dry firewood and roasted it on the fire. Lin Fei was very good at barbecuing. As the rabbit demon was constantly being rotated, its color gradually changed. Soon, its color turned from tender yellow to golden yellow. Lin Fei took out a knife and cut a hole in the rabbit demon's body. At the same time, he took out the seasonings he found in the Demon Beast mountain range and sprinkled them on. Sizzle, sizzle. As the golden yellow meat oil dripped down, the firewood below shot up. "I can eat to my heart's content this time." The little thing at the side was also drooling. It looked like it couldn't wait to take a bite. As for the other King Kong, it was also very excited at this time. It was no different from dancing. "It smells so good." Soon, the people in the camp smelled the fragrance. The people who were making dinner subconsciously sniffed because the smell was too fragrant. They couldn't help but want to take a bite. When they saw that it was Master Shuangmu who was barbecuing, they helplessly suppressed the desire in their hearts. When they looked at the things they were burning, they immediately lost their appetite. They hated that they didn't have the skills of the other party. "Master Shuangmu, I didn't expect that you not only know how to deal with monsters, but also know how to barbecue. Your skills are really good." While Lin Fei was focused on barbecuing, a person walked over from the side. Hearing this voice, he didn't raise his head and focused on staring, because from the beginning he didn't like this person called Lei Wei. As for not liking him, there was no reason at all. Lin Fei was such a person. If he didn't like him, he didn't like him. His impression of him was very bad. Lei Wei had a gloomy aura on him. Since he continuously comprehended the wind and metal concepts, Lin Fei liked freedom more and more. It seemed that that was his true self. On Earth he had to be busy every day. There was a mountain pressing down on his head all the time. It was suffocating. Life was very tiring and depressing. After being reborn in the mysterious heavenly continent, Lin Fei gradually let go of himself. He had a hot-blooded impulse to walk the martial world with his sword. Perhaps this was a man's dream. Lin Fei was very satisfied with his life now. He didn't need to flatter others. He didn't need to act according to others' wishes. He didn't need to worry about his life. He didn't need to worry about time. He was carefree. Mystic cultivators had a lifespan of 200 years. Mystic cultivators had a lifespan of 300 years. Every martial artist didn't need to worry about time. Lin Fei was still barbecuing the meat, ignoring Lei Wei. Lei Wei, who was beside him, had already shown his displeasure. If it wasn't for others being here, he would definitely teach this kid a lesson. A mere monster beastmaster was really not worthy of Lei Wei's attention. Kid, I'm giving you face by calling you Master Shuang Mu. Don't think that being a monster beastmaster is a great job. Lei Wei's face darkened. I'm giving you face by barbecuing the meat. As long as I'm happy, I'll arrange a good position for you in the capital. It's just a matter of a word. Lei Wei had indeed taken a fancy to the fragrant barbecued meat. He thought that once he asked, the kid would definitely send the meat over and curry favor with him. Fortunately, he could find a good job in the capital. When the time came, he could make Miss One happy. That would be just a matter of a word. Unexpectedly, this kid didn't know what was good for him. Lin Fei didn't even look at him. If you want to eat it, just find someone to cook it for you. I don't even have enough barbecued meat for myself. Lei Wei almost spat out a mouthful of blood. If I could cook it, why would I come to you? How much is the barbecued meat? I'll buy it. That should be enough, right? Lei Wei said. 10 low-grade mystic spirit stones should be enough, right? 10 low-grade mystic spirit stones for barbecued meat. Anyone who heard that would immediately sell the meat. It wasn't easy to find such a rich man. Lin Fei shook his head. Not selling. 50 low-grade mystic spirit stones. Lei Wei said again. Not selling. Lei Wei said fiercely. 100 low-grade mystic spirit stones. Lin Fei turned around. I said I'm not selling. If you really want to buy it, bring me 100,000 low-grade mystic spirit stones. Otherwise, scram as far as you can. Don't hinder me from barbecuing. Lei Wang was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. A normal beast tamer dared to talk back to him. He wanted to slap this guy to death. He kept telling himself, don't be angry, don't be angry. A bastard isn't worth getting angry over. You've got guts. Let's wait and see. Lei Wei left in a huff. Lin Fei continued to focus on barbecuing. So pretentious. The two guys on the ground nodded. Their gazes quickly landed on the barbecued meat. Humph humph. You want to use my barbecued meat to please that young lady. Do you really think I don't know? Lin Fei sneered in his heart. These are all tricks I played a long time ago. I didn't expect to embarrass myself in front of him. But then again, that chick is really pretty. Quiet and gentle, especially those long legs. Miss One, I asked someone to make this. Do you want to try it? Outside the carriage, Lei Wei held a plate in his hand and tried to curry favor with Wen Rushue. Wen Rushue walked down in a white dress with a faint smile on her face. Like the warm winter sun, she warmed people's hearts. Thank you. Wen Rushue said politely. Then she couldn't help but sniff. She made a very cute gesture and walked over. Despicable brat. Lei Wei held the plate and the situation became awkward. He hated that brat to death. You're a beast tamer. Why did you have to learn to barbecue? Is this bullying? Lei Wei hated himself. Why didn't he learn this skill back then? Miss, that's Master Shuang Mu barbecuing. Little Min giggled. It smells so good. When Rushue smiled. Little girl, you're hungry again. Little Min curled her lips. No way. When Rushue smiled but didn't say anything. Master Shuang Mu. Am I disturbing your barbecue? After smelling the fragrance that appeared next to him, Lin Fei regretted choosing this place. Wasn't this clearly looking for trouble? I don't mind. Lin Fei smiled. How could Lin Fei refuse a pretty girl? Besides, when Miss Wen walked over, he knew that young Master Lei Wei probably hated him to death. He had to admit that when Rushue was very pretty. Her name was also very good. Any man wouldn't mind having a pretty girl sitting next to them. It was pleasing to the eyes when they were bored. After when Rushue sat down, she found that Master Shuang Mu was immersed in the barbecue business again. She couldn't help but feel a little dissatisfied. Although she wasn't a peerless beauty and would attract attention everywhere she went, she seemed to lose her beauty in front of Master Shuang Mu. Am I really that ugly? Am I not as good as the barbecue? The ancients said that women were a very special kind of animal. When people paid attention to them, they would think that they were there for their looks. When people didn't pay attention, they would worry about their gains and losses. Am I not pretty? Don't they have the urge to take a look? That was when Rushue's mentality. Lin Fei focused on the barbecue. When Rushue watched quietly in front of the fire. It's time to eat. When Lin Fei saw when Rushue's expression, His heart skipped a beat. When did he offend Miss One? Before his rebirth, Lin Fei spent a lot of effort on women. Therefore, when he saw Wen Rushua's expression, he vaguely felt a murderous aura. This murderous aura was not the aura of a killer, but a woman's unique aura. Miss One, look at you. You must be hungry. Try my barbecue. You probably haven't tried it before. This kind of barbecue requires concentration, otherwise it will lose its flavor. Chapter 262. Ever since that night's barbecue, Lin Fei and Wen Ruxu had become much closer. Of course, this was a very bad thing in someone's eyes, and he hated Lin Fei to death. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed in the Tianhai dynasty. They were not far from the imperial capital of the Tianhai dynasty, 3 days at most. If Lin Fei used his movement skills, he would not need so much time. After spending so much time in the Monster Mountain range, he naturally wanted to enjoy himself. There was no need to rush to the market. At noon on this day, the convoy was traveling on the official road. Lin Fei sat in the carriage. It was very spacious, but it was enough for him alone. For him, a place to sleep was enough. The carriage did not need too much space. These days, Lin Fei was in a very good mood. In the past, Lin Fei had not had a good night's sleep. Ever since he was in the Tianhai dynasty, he could at least sleep until he woke up naturally every day. However, these happy days only lasted for a few days. When he reached the Tianhai dynasty, he would not have such free time anymore. It was not a good thing to have a good night's sleep. Hey, why is there a murderous aura ahead? Lin Fei, who had been condensing his spiritual power, suddenly opened his eyes. Ever since he could control 72 long swords, Lin Fei's spiritual power had increased a lot, and his perception had also expanded. Originally, a mystic adept's perception was only about 1 or 2 li. Lin Fei's perception was especially strong, and could extend to about 15 li. This number surprised even Lin Fei himself. Later, he asked about it and found that everyone's range was 1 or 2 li. 3 or 4 li was considered strong and 15 li was very strong. Within a range of 15 li, Lin Fei could immediately see everything clearly with a single thought. Looking at the number of people, they seemed to be waiting for something. Could it be Miss Wen's convoy? Lin Fei frowned. From the looks of it, it doesn't seem like it. I'd better stay inside. If it's really for Miss Wen, I'll help her if I can. Consider it my thanks for the journey. Then Lin Fei closed his eyes again. There weren't many people on the official road at noon. Wen Rushua's convoy was particularly eye-catching on the official road. When the caravan entered the range, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard, heading straight for Wen Rushua's group. Swish, swish, swish. Dense black spots fell like rain. Not good. Someone is ambushing us. Surround them, surround them. After a brief moment of panic, the people in the convoy immediately made arrangements. They seemed to be familiar with this scene and were professionals. Although they were all very calm, this time they had encountered people who were well prepared. Many of the martial artists in the caravan were shot dead in the first wave, and there were more than 10 corpses on the official road. After the first wave of sneak attacks, the thieves gained the upper hand. The One family's carriages had already surrounded the city like an iron bucket. The guards and servants were all armed and on guard. As soon as the One family's troops charged forward, they would immediately counterattack. Haha, as expected of the One family's convoy. You can remain so calm even after being ambushed by us. On the official road, the convoy of the One family was surrounded. A middle-aged man who looked like a scholar appeared in front of the One clan's convoy on a profounder realm demon beast. Boss, we're rich this time. Look at how beautiful that girl is. Let's take her back and make her our wife. Look at those 2 long legs. She'll definitely be very happy in bed. Hee. The subordinates behind the middle-aged man chimed in. Wen Rushua stood on the carriage. Beside her was an old man who stood quietly beside her. Who are you people? The one who spoke was not Wen Rushua, but the arrogant Lei Wei. Lin Fei, who had been in the carriage all along, could not help but want to laugh. How could they be good people if they were ambushed halfway? Why would a good person ambush them? Lin Fei was indeed surprised. Those people were ambushing Wen Rushua's convoy. Looks like I don't have to do anything this time. With that old man here, that guy is really something. Lin Fei closed his eyes again. Lei Wei glanced at the carriage behind him complacently. When he saw that the guy did not get off, he could not help but sneer. What a coward. This time it's my turn to stand out. Let's see how you're going to steal my limelight. Haha, we thought you were the bad guys. The middle-aged man laughed. Your Wen clan's convoy is so rich that it's leaking oil. I, Fei Tianying, will definitely rip you off. Lei Wei also laughed. Fei Tianying, who do you think you are? Do you know who I am? I am the Lei clan's young master. If you know what's good for you, get lost and I will let you off. If you insist on going the wrong way, I will send out all the experts of the Lei clan to destroy your village. Unbeknownst to the Wen clan, when they heard this name, their expressions changed. Even when Rushua frowned, Fei Tianying laughed wildly and stared at Lei Wei. You can wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, but what you've found without even looking for it. Your Lei clan has always been at odds with the 18 clans. Today I will kill you and send your head back. I wonder what your Lei clan head will look like. Hiss. Lei Wei's expression changed and his legs began to tremble. You are from the 18 clans. Fei Tianying said. Are you afraid now? You're just a young master of the Lei clan. Even if I kill you, your Lei clan won't dare to do anything. Do it. Kill. Kill them and go back to play with women. Kill them all. The more you kill, the more you get. The bandits outside all moved and charged towards the Wen clan's convoy. Defend. Don't let them get in. Young master of the Lei clan, I will kill you first, then I will deal with them. Fei Tianying flew out from his mount and grabbed towards Lei Wei with his black hands. Space-tearing claw. Sila, Sila. Lei Wei's face was full of shock and his body was covered in blood. At the crucial moment, his underling went up to block the attack and was instantly killed. Uncle Guan, please take action. When Rushua's face turned solemn. Don't worry, Mississippi, the old man beside her nodded lightly. The 18 clans are just a group of bandits. This old servant will go and kill Fei Tianying now. Then they will be a group of dragons without a leader. Sky-piercing spear art. The old man flew out and his mystic adept great perfection aura pressed over like a pressure. At the same time, the long spear in his hand stabbed towards Fei Tianying. Come on. Fei Tianying gave up on dealing with Lei Wei and turned towards the old man. Space-tearing claw. A black light shot out. Dang dang dang. The two of them instantly clashed and the sound of metal clashing could be heard continuously. Lin Fei opened his eyes again. Through his perception he could see clearly. The Wen clan's strength is not bad. As long as this Fei Tianying is killed, the group of dragons will be without a leader, and will naturally disperse. I wonder where these 18 clans came from, but they seem to be very powerful. Lei Wei's legs trembled in fear when he heard about the 18 clans. In the past, when he was in Guiyuan City, he thought that his clan was very powerful. Only when he was outside did he realize what it meant to be a frog in a well. A mystic adept great perfection expert was enough to wipe out their entire clan. If I'm free, I can go and understand these 18 clans. They seem to be of a large scale and I can earn some experience. Unknowingly, an idea popped up in Lin Fei's mind. No, there's still an ambush. Lin Fei was in a daze for a moment. When he looked outside, the situation had changed drastically. The two people who were initially in a stalemate had now won. Old Guan's chest was pierced by 2 sharp arrows and the tail of the arrows was still swaying. At the same time, a sharp claw came down and sent him flying. He was at a complete disadvantage. Guan Mingchong, we've known about your Wen clan expert for a long time. In order to deal with you, I invited you Guang, who is known as the Heavenly Arrow. Sure enough, you fell for it. Fei Tianying laughed as if his scheme had succeeded. You Guang, you're not dead. Guan Mingchong's breathing was weak as he spat out these 2 words with difficulty. Guan Mingchong, you old thing. How was the taste of those 2 arrows? It's a pity that I didn't kill you on the spot. A figure flew out from the forest with a longbow in his hand. It was obviously a lower-grade spiritual treasure. However, on Yu Guang's face, there was a scar that looked like a centipede, which made him look very ferocious. Yu Guang raised his hand and the arrows fell. A few more people were sent flying and killed on the spot. How can I die if you're not dead? Yu Guang stood on the roof of the carriage and said coldly, however, I know that you'll die before me this time. Uncle Guan, eat it quickly. when Rushua quickly took out a pill and wanted to feed it to Uncle Guan. Miss, leave quickly. No one here can stop the two of them if they join hands. This old servant has disappointed you. Guan Mingchang struggled to stand up. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood again and his face turned pale. Fei Tianying laughed. You Guang, let's attack together and kill them first. There's no need to kill Miss One. Such a good thing, if we send it to the higher-ups they will definitely be happy. Yu Guang nodded. Split up and kill without mercy. Guan Mingchang, you old thing. I'll send you to hell now and let you see my brothers who were killed by you. Yu Guang raised his hand and shot out a cold arrow. It was shot out from the hands of a mystic adept late-stage martial artist. This arrow was fast and urgent. It seemed like it was going to shoot a big hole in the void. Leave quickly. Guan Mingchang pushed with one hand and when Rushua was sent flying. I hate killing people halfway. Clank. With a xiao sound, the arrow that was speeding forward broke into two. It lost its power and fell to the ground at the side. Soon after, a lazy voice rang out. Not far away, Lin Fei was holding Wen Rushua. Miss One, are you alright? When Rushua was sent flying, she did not expect to fall into someone's embrace. Her face turned red, almost to the back of her ears. I'm fine. Then can you come down? When Rushua realized that she had accidentally hugged Master Shuangmu like an octopus, she quickly let go and her face was so red that water could be squeezed out. Stand at the back. Fighting and killing isn't something you women can play with. When Rushua was stunned and did not understand, Guan Mingchang, who was about to self-destruct, could not help but show a surprised look when he saw the young man who stood out. Mrs. Save this time. Brat, was it you who spoiled my plan just now? Yu Guang said angrily. His killing move was broken. Of course he was very unhappy. If you can't find a second one, then it should be me. Lin Fei said with a smile. Leave by yourself before I get angry. Then die. 6-star sky arrow. Yu Guang pulled the bow. He did not use an arrow, but directly turned it into an arrow with his true essence. Swoosh, 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 6 streams of light flew up, down, left and right towards Lin Fei's vital parts. Your archery is not bad. Previously there was an expert who forced me to use my full strength. Unfortunately, you are not qualified now. A disdainful voice suddenly appeared behind Yu Guang. Out of the corner of his eye he felt a cool breeze. Then his vision turned black and he fell from the sky. He died in a daze, not knowing what happened. Lin Fei turned his eyes and fell on Fei Tianying. Fei Tianying's heart jumped, and he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. How could Yu Guang die like this? Yu Guang, a mystic master in the late stage, had endless power in his archery. He had killed countless mystic masters in the late stage and peak stage. The scene in front of him kept shaking in his mind. Space-tearing claw. Yellow upper-grade martial art. In front of so many subordinates, how could Fei Tianying be willing to leave? He thought that Yu Guang was killed by a sneak attack. Fighting head-on might not be that powerful, but it could kill a brat. When Rushua, Guan Mingchang and even Lei Wei, who was hiding behind the carriage, were all dumbfounded. How could that demonic beast tamer be an expert? The most shocked one was Guan Mingchang. Yu Guang's archery was superior in terms of speed. He was injured because he could not dodge in time. That Master Shuangmu seemed to have taken less than a breath's time. Shatter. Lin Fei pointed out with both of his hands, and the metal intent was shattered. The true essence claw smashed into pieces, but the momentum did not stop. It landed on Yu Guang's body, and the huge metal intent shattered Fei Tianying's body. The defense of the Vajra God Ape was strong, but the Fei Tianying was similar. How could his body resist the endless metal intent? Not good, the boss is dead. Everyone run. The boss was dead, and so was the helper. The people below were scared out of their wits, and they lost the will to fight. They turned around and ran. Like the wind. A wind-like aura swept towards them. These subordinates were only at the mystic realm. Facing the sword art that contained the intent, they could not resist at all and fell to the ground. Lin Fei did not want to offend the 18 clans at the moment. Dead. They are all dead. Didn't they die a little too fast? The guards and servants of the one clan were all dumbfounded. They did not even know how they were killed. This speed. Those who looked down on Lin Fei before were all glad that they did not find trouble with him. Otherwise, if he wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as killing a chicken. Lin Fei took the inferior grade spirit treasure bow and arrow, and obtained a pair of gloves from the other Fei Tianying. Inferior grade spirit treasure, it could increase one's attack power, which was why the heaven-splitting claw was so powerful. After obtaining 2 inferior grade spirit treasures, Lin Fei was in a good mood. The leaders of the 18 clans all had inferior grade spirit treasures. If he could sweep them all, there should be a lot of spirit treasures, right? Chapter 263. Silence reigned. Absolute silence. A silence that had never been seen before. The Eagle King and Yu Guang, in the eyes of Master Shuangmu, were killed in mere moments. They couldn't even hold on for long. More importantly, this Master Shuangmu didn't look very old. No one expected him to be so powerful that he could kill without leaving a trace. Lin Fei knew what was going on when he saw the expressions on everyone's faces. He saw fear and admiration in their eyes. It should be said that fear was the majority. This was definitely the state of mind when facing a strong opponent. In the Xintian continent, strength was the most important thing regardless of age. Of course, if there was a difference in strength, it would be the younger ones. Master Shuangmu was young. If he hadn't acted today, they would have taken him as an ordinary monster beast master, not a master. It seems I should go. Seeing their expressions, Lin Fei knew he couldn't stay. It was only a day or two away from the imperial capital of the Tianhai dynasty. At his speed, it would take him about a day to get there. He had memorized the general location when he came, so he could find the imperial capital without any guidance. I didn't expect you to be so secretive, Master Shuangmu. When Rushua came up and looked at Lin Fei with a complicated expression, Lin Fei looked at Wen Rushua's resentful eyes, and his heart softened. Whether it was on Earth or in the Xintian continent, when facing girls his attitude was always like this. He subconsciously rubbed his chin. Actually, I didn't do it on purpose. When Rushua didn't believe him, of course. I still have to thank you. Without your help, our caravan might have been wiped out. Lin Fei said. If you think of me as a friend, then you don't have to thank me. Friends shouldn't treat each other like strangers, don't you think? When Rushua chuckled and blinked. Of course you are my friend. I'm very happy to have a friend like you. I was wondering if you deliberately took our caravan? Lin Fei noticed that when Rushua's face blushed after saying this, his heart skipped a beat. This girl, is she imagining things? You think too much. I really have something to do. Lin Fei didn't expect this girl to be so smart. She could even guess it. He wouldn't admit it even if he was beaten to death. Thank you for saving us, young hero. The entire Wen clan is eternally grateful. Guan Mingchang was supported by someone. His face was still pale, but he looked much better than before. It seemed like he had taken some healing pills. Lin Fei was really afraid that when Rushua would guess something. Back then, in order to find a guide, he had deliberately done this. It was definitely not an honorable thing to do, so when Guan Mingchang interjected, Lin Fei was naturally happy. Women are shrewd creatures. Lin Fei smiled and said, this is what I should do. Guan Mingchang did not dare to be arrogant, especially when facing an expert who had killed the soaring Eagle King, and Yu Guang in the blink of an eye. Young hero, if there's nothing else, why don't we go together? I believe that Grandmaster Shuangmu will know many things about the imperial capital. I'm not good at other places, but I'm quite familiar with the situation in the imperial capital. Guan Mingchang was indeed experienced. He actually saw a hint of leaving in Lin Fei's eyes. Lin Fei was slightly stunned, but he quickly recovered. Since Uncle Guan has said so, I won't stand on ceremony. The corpses on the official road were quickly cleaned up. The injured members of the One clan were all carried to the car, and the corpses were to be brought back to the imperial capital. As for the heads of the 2 experts, they were all chopped off. This was because the imperial capital had a bounty for the people of the 18 clans. If the heads were brought back and handed in, they could get a lot of profound spirit stones. Hearing that there was such a thing, Lin Fei of course did not stand on ceremony and naturally took the profound spirit stones. Now Lin Fei's pocket was empty, and there were not many low-grade profound spirit stones left. There were only 10,000 mid-grade profound spirit stones, which was equivalent to 100,000 low-grade profound spirit stones. Now that there was an opportunity to offer a bounty, Lin Fei would not miss it. Who cared about the 18 clans? If they really dared to come to his door, he did not mind sending them all as bounties. The official road was quickly cleaned up, and the convoy had an additional group of demonic beasts. If they were brought to the imperial capital, they could be sold for a good price. Apart from the smell of blood, almost no one knew that there had been an ambush here. That night, Lin Fei woke up from his cultivation. In the battle during the day, he had obtained a lot of pure essence pills. Unfortunately, they were all low-grade pure essence pills, which were the most widely traded elixirs. The two of them had about 10,000 on them, so Lin Fei naturally would not stand on ceremony and exchanged all the pure essence pills for elixirs. The one clan did not want the two inferior-grade spirit treasures, and they had no intention of mentioning them at all. Lin Fei also accepted them without standing on ceremony. It should be possible to exchange them for tens of thousands to 100,000 pure essence pills. Although pure essence pills were not as good as superior-grade pure essence pills, they were quite good for trading. Hey, what are they doing? Lin Fei subconsciously released his perception. Soon he heard a conversation. The people talking were Wen Ruxue and the injured Guan Mingchang. Miss, the 18 clans have made a move on our Wen clan. We were going to invite some experts back, but we didn't expect them to be out traveling. This time our Wen clan is not as good as 10 years ago. Judging from the voice, it should be Guan Mingchang's. Lin Fei thought to himself that something was wrong. What did the 18 clans mean by making a move on them? Today's incident must have something to do with the Li clan. They all want to raise our position. The Flying Eagle King and Yu Guang should be the people they contacted. This voice belonged to Wen Ruxue. Her tone was filled with murderous intent, unlike before. Lin Fei lowered his head and pondered. Could it be that the Li clan they are talking about is the Li clan that attacked me? Let me continue to listen to what is going on. From the looks of it, it seems that something has happened to the clan. In the carriage, the two continued to talk. The ancestor of the Li family suffered a great loss at the hands of the ancestor of the Wen family. Ever since then, he has been holding a grudge against the Wen family. Until now, the position of the Wen family is in jeopardy. If we are pushed out of the top 10 merchant groups and lose this position, it will be a huge blow to the Wen family. Guan Mingchang said worriedly. The only thing we can do is to fight for the position this year and try to block the Li clan's attack. This way, we will have the right to continue sitting on this position. When Ruxue said, the Li clan has many experts. We originally invited a few experts, but now we can't invite anyone. It should be that the Li clan bribed them. They want us to completely lose our position. Miss, if you are willing to help, don't we have a ready-made one in front of us? Guan Mingchang said. When Ruxue had a complicated look. You are talking about Master Shuangmu? Guan Mingchang nodded. With Master Shuangmu's strength, even I am not his opponent. The Li clan has many geniuses, but I think they are definitely not Master Shuangmu's opponent. My guess is that Master Shuangmu's strength should be at Mystic Spirit Realm. In the carriage, the atmosphere became silent. Mystic Spirit Realm. When Ruxue was also shocked. Are you sure? This old servant's eyes are not so bad that I can't see it. But will he agree? When Ruxue said with a conflicted look. On the other side, Lin Fei was speechless. How did things get dragged into this? Why did it have to be him? This? If you marry him, it's possible. Lin Fei touched his chin and thought naughtily. Guan Mingchang sighed. It would be fine if our previous clan leader was here. At least the Li clan didn't push us too far. When Ruxue said, Clan leader Wen Tianwei? Apart from the old clan leader, the other clan leaders are not as strong as clan leader Wen Tianwei in terms of strength and influence. Guan Mingchang sighed again. If we can invite Master Shuangmu to help, our Wen clan will have a chance of winning. Wen Tianwei? Lin Fei's face changed. A name appeared in his mind. Damn, it can't be so coincidental, right? This time he came to Tianhai Dynasty not only to find trouble with the Li clan, but also to help Uncle Master Zhang Wen check on the person he mentioned. When Tianwei was his target this time, Uncle Master Zhang Wen had said before he left that if Lin Fei had the time, he should go to Tianhai Dynasty to check on Wen Tianwei, saying that the kid used to be an in-name disciple. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to go back to support the clan, he would have become a Mystic King expert in terms of talent. When Lin Fei first heard the name of the convoy on the official road, he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, he wouldn't associate the name with Wen Tianwei. But when he heard the name Wen Tianwei and associated it with Uncle Master Zhang Wen's words, he undoubtedly had an idea. Could this Wen Tianwei be the Wen Tianwei that Uncle Master Zhang Wen mentioned? Lin Fei couldn't help but recall. Uncle Master Zhang Wen said that Wen Tianwei is the successor of a certain clan, so it's very likely that he is the clan leader of the One clan. Uncle Master Zhang Wen said that it's been a long time since Wen Tianwei became the clan leader of the One clan. Wen Tianwei is very talented. If he focused on his cultivation, it's hard to say that he wouldn't become a Mystic King expert by now. In conclusion, it's very likely that this Wen Tianwei is an in-name disciple of Uncle Master Zhang Wen. After a series of conclusions, Lin Fei was certain that this Wen Tianwei was the clan leader of the One clan. If he wasn't careful, he would bump into someone from the One clan. If this was outside, Lin Fei wouldn't mind laughing out loud. My luck is too good. Why didn't I think that Wen Tianwei is the clan leader of the One clan? Fortunately, Lin Fei was glad that he didn't leave earlier. Otherwise, his efforts would have been in vain. Wen Rushua is Wen Tianwei's descendant, so she can be of help. As for the Li clan, you can't blame me for being impolite since you're the one who bumped into me. Chapter 264. Master Shuangmu, can I have a word with you? Lin Fei quickly retracted his perception. Lin Fei didn't think too much about what happened after that. He knew what was going on. As expected, when Rushua came. Sure. Lin Fei alighted from the carriage and saw Wen Rushua standing outside eagerly. He didn't even need to think to know what was going on. Do you mind taking a walk with me? Wen Rushua blushed under the night sky. However, it was hard to notice if one didn't pay attention. The two of them walked into the forest at the side. At this moment, the guards and servants acted as if they didn't see anything. They didn't dare to say anything to an expert who could kill a mystic adept in the Great Perfection and Mystic Adept realm. This moment they looked like a perfect match. Bitch, you bitch. Behind a carriage, Lei Wei grabbed the door of the carriage. Veins popped out on his palm as he stared at the two with hatred in his eyes. A crack appeared on the sturdy door. Slut, I've chased you from the imperial capital of the Tianhai dynasty for 3 whole months, but you've never smiled at me, and you've never promised me anything. It's only been a few days and you want to seduce a young man? You're an old cow eating young grass. You're a slut and you've got a stinking brat. You're just a little stronger, but damn it, how dare you try to seduce a slut? Ka. The door was torn apart, leaving a pile of sawdust on the ground like fallen leaves. Lei Wei's eyes moved. Bitch, you forced me to do this. Originally, I was prepared to help your Wen clan, but now I want your Wen clan to be destroyed. You'll lose your position as the head merchant and your Wen clan will soon become a nobody. Lei Wei's eyes moved. And that stinking brat, you've offended the 18 clans. You won't have an easy time either. I believe that after you're targeted by the 18 clans, how long can you be proud of yourself? I'll let you two be proud for now. In the forest, under the moonlight, it was bright and gentle. Master Shuangmu, thank you so much for today. Wen Rushua rarely hung out with men. Even though the man in front of her didn't look very old, he still made her feel flustered. As a young lady of the One clan and living in the imperial city, she had seen all kinds of handsome men and geniuses. She did not feel anything for anyone without a powerful background. Only this time, for some unknown reason, he was actually moved by it. That elegant movement. That sharp attack. That lazy smile under his eyes. No matter which one it was, it gave Wen Rushua an unforgettable feeling. She would often think of it. It's just a small matter, don't worry about it. If you have to thank me for everything, I think you'll be very tired. Lin Fei turned his head and said with a smile, in my opinion, just keep your gratitude in your heart. Wen Rushua looked a little embarrassed. I'll remember it. Lin Fei sat down on a stone. Don't stand there. Sit down and talk. Don't you think it's more comfortable to sit down? Wen Rushua suddenly found that it was actually very easy to talk to Master Shuangmu. At least, he didn't have that domineering feeling, and he didn't keep bragging about his achievements, hoping that everyone would know about it, so as to expand his influence. Are you going to the Imperial City to play, or? When Rushua asked tentatively, thinking about how to bring it up. For some reason, when Rushua couldn't bring herself to say it, she always felt a little uncomfortable, as if she shouldn't ask for help. But on the other hand, the appearance of Master Shuangmu brought her hope. This hope was related to the future development of the clan. There was an unusual contradiction between the two. Lin Fei said with a smile, I heard that there are beauties in the imperial city of the Tianhai dynasty. I'm actually going to see beauties. What kind of beauties are there in the imperial city? I don't believe it. Suddenly, when Rushua burst into laughter, Lin Fei said seriously, I haven't arrived in the imperial city yet, but I've already seen a beauty. There are indeed beauties in the imperial city. I can already imagine it. When Rushua was slightly stunned, she pursed her lips and said with a smile, You must have hit on many beauties with this excuse, right? Lin Fei said modestly, Actually, you're the first. Look at me. Would I keep hitting on beauties? When Rushua nodded, I believe you will often hit on beauties. Lin Fei couldn't help but say with a smile, Thank you for your confidence. I think I need to be arrogant. Actually, I have nothing to do in the imperial city. I just want to walk around and experience life. When Rushua looked at Lin Fei and bit her rosy lips, Master Shuangmu, you've done our Wen family a big favor today. If Master Shuangmu doesn't have anything else to do, I wonder if you can do us a favor? Our Wen family will give you something you'll be satisfied with. After saying this, she seemed uneasy. When Rushua had rarely asked for help in her life. It should be said that this was the first time she went to ask for help. When Lin Fei got off the carriage, he knew that when Rushua was looking for him to ask for help. He didn't expect that when Rushua would feel pressured by his words. She didn't say it until now. Miss Wen, such a beautiful woman, how could I? Lin Fei kept her in suspense. Refuse. She agreed so easily. When Rushua couldn't hide the excitement on her face. For a long time this matter had been a big pressure on Wen Rushua, especially when she went out to look for experts and was attacked by the 18 families. She was almost wiped out. You agreed. When Rushua stood up excitedly, then realized that she was too excited. Lin Fei also stood up. Actually, I've been in contact with your patriarch Wen Tianwei. This time I'll definitely help you. When Rushua sucked in a breath of cold air. You know my great-grandpa? Lin Fei said with a smile. It seems that we're fated. It's late, let's go back. By the time when Rushua reacted, Lin Fei had already walked out. Grandfather's friend? When Rushua fell into a state of confusion. But why haven't I heard that grandfather has such a young friend? Ever since the ambush on the official road, the One clan's convoy didn't encounter the attacks of the 18 families again. It was as if they had stopped all activities. They didn't even encounter the mountain bandits that often appeared. They arrived at the capital of the Tianhai dynasty safely. The capital was bigger than Lin Fei imagined. It was filled with a grand atmosphere. History had left a deep historical aura in this capital. A majestic aura that belonged to the capital enveloped the sky above the capital. Master Shuangmu. This is the capital of the Tianhai dynasty. Guan Mingchang stood beside Lin Fei respectfully, without any of the prestige of a mystic adept great perfection. Those are all trade caravans. This is the most common type of trade caravans in the capital. Our Wen clan is also one of them. Lin Fei looked at the imperial capital, and a strange feeling welled up in his heart. It was a powerful presence. No wonder the palace of the capital is a place where experts gather. The rumors are true. Lin Fei thought to himself, I wonder what I will gain from this trip. Lin Fei returned to the carriage. The One clan's convoy passed through the city gates. After entering the capital, a unique aura hit him in the face. The wide streets were bustling with people. If he was in Mountain River City, he would feel that the place was huge. When he arrived at the capital of the Tianhai dynasty, Lin Fei felt as if he was walking from a village to a big city. Even though this was the capital, there were no tall buildings or traffic, but the experts on the streets couldn't be compared to Mountain River City. In just a short while, Lin Fei saw more than 10 Mystic Adept experts in the carriage. Among them, there were 2 Mystic Adept Great Perfection experts. As for those low-level martial artists and Mystic Realm martial artists, They could be seen everywhere like cabbages. As expected of the capital, the number of experts is far from what a county city can compare to. No wonder the experts from the families in the capital are so powerful. This was the first time that Lin Fei saw the capital that he could see in history, and he felt very emotional. This was the real stage. What would the stage outside the dynasty be like? Lin Fei's thoughts drifted away as he thought about those big stages. What a terrifying aura. Suddenly Lin Fei frowned, and a rare look of shock appeared on his face. He opened the curtains and looked out. He could vaguely see the eaves at the end of the street, which exuded a grand atmosphere. Could this be the palace? Even though he couldn't see the whole scene, just a corner was enough to give Lin Fei a huge shock. Other than the palace, there seemed to be no other place that could have such a strong aura. Lin Fei thought that he was strong, but under that aura, his spirit was about to collapse. Fortunately, that aura was not aimed at Lin Fei. Such a domineering aura, only the palace had the ability to do so. The palace is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. No wonder the novels often say that the palace is the most terrifying place. If a small dynasty is already so powerful, what about the capital of a medium dynasty, super dynasty, or even a dynasty? Lin Fei didn't dare to continue thinking and couldn't help but clench his fists. One day in the future, I will ignore these palaces and walk in openly. The carriage went round and round on the street. About an hour later, the one family's carriage stopped in front of a mansion, which showed how big the capital was. When Rushua's carriage appeared in front of the gate of the one family, another carriage also appeared on the other side. Judging from the scale, the two were similar. Isn't this Sister Rushua? A white-robed man came down from the opposite carriage and said in a strange tone. At this time, when Rushua also came down from the carriage. When she saw the man, she showed a look of disgust. Master Shuangmu, how do we get in? After saying that, she wanted to bring someone in. Chapter 265. The man in white's words made the people around him stop, because they were all from the one family. As a family, internal problems couldn't be ignored. Every family had problems. The bigger the family, the more serious the internal problems. If there was a powerful clan leader, then they would be able to suppress the internal problems and there would not be any problems. However, if the clan leader could not suppress the internal problems, then the internal problems would reach an uncontrollable level. Many clans had perished because of this, unable to rise again and becoming inferior clans. The one family was the same. This problem had been around for a long time. The man in white was a collateral disciple, Wen Qiu. He was considered outstanding among the collateral disciples. There was an unwritten rule in the one family. Once a collateral disciple became outstanding, he would be qualified to be a merchant and have a position in the family. Wen Qiu was such a collateral disciple. Ever since he was qualified, this collateral disciple suddenly gained influence. Although the influence wasn't great, it was different from before when they couldn't speak. The one family was established by doing business. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become a member of the main merchant and obtained an absolute position. Therefore, the one family always raised talented people freely. This meant that they could fight with each other. As long as it wasn't a life-threatening situation, the higher-ups would turn a blind eye. It was because of this that the scene in the previous chapter happened. After the introduction of the collateral disciple, Wen Qiu, then let's introduce Wen Rushua. Wen Rushua was a direct descendant and a business genius. She was young, but she already had a caravan. This caravan had a lot of power in the one family. The competition between the collateral disciples and the direct descendants had always been in conflict. This was because the direct descendants received a lot of resources from birth. They were better than the collateral disciples at the starting line. The collateral disciples, on the other hand, had limited resources and were constantly suppressed. It was very rare for the branch family disciples to have a genius disciple. Even if they did, they would immediately be suppressed by the direct disciples and be unable to rise again. Wen Rushua was a genius among the direct descendants, especially in business. She had always been hated by the other collateral disciples. Usually, all sorts of sarcastic remarks were non-stop. Provocations were even more frequent. That was because everyone understood one thing. Stepping on a direct descendant disciple would undoubtedly allow the branch family disciples to be known by others. No one was surprised by this scene. It's none of your business. When Rushua's previous soft and weak demeanor was replaced by a very firm tone. Her long, shapely eyebrows were raised, and she had the aura of a woman. Lin Fei, who was standing to the side, was startled. When Rushua's change was too fast. He almost suspected that he had recognized the wrong person. Her aura had become so strong. She was a heroine. When Cho smiled and said, "Sister Rushua, don't be angry. I just want to remind you that in this day and age, there are all sorts of people pretending to be experts. You must not be deceived by them." His tone clearly said that Master Shuangmu was a liar. Lin Fei had been shot even though he was lying down. What does this have to do with me? This is your internal problem. What's the point of dragging me into it? Is being young a mistake? At this time, Lin Fei was very depressed. You don't have to act cool on me. If it was in the past, Lin Fei would definitely not be polite and go up to teach this brat a lesson. However, after what happened in the demonic beast mountain range, this scene was like watching a clown perform. A clown flaunting his strength. What was there to be angry about? Right now, Lin Fei was watching a clown perform. Unfortunately, Wen Qiu did not know. If she knew, she would definitely hate Lin Fei to the core. When Rushua frowned and said, "You don't have to worry about this. Master Shuangmu, let's go in." His tone changed and became polite. "Miss Wen, your internal department is full of such people. It's not good for the Wen family." Lin Fei shook his head and walked toward the door. "Brat, what did you say?" Wen Qiu was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She almost jumped up and looked at Lin Fei angrily as if she wanted to eat him up. It could be said that Lin Fei's action just now was really unintentional. In fact, Lin Fei wanted to say, "Why do you have to make things difficult for this kind of person? Aren't you making things difficult for yourself?" However, when the words were on the tip of his tongue, they became like this and changed their meaning. "Get out of my way." Seeing this pretentious person appear in front of him, Lin Fei's face darkened. Wen Qiu laughed and said, "This is my Wen family's door. I'm very unhappy now and I don't allow you to enter. What can you do to me? Hit me if you can. I want to see how powerful you, Master Shuangmu, are." Lin Fei turned around and shrugged his shoulders at Wen Rushua. He looked helpless as he said, "Miss Wen, did you see that?" He said it himself. "I wasn't the one who wanted to hit him." Wen Qiu was also proud. She wanted to see how Wen Rushua would react. "He's ignorant. I hope you can be gentler." Wen Qiu felt disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. He thought he had heard wrongly. "What do you mean gentler?" "I'm an early mystic master." Lin Fei nodded and said, "No problem." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fei left a shadow and appeared in front of Wen Qiu. He sneered and said, "I've never seen such a lowly person like you." He waved his hand and slapped Wen Qiu's handsome face. "You!" Before he could finish his sentence, Wen Qiu was sent flying and crashed into the door. His face hit the door and he fell down. "You're courting death." Lin Fei appeared in front of that person again and slapped him again. 2 white teeth flew out. "I'm hitting you. You're the result of acting tough." 2 more slaps. The protective chi of a mystic adept realm expert couldn't withstand that slap at all and kept shattering. Wen Qiu was stunned. This kid actually dared to hit me. Unexpectedly, as soon as he said those fierce words, a few of his teeth were sent flying, especially his front teeth, which were directly turned into black holes. After slapping him left and right, Wen Qiu's face became like a pig's head. Those who didn't know would think that something had happened. Then he was thrown out and fell on the street. Luckily, this was the Wen family's mansion. There weren't many people coming and going. If this was the real street, he would have become famous and the news would have spread throughout the imperial capital. "Master Shuangmu, let's go inside." A hint of joy flashed in Wen Rushua's eyes as if she had vented her anger. She didn't even look at his miserable appearance. "Sigh, there are so many shameless people in this world. He actually took the initiative to ask for a beating. I thought I heard wrongly." Lin Fei shook his head and walked towards the door. The guards at the gate were all dumbfounded by this scene. Wen Qiu, who was at the initial mystic master, was beaten like a pig's head. This was too natural. They didn't dare to do anything to Lin Fei. Most importantly, everyone heard that Wen Qiu took the initiative to ask for a beating. Actually, they also wanted to laugh in their hearts. This young master of the collateral family seemed to have some problems in his head. When Rushua, I won't. The latter part of his words became a leak. He couldn't even hear his own words. As for when Rushua's guards and servants, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. These guards and servants wouldn't have so many scruples against a collateral family disciple. That was because they were Wen Rushua's guards and servants. They weren't worried about what Wen Qiu would do. If he really dared to do it, Wen Qiu would be the first to suffer. Why don't you say that I was reckless just now? Wen Rushua arranged a small courtyard for Lin Fei. The area wasn't big, but it was much better than Mountain River City. Wen Qiu has always been frivolous. He deserved to be beaten. Wen Rushua didn't avoid it at all. I wanted to beat him a long time ago. You helped me vent my anger. Lin Fei laughed. Then shouldn't you thank me? At least I helped you take revenge. Wen Rushua giggled. In your dreams. Lin Fei's mouth twitched. That's boring. But then again, your family doesn't seem to be very good. A collateral family dares to provoke a direct descendant like you. If it were me, I would directly beat them up. Then, I would beat them up every time I see them until they are afraid and surrender. You stay here first. When I'm done with my business, I'll come over and take you out for a walk. If there's anything, just let them come and tell me. In the small courtyard besides them there were two maids. They were young and good-looking. Go to your business. Lin Fei nodded. If there's anything, I'll find you. From the small courtyard came Guan Mingchang. Guan Mingchang, who had recovered half of his injuries, couldn't help but ask, Miss, won't this cause them dissatisfaction? When Rushua said lightly, Master Shuangmu is a good-tempered person. When Qiu is asking for trouble by rushing over. It'll also let those collateral family members know that the person I invited is not someone they can offend. When Qiu is really a good-for-nothing. He deserves to be beaten up. I didn't expect that Master Shuangmu is not only strong, but also has a strong body. Guan Mingchang said, This is indeed a good idea. They won't disturb Master Shuangmu. It hurts. In a unique courtyard. At this time there were several young people gathered together. They were either arrogant or extravagant. When Qiu stopped shouting, Who asked you to have such a cheap mouth? It's almost spread throughout the family. I really didn't expect you to say such words. Aren't you clearly telling them to come and beat me up? If it were me, I would also not be able to help but beat them up. A young man sitting opposite Wen Qiu sipped on fragrant tea and said sarcastically. Wen Qiu said, Tinya, it's easy for you to say that. Don't forget. That person was invited by that bitch Wen Rushua. Wen Tianya was the young man sitting opposite Wen Qiu. If I were you, I'd bang my head against the wall. A mystic adept expert was slapped by someone. You've lived your life like a dog. Another young man next to him advised, Tinya, don't scold Wen Qiu. You also know that when this guy is excited, he often talks nonsense. Let's see how we can help Wen Qiu get revenge. That's right. We must get revenge. Another young man said. These young men were all collateral disciples of the Wen family. They were all rather famous. Because they formed a circle and helped each other to resist the direct descendants. Their influence in the Wen family wasn't small. After Wen Qiu suffered greatly at the hands of Wen Rushua, they naturally gathered together to discuss what to do about this matter. If they didn't get revenge, they would be in big trouble, especially in this current situation. The incident at the main gate couldn't be concealed at all. Before long, it would spread throughout the family, and their lives in this circle wouldn't be good. When Shui said, Isn't that obvious? Just find a time to get rid of that kid. What's there to think about? When Qiu cheered. That's right. Cripple that kid. From his strength, that kid is at the mystic adept realm. It's just that his movement technique is fast. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been ambushed. Good my ass. When Tianya sneered. Other than an idiot, who would go and get rid of that Master Shuangmu? Everyone was instantly like a deflated balloon. Then what should we do? We can't kill him. Are we going to keep him alive? Just watch. I can't take this lying down. If you guys aren't going, I'll go myself. A trace of disdain flashed across Wen Tianya's eyes. You guys only know how to fight and kill all day long. No wonder we're still collateral disciples. Wen Tianya said. Don't you think that this is a great opportunity for us? When Xiao asked doubtfully, opportunity? I see an opportunity to be suppressed. When Tianya was still calm, don't you think about it? This time our Wen clan is in a crisis of life and death. If we stabilize our position, we will have 10 years in the future. If we lose these 10 years, I'm afraid our Wen clan will soon become a second or third-rate clan. When Shui said, Tianya, don't keep us in suspense. Just say it. That's right. You know how to use your brain. Tell us what it is and we'll consider it. If it's possible, we'll go. When Tianya said, when Rushua is a direct disciple, our Wen clan is like the sun in the sky. What if we fail this time? Of course, our reputation will plummet. But how could Wen Rushua fail? When Tianya was exasperated. You're all stupid pigs. Don't you know that Master Shuangmu? All of us have invited experts back to help us. When the time comes, it'll be an important sparring match. You understand? You want us to make a move then? When Qiu's eyes lit up. Haha, as expected of Tianya. He can even think of such a method. This time that kid is dead for sure. Good idea. Isn't Wen Rushua very powerful? Seeing the person she invited back die in a sparring match, her expression will definitely be very interesting. When Shui said, when Tianya was very proud. That's why I say that sometimes, using your brain is much better than using your hands. This time we'll make that little slut suffer a crushing defeat. Chapter 266. Tianhai Dynasty, Imperial Capital. 18 families, Secret Liaison Office. Fei Tianying and Yu Guang are both dead. The killer is called Master Shuangmu. He is very powerful and is suspected to be a disciple of a sect. He killed Fei Tianying and Yu Guang as soon as he attacked. Secret Liaison Office. The 18 clans were very daring. Although they were wanted outside, they still had contacts within the imperial capital to gather information about the 18 clans. At this moment they were gathering information from their contacts. Master Shuangmu, the one family. Immediately investigate Master Shuangmu's background and try to find out which sect he is from. I want to know in a short time whether the 18 families can survive after offending them. The secret liaison office quieted down again. Lin Fei stayed at the one family for a day. The next morning, he left the one family and appeared at the Bounty Association with the corpses of the 18 families. The Bounty Association was a special feature of the Tianhai dynasty. The reason why it was a special feature was actually very simple. The Bounty Association would offer all kinds of rewards, and behind the scenes of the Bounty Association were the major forces of the imperial capital. All kinds of rewards would appear in the Bounty Association, no matter if it was famous, no matter if it was notorious, no matter how shocking the background was. Once they went to the Bounty Association and offered a suitable price, there would always be some desperados who would accept the task and secretly deal with the target. Every month, many martial artists would die under all kinds of assassinations. It was very difficult to guard against them. The appearance of the Bounty Association led to the appearance of assassination organizations. Assassination organizations, killer organizations. Their goal was actually very simple, which was to complete the task. These organizations, no matter how big they were, had always been feared by people. In particular, many martial artists died under assassination, which attracted a lot of people. They were afraid of going to the Bounty Association. This place is very gloomy. At this moment, Lin Fei had turned into a handsome young man. His face had an abnormal sickly complexion, and his eyes were looking around. In order to find the Bounty Association, Lin Fei chose to use the disguise skill. Lin Fei bought the disguise skill from the shop himself. The human skin mask cost 500 points. It was not cheap or expensive, just right. Unless it was someone who was extremely familiar with him, no one would be able to resist Lin Fei. After walking into the Bounty Association, Lin Fei felt as if he had walked into a market. There were loud discussions everywhere, making him wonder if he had come to the wrong place. Lin Fei suspected that he had come to the market. Assassinate someone. Offer a bounty of 10,000 low-grade dark spirit stones. Assassinate a disciple of a large sect. Reward of 100,000 low-grade Xianling stones. 50,000 low-grade Xian spirit stones for a young wind-type demonic beast. After walking into the wide hall, Lin Fei could hear all kinds of shouts from time to time. It turned out that they were issuing various quests. Among these missions there were assassination missions, bounty missions. All kinds of missions were dazzling to the eye, making it hard for people to choose. There were simply too many missions. Lin Fei walked straight to the bounty mission platform. Are there any missions related to the 18 families? Lin Fei walked up and asked directly. The receptionist was a pretty girl with big, watery eyes and a good appearance. She said politely, "Please wait a moment, sir. We will find it for you right away." For the Tianhai dynasty to become a small dynasty, the Bounty Association should have brought a lot of help. A moment later, the information was placed on the platform. "Sir, we have already helped you pick out all the missions related to the 18 families. If there is anything you don't know, I will sincerely answer it for you." Lin Fei flipped through the information. So many. After opening the information, it was all about the 18 families. Most of them had bounties to kill the leaders of the 18 families, and at the same time, some foreign experts had joined the 18 families. Behind each bounty was a standard corresponding value. Assassinate the leader of the 18 families, Zhao Shan. Bounty of 9 million low-grade Xianling stones. Assassinate the first elder of the 18 families. Bounty of 3 million low-grade Xianling stones. Assassinate the second elder of the 18 families. Bounty of 2 million low-grade Xianling stones. Lin Fei looked very carefully, and his heart was filled with shock. The 18 families, it turns out that the enemies are not small. The leader of the 18 families, 9 million low-grade Xianling stones, is really not a low price. The 18 families were a joint bandit gang. Ever since they joined forces, their strength had increased sharply. After doing a few big things and killing the experts who surrounded them, the 18 families became famous. After a few years, the influence of the 18 families was almost no less than that of a family. When the 18 families were mentioned, everyone would change their expressions. Reward the leader of the 18 families, Flying Eagle King. 30,000 low-grade Xianling stones for completing the mission. Reward the experts of the 18 families, Sky Arrow Yu Guang. 20,000 low-grade Xianling stones for completing the mission. Looking all the way, Lin Fei found the location of the two, adding up to 50,000 low-grade Xianling stones. It was a good income. After dealing with the matter, I can move the 18 families. When the time comes, I shouldn't be short of Xianling stones. Lin Fei had an idea in his heart. While everyone was shocked, Lin Fei took out the heads of the Flying Eagle and Yu Guang, which surprised many people. The leaders of the 18 families, experts. In the Bounty Association, very few people would submit the missions of the 18 families. It was really not that easy to complete the missions of the 18 families. Even if it could be completed, it would be very troublesome. A seemingly injured kid actually killed 2 of the backbones of the 18 families. In today's Bounty Association, it was indeed a very big thing. The people of the Bounty Association immediately checked to confirm the authenticity. Congratulations, sir. Here is your 50,000 low-grade Xianling stones. Please keep it well. The girl at the front desk brought up a bag of Xianling stones. After Lin Fei checked with his perception power and confirmed that there were no problems, he left the Bounty Association. After leaving the main street, he decisively wandered on the street for a while. After coming out of a small alley again, Lin Fei returned to his original appearance. I heard that the 8 Treasures Tower is not bad. I can sell everything on me. Lin Fei had heard when Rushua mentioned the 8 Treasures Tower before, so he remembered this place. It was not difficult to find the 8 Treasures Tower. By asking the martial artists on the street, Lin Fei quickly locked onto the direction and went straight to the 8 Treasures Tower. It's really here. Looking at the magnificent 8 Treasures Tower, Lin Fei lifted his legs and walked in. After walking into the 8 Treasures Tower, a high-class aura rushed towards him. This was because at the bottom level there were mystic adept experts everywhere, and there was no lack of mystic spirit experts. When Rushua is right, this place has its own way. The background behind the 8 Treasures Tower was very complicated. No one had ever dared to say anything when anything was sold in the 8 Treasures Tower. All along, apart from selling things, there were also many people who sold things that could not see the light of day. You want to sell numinous treasures? In a small room, a wrinkled old man asked Lin Fei. Lin Fei took out the numinous treasures from before. There was a total of 5 numinous treasures, one of which was an upper numinous treasure that he had snatched from the mystic spirit Great Perfection realm. Unfortunately, its attributes were not too good, and it was injured, so he had to give it up reluctantly. Good stuff. The old man did not think much of a young man. When he saw the items, his eyes immediately lit up. This kid's money was not simple. He then lowered his head and began to evaluate the numinous treasures. This lower numinous treasure whip is worth 30,000 mystic spirit stones in the market. This lower numinous treasure giant bow is considered a good numinous treasure. The 8 treasures tower can give you 50,000 mystic spirit stones. This old man could count every numinous treasure as if it was his family's treasure. A total of 480,000 mystic spirit stones. Lin Fei would not think too much about it. 480,000 mystic spirit stones was more or less the same as what he had thought before he came. It was not a loss. Do you plan to exchange it for mystic spirit stones or pure essence pills? Lin Fei thought for a moment. How much do you want for pure essence pills? 480,000 mystic spirit stones. I can make the decision. I'll exchange it for 200,000 pure essence pills. Lin Fei was slightly stunned. The exchange rate was almost 1 to 2. Pure essence pills were indeed not simple. 200,000 it is. 200,000 pure essence pills. Lin Fei did not hesitate. After all, he had a batch of pills in his pocket. 480,000 mystic spirit stones were useless, so he might as well exchange it for pure essence pills. He did not lack mystic spirit stones. 200,000 pure essence pills. You can count them. Lin Fei did not even look at it and kept it. The reputation of the 800 Treasures Tower is obvious to all. There's no need to count. After receiving the pure essence pills, Lin Fei left the 8 Treasures Tower. Without any hesitation, he chose a small alley and transformed into a sickly middle-aged man. Killing and robbing, setting fire to the golden belt. Lin Fei thought to himself, it's a pity that the power of numinous treasures has been greatly reduced. Otherwise it would definitely be sold for a high price. I'm afraid only a place like the 8 Treasures Tower would have the courage to accept all kinds of illegal goods. 200,000 pure essence pills was not a lot. It could at least be used to cultivate for a period of time. Get lost, get lost. A few groups of demonic beasts suddenly rushed out from the originally bustling street, aggressively charging over. Lin Fei hid in the crowd and looked at the few black figures. He could not help but think, it can't be such a coincidence. It's only been a month and I've already met them here? Lin Fei said to himself, Li Yang, I really don't know if you're lucky or unlucky. It turned out that one of the people who rode the demonic beasts was Li Yang, who had attacked him previously. From the looks of it, he had recovered quite a bit. It could be imagined that the Li family had invested a lot in Li Yang. From the looks of it, they seemed to be from the 8 Treasures Tower. Could it be that they're bidding for some treasure? Lin Fei's eyes turned as he immediately came up with a plan. Lin Fei, who had originally planned to go back, changed his direction and followed the group. As expected, Li Yang appeared outside the 800 Treasures Tower and entered with a group of scoundrels. Hee, I didn't expect to encounter such a good thing. Chapter 267. P.S. Thank you to 0 Feng Yuan 0 for the 588 Chidian coins tip. Thank you to South City Lord for the monthly vote. Thank you for your support. Babeo House was a famous place to spend money in the capital. Rich people liked to spend money in this Babeo House, while young people liked to bid for some treasures. From time to time, there would be scenes of people spending money to win a beauty's smile. Li Yang and a group of people went to bid for the treasures happily. At night, when the evening lights were lit, Li Yang and a group of people staggered out from inside. Haha, this is too cool. You guys didn't see the expressions on those guys' faces just now. This is so funny. Just a group of country bumpkins who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, daring to compete with us. At the entrance of Babeo House, Li Yang and a group of people laughed loudly without any scruples. When the people nearby saw this scene, they quickly chose to disappear. Brother Yang, a group of beauties recently came over there. Let's go and take a look? A young master suggested with a smile on his face. Li Yang laughed. Beauties, Laozi likes them the most. After being cooped up at home for a month, I've long had a stomach full of anger. It's good to go and cool down. Brother Yang, you really need to cool down. What progress can you make in seclusion? You need to strike a balance between work and rest. One after another, it was filled with lewd words. This group of young masters rode their beasts and left in high spirits. Outside of their departure, a black-robed man walked out from behind. His face was expressionless as he immediately followed them. In the room of the inn, Lin Fei opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. I guessed right. Lin Fei didn't know how to describe the matter of Babao House. They actually competed with a group of people inside and were so proud of themselves. They didn't have the style of a young master at all. I didn't expect the clone to have such a function. It should be the only ability of the clone. Lin Fei couldn't help but grin. No matter what, Lin Fei didn't expect that when he arranged for the clone to check, he would inadvertently learn a skill. Stealth. Stealth was equivalent to stealth in the dark. As long as there was a dark place, the clone could sneak over and not be discovered by outsiders. What a domineering and awesome skill. In the game, it was also a top-notch skill, Submerged Shadow. After pondering for a while, he realized that the stealth movement divine ability should be a skill unique to the avatar. Lin Fei suspected that he had unknowingly comprehended this skill after comprehending the concept of wind. That was why the previous scene happened. A group of people riding on demonic beasts could be considered to be rampaging in the imperial city. Regardless of whether it was Li Yang or the other young masters, almost all of them were from the same family. When they worked together, no one dared to say anything. After they had turned a few streets, an unexpected scene occurred. Motherf asterisk cur. You're courting death. How dare you steal my stuff? A figure jumped out from the street and snatched something from one of the young masters, causing that young master to fly into a rage. Chase after him and destroy him. That young master had a very bad temper. Seeing that his item had been stolen, how could he let it go so easily? If news of this were to spread, he would lose face. He would definitely take revenge on this fellow and deal with him severely. The group of people was already in a state of excitement. At that time, they didn't think much about it at all, and urged the demonic beasts under them to chase after him. The person in front didn't run fast. He dodged left and right and kept fleeing into small alleys. This time, the young masters were furious. Damn it, he really dared to escape from a small alley after stealing something? Wasn't this bullying their intelligence? The young masters present were all at the Mystic Master realm, which was considered quite good. With the resources of their families, they didn't have the ability to break through to the next level. Everyone, don't worry. I'm the most familiar with this alley. This young master has already arranged for people to surround both ends. This young master wants to see who exactly dares to steal this young master's thing. The group of people dismounted from their demonic beasts and chased into the alley one after another. Especially when they heard the words at the beginning, they were even more excited. The alley was very long and especially quiet. Haha, that guy has nowhere to run. In the alley, that person stopped in the middle and behind him a group of guards rushed up. Just as they said before, they were blocking the front and back. All the young masters were excited. Usually it wasn't easy to find something to play with, but tonight, there was something fun to play with. Don't kill him. Capture him alive for this young master. He must be captured alive. The person standing in the middle of the alley turned and rushed towards the group of young masters. It seemed that he was preparing to break out of the encirclement. In their eyes, this action was purely courting death. The distance of dozens of feet was shortened. 20 feet. 10 feet. When the distance was less than 5 feet, the black-clothed man suddenly disappeared like a ghost. Destruction. The group of young masters hesitated for a moment. In front of them, golden suns appeared. A great aura of destruction instantly appeared in front of them. A tyrannical aura of destruction swept across their bodies. Whoosh. Everyone was like glass facing the attack of this intent realm sword technique. They were immediately caught off guard and didn't have time to resist. All the young masters died one by one. The powerful sword technique erupted, causing these young masters' bodies to suffer a huge blow. The smell of blood spread in the alley. Run! Li Yang reacted quickly. He immediately threw a shield of runes in front of him, but he still couldn't withstand it. His whole body was sent flying. When he fell to the ground, he felt a sharp pain. One of his arms was shattered. This kid's face was full of panic. He was almost killed in the Demon Beast mountain range. It had only been more than a month, and he was attacked by a black-clothed man again. Liang really wanted to say what bad luck he had. Someone actually attacked them in a place like the imperial capital. Liang fled again. However, the black-clothed man behind him flashed again. The long sword was thrust forward, and the sharp golden aura shot out like a rainbow. Ah! With a scream, the rainbow aura blasted on Liang's body, and his body exploded like a watermelon. The guard who surrounded him was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. The young master they were protecting died in front of them just like that. It was so fast that they couldn't react. When they reacted, the black-clothed man came back again. It was so fast that they couldn't react. In an instant, the group of guards followed in the footsteps of those young masters. They couldn't be more dead. The one family. Lin Fei walked back in an imposing manner. After returning to his small courtyard, he chased the two maids out and closed the door. He was very excited. His clone came out from the dark. It was almost like a ghost, carrying a package on its body. It's really cool. It's not a problem to use my clone to deal with a group of young masters. Lin Fei was beaming with joy. It was Lin Fei's doppelganger who had attacked in the dark, especially after mastering a stealth technique. It seemed that he couldn't find a second person who could kill so easily. From the moment he saw Liang, Lin Fei had the intention to kill. Lin Fei, who had the intention to kill, wouldn't pay attention to it at all. This was the imperial capital. After discovering that they had entered the Babao Tower, Lin Fei's killing intent became even more resolute. This Liang must die. Because this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to create a false impression so that others wouldn't suspect him. Taking down the package and placing it on the table, Lin Fei set up a runes formation in the room, isolating all auras. After retracting his clone back into his body, he began to check the spoils of war tonight. Killing people was just a matter of convenience. Snatching their things was Lin Fei's goal. A group of tall, rich and handsome men, especially trampling on a group of country bumpkins in the Babao Tower. Lin Fei saw it all. Such a group of tall, rich and handsome men was equivalent to a moving treasury. It would be strange if Lin Fei wasn't tempted. As for what would happen after that, Lin Fei was very calm. He had been using the power of the metal element, so he wasn't afraid that they would suspect him. If he used the Waterfire Lotus, it would be too eye-catching. I'm a little excited. I wonder what good things these tall, rich and handsome men have brought. Lin Fei opened the package. This package was very big, like a small mountain. He almost couldn't bring it back. Except for the valuable things, Lin Fei didn't want the rest of the things. He believed that there would be people passing by soon, and he could let them share the firepower. Pure Yuan pills. Lin Fei found the Pure Yuan pills first. The Pure Yuan pills were all stored in a sumeru pouch. It didn't look very big on the surface, but in fact it was very big inside. It was specially used to store the Pure Yuan pills. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. After counting, Lin Fei's eyes lit up, and he almost drooled. Damn it, this group of fellows are really rich. With the few of them added together, they actually have over 4 million Pure Yuan Don. Every single one of them would bring at least 70 to 80 Pure Yuan Don with them when they go out. I have worked myself to death and only have 200,000 Pure Yuan Don. Lin Fei couldn't help but curse. This was a good deal. More than 4 million Pure Yuan pills, plus the 200,000 from before. Lin Fei had nearly 5 million Pure Yuan pills in his hands. The originally empty pouch suddenly bulged. Lin Fei grinned. Just with 5 million Pure Yuan pills, Lin Fei's strength could increase by a large margin. Even if he didn't cultivate for the time being, he could still buy some good things. After keeping the Pure Yuan pills, Lin Fei immediately cleaned up the other things. For example, the treasures that they bought from the 8 Treasures building should be said to be bought in a fit of anger. Rainbow feather clothes. A broken piece of clothing can make you guys spend so much money. What a bunch of prodigals. He threw the rainbow feather clothes to the side. Deep sea night pearl. Something to coax women again. The fist-sized night pearl released a gentle light. With one look, one could tell that this was a good thing. In the mysterious heavenly continent, the deep sea night pearl was something to coax women. As for other things, Lin Fei couldn't think of any use for it. Red Cloud Phoenix Crown. Another bunch of idiots. Holding a fiery red phoenix crown, Lin Fei was helpless. He remembered that this phoenix crown cost no less than 200,000 pure yuan dawn. If he could use this to cultivate, how refreshing would that be? Chapter 268. This item was indeed worthy of Lin Fei's attention. Sword case. It was something that Lin Fei was familiar with. 72 long swords were also stored in a sword case. Usually it would be stored in it. Once it was useful, it could be released immediately to deal with the enemy. This sword case was relatively luxurious, and its surface was carved like jade. At a glance, even those who didn't understand could see the extravagance of the sword case. It was undoubtedly a good item. What a sharp sword aura! Before the sword case was opened, Lin Fei's face was filled with joy. He felt a long sword soaring into the sky, as if it was going to pierce through the sky. Upper grade spirit treasure? Feeling the sword aura on the sword case, Lin Fei already knew that this long sword wasn't an ordinary item. It revealed the power of a spirit treasure. If it wasn't a middle grade spirit treasure, then it was an upper grade spirit treasure. Whoa! Opening the sword case, a buzzing sound came out of nowhere. Upper grade spirit treasure. Lin Fei was overjoyed. He grabbed the long sword with one hand, and a huge counterforce came. If it was someone else, they would definitely miss. The long sword in the sword case was pitch black and had a murderous aura that made people feel suffocated. What a fierce sword! This was the first long sword that affected Lin Fei. Even the middle grade spirit treasure wind chasing was inferior to this long sword. Lin Fei really couldn't figure out why the other party would have an upper grade spirit treasure. It seemed that the other party couldn't use it. In fact, speaking of which, Lin Fei was lucky. This long sword was originally a gift and hadn't been suppressed. This time it was pure luck that Lin Fei got it before him. If it was a day later, Lin Fei wouldn't have been so lucky to get such a long sword. That young master had paid a huge price for this long sword. He had spent almost half of his fortune to obtain it with great difficulty. 10 minutes later, the black long sword was suppressed, but it still released a fierce aura. Lin Fei threw out a detection. Killing sword grade. Unknown, damaged, recoverable. Killing sword? A huge question mark popped up in Lin Fei's head. Another damaged spirit treasure? This black longsword was called Killing Sword. This name was really domineering. No wonder there was a large amount of evil chi left on it. Lin Fei suspected that this killing sword must have killed countless people to condense its killing intent. If it wasn't for the fact that his soul was strong, just the killing intent and the ferocious aura would definitely affect his mind. I wonder what is the relationship between this killing sword and the baleful black saber? For some reason, Lin Fei felt a rare familiar aura from the killing sword. As for why they were familiar, Lin Fei really could not put his finger on it. Subconsciously, Lin Fei took out the baleful black blade. It had been a long time since he had used the baleful black saber. When the baleful black saber appeared, the surging killing intent was not inferior to this killing sword. Swish, swish, swish. A long saber and a long sword were floating in the air despite the absence of wind. This 5,000 kilograms of strength was actually unable to suppress the killing sword. Instead, it broke free from his hand. The baleful black saber and the killing sword clashed with each other's killing intent, forming an arc wave. Everything in the room was immediately affected. Caca. The table, the floor were instantly crushed into pieces. Lin Fei's waterfire lotus protected his body. Lotus leaves, saber radiance, and sword chi constantly struck down. After being shattered, they grew out again. It was abnormally terrifying. Devouring each other? Lin Fei kept retreating until he reached the edge of the room. Then, he remembered something about the baleful black saber. When he saw this scene, the scene from back then completely appeared in his mind. At this moment, Lin Fei could not help but feel lucky that he had set up the rune's formation in the surroundings to block the aura. Otherwise, if it were to be spread out, it would definitely be a big problem. After the baleful black saber and the killing sword were in a stalemate, they started to attack each other in midair. The two of them clashed, metal clashing, and the aura presence was like a saber, constantly shooting out in all directions. At first, the baleful black saber had the upper hand and kept suppressing the killing sword. After a period of time, Lin Fei originally thought that the baleful black saber would win, but the killing sword reversed the situation. This result surprised Lin Fei. As expected, after the two divine weapons continued to fight, the killing sword actually overlapped with the baleful black saber. On the surface, it didn't seem to be a big problem. However, from another perspective, an unbelievable scene would appear. The baleful black saber actually merged with the killing sword. The process wasn't very long and was rather slow. Lin Fei saw the slight changes. If it wasn't for his strong mental fortitude, he might have let out a long roar. Lin Fei was astonished. He was very calm in his heart. The killing sword devoured the baleful black saber. Originally, the baleful black saber had a reaction and struggled. However, as the killing sword continued to devour, the baleful black saber was completely suppressed. Such a strange and unbelievable scene appeared in Lin Fei's eyes. If an outsider mentioned it, Lin Fei would definitely say that it was impossible. However, the facts in front of him told him that such a situation did exist. A long sword devouring a long saber. It was unbelievable. After devouring it cleanly, the killing sword floated in midair and a layer of black fog appeared outside. The baleful black saber is gone just like that. Lin Fei wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. The baleful black saber was so tough that even after reaching the mystic adept realm, his battle prowess had increased tremendously. It still couldn't cause any damage to the baleful black saber. It couldn't even leave a mark. Previously, Lin Fei had thought about whether he should find a chance to forge the baleful black saber into a long sword. The quality shouldn't be too bad, at least in terms of sharpness that would be an absolute advantage. However, who would have thought that there would be such an outcome? Lin Fei didn't expect it at all. Such a thing was indeed hard to predict. I wonder what would happen if the killing sword devoured the baleful black saber? Lin Fei removed the waterfire lotus and waited patiently. The killing sword's transformation continued. At the same time, something big happened in the capital. A few direct descendants, including the Li family, were found dead in a small alley at night. When this news spread, it instantly caused a huge uproar. The Li family had a lot of influence in the capital, because they had a mystic king expert overseeing them. Thus, the Li family had always stood strong. As for the other families, they were all very powerful. They definitely had mystic great perfection experts overseeing them, and there were at least a few of them. The difference between a mystic king and a mystic great perfection expert was just a level. In terms of true battle prowess, the difference was not just an ordinary level. For a family with a mystic king overseeing them, as long as they made a move, killing a mystic great perfection expert was as easy as lifting a finger. With such a huge incident happening in the capital, and so many direct descendants dead, the impact was extremely bad. The other families were in a state of panic, afraid that they would be labeled as the culprit behind the scenes. If it was just the disciples of the other families who died, it would at most cause a small impact. Now that a direct descendant of the Li family had died, and one with extremely valiant battle prowess and considerable talent, it was different. Now that he was killed in a small alley, without even a corpse left, it was not an ordinary tragedy. The situation in the capital instantly changed unpredictably, and at the same time there was a sense of apprehension. Following this incident, the entire capital produced a new round of situations. Everyone was looking at the Li family to see what decision they would make. In reality, the Li family did not disappoint them. First, they announced the arrest of the culprit behind the scenes. First, almost all the disciples of the families who participated in the auction at 8 Treasures Pavilion were brought back to accept their investigation. Anyone who disobeyed would be treated as a suspect for the culprit. They would be killed without mercy, and then questioned for their crimes. It had to be said that this thunderous strike from the Li family had indeed caused many people to panic and feel uneasy. As a direct descendant, just this alone made people unable to look down on Li Yang, especially the pressure brought by his death. No one dared to blame the Li family because the Li family had the right to speak. Even the imperial family of the capital had to give the Li family some face, especially since a disciple of the family who died was one of the more talented ones in the family. As the main culprit this time, Lin Fei was completely unaware of everything that had happened outside. His gaze was fixed on the killing sword floating in the air. This is the killing sword that devoured the baleful black saber? Lin Fei looked at the killing sword in disbelief. The killing sword now looked different from before. First, it was not a fierce aura but a sharp aura. It was a sharp aura of metal, and it had the aura of a sword that could destroy all things. Before, the killing sword first had a murderous aura, then a fierce aura. Looking at it now, those who did not know would think that this was an extremely sharp sword, a sword that could destroy all things. Lin Fei instinctively used the detection sword. Killing sword +1. Highest grade numinous treasure. Power unknown. Seeing this result, Lin Fei was once again in a dilemma. Devouring it +1, could it be that this killing sword could continuously improve? But after devouring the baleful black saber, the grade was only of the highest grade? Only of the highest grade. If Lin Fei's thoughts were to spread outside, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Among the numinous treasures, as long as one had enough pure essence pills, it was not difficult to find a lower grade numinous treasure. Middle grade numinous treasures came second. Upper grade numinous treasures would require a huge price. Generally, those who could get their hands on upper grade numinous treasures were all experts with a certain status and position. Upper grade numinous treasures needed the strength to use, otherwise, they would only be treasures in the eyes of others. As for supreme grade numinous treasures, they were really rare and precious. Even Mystic King experts might not have a supreme grade numinous treasure. It was already easy for them to have a half supreme grade numinous treasure. Once the news of supreme grade numinous treasure was spread, it would definitely cause a bloodbath. In terms of influence, it was not inferior to the Sword Emperor's inheritance. Why do I feel like my heart is moving at will? Lin Fei grabbed the killing sword with one hand and instantly felt like his heart was moving at will. Metal intent? Swish. 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 A trace of metal intent was integrated. The killing sword shot out countless golden sword rays, and the furniture not far away was instantly blasted into pieces. It was even more terrifying than before. What a terrifying power! Lin Fei's heart was moved. Previously, when the sword ray attacked, Mystic King experts were instantly killed. Mystic King experts did not have it easy either. Previously, when he executed the wind-chasing sword, a middle-grade numinous treasure, he felt like he was stuck by something. Lin Fei thought that he had comprehended it thoroughly. After experiencing the scene before him, Lin Fei suddenly realized that he lacked a weapon to withstand it. If the killing sword is suitable for the metal intent, then wouldn't it be difficult to execute the wind intent? Lin Fei frowned. In terms of comprehension, the wind intent was superior, while the metal intent was inferior. Replacing the metal intent with the wind intent. Lin Fei's eyes lit up once more. That works too. A wind-like aura seemed to fly past him, and he actually had a deeper comprehension of the wind intent. This was a feeling that he had never felt before. This was the soft side of the wind. The sword aura changed, and the cool breeze instantly turned into a gust of wind, as though it was going to tear a hole in the void. Thereafter, the gust of wind turned into a gentle wind, and the change between hard and soft kept on going back and forth. It was exceptionally smooth. It can't be. He comprehended it so quickly. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. This change was beyond his imagination. Lin Fei had always kept Uncle Master Zhang Wen's words in mind. When the wind sword reached the level of softness within hardness and hardness within softness, it meant that the wind sword had reached greater mastery. Lin Fei had always thought that he would have to wait a year before he could reach greater mastery. But now it seemed like he didn't even need a year. To think that such a simple comprehension came from a long sword. What a great harvest this time! Lin Fei soared to the heavens in a single step. Now that he had cultivated the wind sword to great perfection, he could execute the last 3 moves. Now, even if Lin Fei didn't use a sword, he could use his finger as a sword to reach greater mastery. Coupled with his comprehension of the wind intent, his fearsome swordsmanship would become a nightmare for others. Softness within hardness, hardness within softness. This was the most fearsome swordsmanship. Previously, he was still excited for the 5 million pure yuan pills. The wind sword had reached greater mastery, increasing his battle prowess imperceptibly. Pure yuan pills couldn't compare. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Fei had already grasped the wind Dao, the great thousand world. There were Daos everywhere. When a Dao was comprehended, one would become the king of the Daos. Just like Lin Fei, who had comprehended the wind intent, he had now comprehended the core of the wind intent. It could be said that he had become an expert in the wind Dao. Ding! Congratulations player on leveling up the wind sword and reaching the Dao level. Reward, 50,000 points. Before Lin Fei could digest the news, the system had given him a surprise. Damn, this is a reward too? After a moment of shock, he beamed with joy and excitement. 50,000 points. Originally, he only had a few thousand points. In the blink of an eye, he had gained 50,000 points. Very soon, Lin Fei noticed that the system had hinted at Dao. Dao? What is that? As a rookie, Lin Fei had cultivated for less than a year, and there were many things he didn't know, and this Dao was one of them. Luckily, Lin Fei wasn't stupid. Could it be that this Dao is the wind intent that I have comprehended? This is a Dao. This conjecture was already very close to the existence of the Dao. If Uncle Master Zhongwen was here, or if he was in the Divine Force sect, Lin Fei would definitely know about the existence of Dao. It was something that was extremely difficult to comprehend. Comprehending the wind intent was just a step on the right path. Chapter 269. P.S. Thanks to Xil for the monthly vote. Early the next morning it was a refreshing autumn day. The weather was perfect. Lin Fei was invited by Wen Ruxue. When Wen Ruxue saw Lin Fei, she immediately felt that something was different. A strange look appeared in her eyes, something that had not been there before. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Lin Fei smiled to himself. Wen Ruxue shook her head. No, I just feel that Master Shuangmu is different from before. I can't tell what it is exactly. Lin Fei was surprised and thought, girls have a different reaction. It should be that after I realized the existence of Dao, my body has changed. I didn't expect that I couldn't hide it from Wen Ruxue. How come? Lin Fei denied. I'm still the same person. How can I change? You must have thought too much yesterday. Hearing this, Wen Ruxue nodded subconsciously. Maybe it's true. Last night Lin Fei studied the killing sword and the Dao, he realized. He didn't sleep well for the whole night. He was still full of energy. The breakthrough of Dao had a little influence on him. Master Shuangmu, this is a rule of our family. Please don't take it to heart. Wen Ruxue looked at Lin Fei with shame. Wen Ruxue said apologetically when they appeared in a martial arts practice field. Lin Fei shook his head. It's okay. Every family has its own rules. I understand this very well. You don't have to feel pressured. After appearing in the martial arts practice field, Lin Fei knew what was going on. In order to return a favor to Uncle Zhongwen, Lin Fei was surprisingly not angry. He was much calmer, as if what happened in front of him was no different than usual. Since his view was different, his mentality was naturally different. When Ruxue glanced at Master Shuangmu secretly, seeing that Master Shuangmu was not angry, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She was afraid that her words would cause dissatisfaction. It seems that the disciples of your Wen family don't welcome me very much, Lin Fei suddenly said to Wen Ruxue. Wen Ruxue already knew what Shuangmu was talking about. Even though Wen Ruxue was only at the Mystic Master intermediate stage, she could still feel the gazes from the surroundings, which carried a faint sense of resentment. Master Shuangmu, I'm really sorry. I didn't know this would happen. Wen Ruxue smiled apologetically. This is the Wen family. They are just some branch family disciples. It's not their turn to do anything. Lin Fei's perception was very sensitive. When he stepped into the martial arts practice field, he immediately felt something. When one's strength reached a certain level, even a single glance, a small one at that, would immediately cause an expert to react. Miss Wen, I was just joking, Lin Fei said with a smile. I promise to help you. In my eyes, the rest are just they won't amount to anything. At this moment, the familiar Wen Qiu walked over. Brat, I didn't think you would dare to come here. Wen Ruxue's face turned cold. Wen Qiu, what are you doing here? Wen Qiu said sarcastically. This is the Wen family's martial arts practice field. Can't I come to see this Master Shuangmu? I think Wen Qiu is right. Let's get to know Master Shuangmu first. Is there anything wrong with that? Another person walked out from behind Wen Qiu. It was Wen Tianya from before. Wen Ruxue said coldly, You Wen Tianya are always scheming. Would you take the initiative to get to know someone? This is very rare. Exposing Wen Tianya's background in front of others was no less than a reminder to Lin Fei. Tianya didn't show any anger on his face even though he had been exposed. Instead, he revealed a modest smile and said, Sister Ru Shui, fighting and killing are things that the lower class do. The upper class should use their brains. That's the way of the king. What do you think? After he finished speaking, he pointed at his head. Ru Shui did not give him face. That's not necessarily true. Tianya smiled again and looked at Master Shuangmu. You're the Master Shuangmu who taught Wen Qiu a lesson, right? This person was quite scheming. Lin Fei immediately gave an evaluation. If there's no one else, it should be me, Lin Fei said with a smile. Tianya said, if I were you, I would definitely leave the One family. You have to know that it's easy to fail miserably if you walk too much at night. Lin Fei chuckled. Leave? Why should I leave? That's all I have to say. You'll understand in the future. Tianya turned to leave. Wen Qiu glared at him before following him with hatred. Master Shuangmu, that was an accident. Ru Shui explained hurriedly. Lin Fei shook his head. These are the collateral disciples of the One family, right? Yes, the one who spoke just now was Tianya. Ru Shui explained, among the collateral disciples, Tianya is the one who is better at scheming. He's the best among the collateral disciples. So he's the best of the collateral disciples. No wonder he's so scheming, Lin Fei said. However, this person is looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. No matter how powerful his schemes are, without absolute strength, it's nothing more than an illusion. Ru Shui's heart tightened as she understood what he meant. Tianya and the rest were in trouble. When Tianya came just now, Ru Shui knew very well that they were here for revenge. The martial arts arena was filled with disciples of the One family. On the left were the collateral disciples of the One family, and on the right were the direct disciples. It was clear at a glance. Do you see that? The one in black over there is the helper that Ru Shui invited back. He doesn't look like much. He's just ordinary. How powerful can he be? I really don't understand why Wen Qiu would be humiliated by a brat. If it were me, I'd definitely give that brat a bloody nose and a swollen face. The collateral disciples and direct disciples began to discuss. The One family's clan leader and elders came out personally this time to select suitable helpers for the qualifiers. The battle of the decade was of utmost importance and they had to take it seriously. As mentioned earlier, the internal problems of the family were serious. The One family was no exception. In the battle of the decade, be it the collateral disciples or direct disciples, all of them sought outside help in order to obtain the qualifications to fight for their own lineage. On the martial arts arena, apart from the disciples, there were also invited experts. Every single one of them looked extraordinary. For the sake of these external help, every lineage had sacrificed a lot this time. After the elders and clan leader came out, the martial arts arena quietened down. An elder with a long beard walked out. Those who are not important leave except for the core members. After the One family elder came up, his loud and clear voice swept through the entire martial arts arena. Late-stage mystic spirit strength. An elder had the strength of a late-stage mystic spirit strength. The martial arts arena was quickly emptied. The One family's dozen or so lineages all gathered on the martial arts arena. Your One family isn't bad, Lin Fei said casually. This is our One family's second elder, Ru Shui said. So it was the second elder, Lin Fei muttered in his heart. It seemed that the One family's first elder's strength should be at the Mystic Spirit Great Circle. After traveling for a while, Lin Fei could already understand that a Mystic Spirit Great Circle expert was enough to guard a family. Mystic King experts were another matter. After a passionate speech, the second elder of the One family began to announce the selection. There were a total of 3 people selected. They would represent the One family and secure their current position, instead of being kicked out of this core position of the Chamber of Commerce. The first round, movement techniques. The second elder of the One family announced. It turned out that the One family selection was not done step by step. They set up 3 thresholds to select the experts within the 3 thresholds. It was not purely for sparring. Is this how the One family chooses? Lin Fei couldn't help but ask. When Ru Shui explained, the One family chooses according to the events of the Decade Assembly. The first round is movement techniques, the second is attack power, and the third is sparring. It is divided into elimination rounds. Oh, Lin Fei replied. That's simple. Master Shuangmu will definitely win the battle. The first round movement techniques. How far could a breath of true origin fly? It looked easy, but in reality it was not so easy to execute. On the contrary, it was extremely difficult. Lin Fei didn't think of hiding anything. He used 50% of his strength and took first place. It could be said that he had shocked everyone in the martial arts field. In Lin Fei's opinion, as long as enough pressure was given to a group of enemies, they would panic no matter how good their state of mind was. Lin Fei's taking first place in movement techniques brought a great impact. The one family elder noticed that such an expert could fly 30 to 40 feet with a breath of true origin. It was already commendable. When Rushue suddenly became the center of attention, the collateral disciples were nervous. The second round, attack power. The one family took out a black stone made of special materials. When the power landed on it, a virtual number would appear. This number was the opponent's attack power. This kind of attack power test had always been a useful method in the family to determine the change in one's strength. Whether it was the collateral disciples or the direct descendants, they all used all their strength in the second round to suppress Wen Rushue's influence. In the second round, Lin Fei took first place again with one punch. Whether it was the elders or the clan leader who had been watching, they all knew that there was such a person. This Master Shuangmu is the expert invited by Xiao Shui. He has a good eye. He took first place in both movement techniques and attack power. Xiao Shui has spent a lot of effort on this. Xiao Shui is a good child. I heard that when she came back, she encountered danger. It was this Master Shuangmu who killed all the enemies and prevented the loss of the caravan. These elders were obviously on Wen Rushue's side. The first round of movement techniques and the second round of attack power are just simple tests. The most important thing is the last round. The most important thing is to learn from each other. Being good at the beginning doesn't mean that it will be good at the end. Among the collateral disciples, we invited several experts this time. They might not be worse than Master Shuangmu. Chapter 270. Lin Fei took first place twice in a row. First in movement technique, shocking everyone. First in attack power, shocking everyone. Even though it was just a small selection for some people, it was quite stressful. Damn it, how could this happen? When Chio's eyes were about to spit fire, the situation seemed to have changed. Tinya, the situation doesn't seem right. That kid actually took first place twice. Even the elders are talking about it. The one who hated him the most was definitely Wen Qiu. Last time he was beaten to the point that he didn't dare to go out. Every time Wen Qiu saw the direct disciple's eyes, she would be filled with anger. She wanted to chop Master Shuangmu into 8 pieces with a machete, so that she could vent her anger. Whoosh! When Tinya opened the folding fan in his hand, displaying the scenery of high mountains and flowing water. Calm down, Wen Qiu said. How can we be calm? If he gets the qualification, we can only watch helplessly. When Tinya smiled. Don't you think that Master Shuangmu's outstanding performance is more beneficial to us? Beneficial? Wen Qiu's anger turned into laughter. Haha, I'm still not calm enough. Brother Tinya, don't be offended. When Tinya snorted. What, Master Shuangmu? Let him be happy for a while. Don't you think that falling from the clouds is a wonderful feeling? By the way, how's the arrangement of the expert I asked you to arrange? As for the latter part of the sentence, the two of them transmitted their voices over and over again. I found an assassin to replace someone according to your instructions. When the time comes, I'll let him fight Master Shuangmu. Wen Qiu was very proud. When Tianya heaved a sigh of relief. What's his strength? Early stage cryptic spirit. Good. When Tianya said, I'm afraid that Master Shuangmu won't expect us to find an assassin to deal with that kid. When the sparring is tense, he'll kill him in one blow. Hee. This plan succeeded thanks to Brother Tinya's help. I've already contacted a few pretty girls last night. When Qiu's lewd laughter came. The third round sparring. This round was the most important. If it wasn't for the fact that the younger generation of the One Clan lacked true experts, the One Clan would never have looked for external help. But then again, for the position of the chief merchant, no matter which family it was, they all liked to look for experts to help them. Sparring in the training field. It was also an elimination match. The remaining 3 would have the qualifications to represent them in the competition. This elimination round was obviously a little different. Master Shuangmu. This year's situation is a bit different. The competition is divided into defending the arena. When Rushua's expression was not very good as she walked in from outside. Lin Fei had already noticed the 3 arenas. Previously he was still puzzled. However, after hearing Wen Rushua's explanation, he immediately understood what the purpose of this arena was. He could not think of a second purpose. Defending the arena is quite interesting. Lin Fei stood up. It's easier and faster than I thought. I can go back and rest after finishing my work. You want to defend the arena? Wen Rushua exclaimed. Wen Rushua knew Master Shuangmu's strength very well. Today, there was even a mystic spirit realm expert in the martial arts practice field of the One Clan. Lin Fei was amused. Why not? But they want to find trouble with you. The they that Wen Rushua was referring to was naturally the branch family members. Lin Fei blinked. Actually, I was waiting for them. Is Master Shuangmu going to defend the arena? When Lin Fei moved, he immediately attracted attention. Defending the arena required extremely strong strength, especially the dozens of branches of the One Clan. It was equivalent to defending the arena against 4 to 5 martial artists. It was not easy. As expected of the person invited by Wen Rushua. He is really bold. Wen Tianya was also slightly stunned. Wen Qiu was anxious. Isn't this better? When the time comes we can arrange for assassins to go up and kill that brat. Wen Tianya said. No hurry. Wen Qiu was more anxious than anyone else. If she did not torture Master Shuangmu, she would not be able to eat and sleep in peace. Facing Wen Tianya, who was good at using stratagems, Wen Qiu did not dare to be angry. Because Wen Tianya was famous for his ruthlessness, she did not dare to offend him. With a leap, Lin Fei crossed a distance of more than 10 feet in one breath and landed on the arena. Who's first? We can go back after the fight. Whoosh! The martial arts practice field was silent. He's too arrogant. So arrogant, let's fight. Whoever goes up and brings this brat down, I will reward them handsomely. The people below started to make a ruckus. Among them, the direct disciples were the loudest. Lin Fei's words were too hurtful. Did he really think that all the experts were like cabbages? To be able to fight so easily, did he think he was a genius? As expected, a martial artist from the side branch had the strength of a late-stage mystic master. I am Wu Ho, please advise me. The skinny man cupped his hands and said. Make your move. Lin Fei cupped his hands and said indifferently. Wu Ho's face flashed a trace of anger. Soul-locking palm. Surging true origin surged out of his body and transformed into countless of pitch-black chains, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. The dense chi interweaved and transformed into a black true origin hand that grabbed towards Lin Fei's throat. Its power was extraordinary. Yellow upper grade soul-locking palm, it lives up to its name. Facing this technique, Lin Fei's face maintained an indifferent smile, but his eyes flashed a trace of disapproval. With this broken attack you want to defeat me? You are too far off. Rumble. A true origin hand appeared in mid-air. Its aura was not inferior to the soul-locking palm. It slammed down and welcomed the opponent's soul-locking palm. Such strong true origin. Rumble. Once again, a powerful wave of chi spread out in all directions. The soul-locking palm was instantly destroyed by the true origin hand, and could not hold on for long. As for Wu Ho, the true origin hand's aura did not stop, and he was flung off the stage. He lost so quickly. The people below the stage who were prepared to watch a good show were all stunned. Wu Ho, who was flung off the stage, lost wholeheartedly. The soul-locking palm was defeated by the true origin hand, and he had nothing to say. Who's the second? Lin Fei said lazily. This time, the side branch disciples and direct disciples were all depressed. Let me. Without letting Lin Fei wait for long, the second martial artist quickly rushed onto the stage. Where did Wen Rushua find such an expert? This Master Shuangmu is too terrifying. He defeated 3 martial artists in a short period of time, and they were all defeated in one move. He used their attacks to break their attacks, palm techniques, fist techniques, and leg techniques. If he can block 2 more, Master Shuangmu will be qualified. In the martial arts arena, whether it was the side branch disciples or the direct disciples, at this moment, they no longer thought that they were infallible, but looked at him as if he was a monster. How could this Master Shuangmu be so powerful? It was already amazing to have good fist techniques, but this person was not only good at fist techniques but also in other aspects. His body was full of true origin, and he was able to defeat the martial artists on the stage with ordinary attacks. Before, the One Family disciples were angry because the opponent was too arrogant and did not take them seriously. After defeating 3 martial artists in a row, he defeated them with similar moves. This made them sincerely convinced. Xiantian continent was such a place you could look down on someone, but you could not look down on someone stronger than you. The strong had always been worshipped. I wonder who will be the next one. Among the 3 arenas, only Lin Fei's arena was the most lively. Me. While everyone was guessing, another martial artist flew out from the crowd. The aura of the great perfection was not concealed at all, which told everyone that the person who attacked was a mysterious master great perfection warrior. I am good at using the sword. If you use your sword techniques to break my sword techniques, I admit defeat. The person looked serious, and there was a long sword on his back. Lin Fei was still so calm. Make your move as you wish. Wow. There was another uproar from below. This Master Shuangmu also knew sword techniques? Are you kidding me? All the elders of the One Family looked at this Master Shuangmu as if he was a monster. He was not strong, and they didn't know how he cultivated his strong true origin. It was quite amazing that he defeated the opponent with the power of true origin. Now he used sword techniques to break it. Could it be that this person's sword technique was also powerful? Everyone couldn't help but guess. Swish. As soon as this person attacked, the long sword buzzed with a soft intent. Long sword continuous. The long sword slashed out, layers upon layers of sword shadows, and a lingering aura enveloped the arena. The sword chi was like raindrops, appearing on the arena in an instant, and the blue stone on the arena instantly turned into a sword mark. What an affectionate aura! It was the first time that Lin Fei saw someone who could use sword techniques to such an extent. After the sword was drawn, the lingering aura of the lover would first affect the mind. Lin Fei originally thought it was the artistic conception, but now it seemed that it was another sword intent. To exert such a powerful sword intent, the comprehension of the sword technique must be the most powerful one that Lin Fei had seen so far. If he comprehended the artistic conception, he would definitely be a powerful opponent. Like the wind, the lingering sword intent and the continuous raindrops were suddenly blown away by a breeze. The original lingering raindrops disappeared in an instant, and the arena returned to its original appearance. I lost. That person flew down from the arena and directly admitted defeat. That is Sun Yang of the affectionate sword. I didn't expect that he would lose so quickly. The sword technique of Master Shuangmu just now was so terrifying. It seems that one of the qualifications will belong to this Master Shuangmu if there are no accidents. I wonder who will challenge Master Shuangmu in the last one? Sun Yang, the affectionate sword, was famous. Everyone had heard of him, but they didn't expect that he would lose so quickly. Similarly, they didn't expect that Master Shuangmu's strength was even more powerful, especially his exquisite sword technique. They didn't even know what sword technique he had just used. The head of the One Family and the elders all stood up subconsciously and looked at Master Shuangmu on the arena in shock, not knowing what to say. Chapter 271. The One Clan was still shocked by Master Shuangmu's performance. The investigation at the scene where the direct descendant of the Li family was killed was still ongoing, and it looked like the flowers were about to fall into the water. A gray-robed old man appeared at the scene. Ever since the incident where a family disciple was killed, this small alley had been sealed off, and no one was allowed to enter. Those who had picked up things in the alley before were all found out. As for whether they could survive, it was unknown, but the result would definitely not be good. Master Li Yang died here. Beside the gray-robed man stood a middle-aged man with a hooked nose. His tone was extremely polite, and behind him there were also a few guards scattered around on guard. No hurry. The gray-robed man walked in the alley. In the blink of an eye, he walked back and forth and checked the scene once. The Li clan's disciple did indeed die here. This is the first scene, there's no need to look anymore. The gray-robed man spoke. There is a large amount of metal element energy left in the alley. It should be a martial artist who cultivates metal element cultivation techniques. He is extremely skilled. Your disciple was killed by a fatal blow. During this period he used the rune shield, so he was unavoidably injured. The middle-aged man with a hooked nose had an indiscernible expression on his face. He only nodded slightly. This hooked nose was an elder of the Li clan's law enforcement hall. His nickname was Guijianqiu, Elder Li Qiu. The huge Li clan was divided into several branches, and the law enforcement hall was one of them. Any powerful clan would have a law enforcement hall. The existence of the law enforcement hall was nothing more than to deal with the clan's disciples who violated the rules. This was the first function. The second function was the one in front of them, to capture the various enemies of the Li clan. Li Yang was killed, so the law enforcement hall naturally had to find out the truth and find the murderer behind the scenes. This time the one who died was a direct descendant disciple, Li Yang, who had a chance of becoming a core disciple. The Li clan was furious. It was not easy to nurture a talented disciple. Losing one was equivalent to weakening the Li clan's strength. Even though this strength would only appear after a few years or even decades. The Li clan was furious, so the law enforcement hall began to investigate. The law enforcement hall elder, Li Qiu, immediately investigated everything. As a matter of fact, he invited a member of the clan to investigate everything that happened and find the murderer behind the scenes. "Master, can we begin?" Li Qiu said coldly. The reason why Li Qiu was nicknamed Ghost Worry was because Li Qiu had always been so gloomy and cold, causing people to not dare to approach him. He was like a venomous snake in the night, and anyone who was targeted would receive a cruel lesson. That was why he had the nickname Ghost Worry, which meant that even ghosts would worry when they saw him. "All right." The gray-clothed man was expressionless. He took out an item and spat it out. A mist of blood filled the small alley. "Reveal." Following the shout, a ripple appeared in the alley. It was a kind of existence that could not be seen. It was like a black fog that gathered on top of the red fog. Immediately after, a screen appeared in the sky. A scene appeared in the sky screen. The gray-robed man's face turned pale as his blood essence was consumed. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely be shocked by the power of the Li family. He was a level 5 runes master. At the same time, he was also the master of runes who set up special runes formations. This kind of runes master was not easy to find. For the Li family to be able to invite him to be a guardian, it could be seen that the Li family was not simple. If Lin Fei knew that the Li family had invited such a formation runes master, he would definitely make sure that the Li family would not be able to find any clues. In the sky screen, the scene was constantly changing like passing clouds and smoke. Then the scene in the sky screen turned into night once again. In the alley, a familiar figure appeared. Li Qiu's gloomy face shot out 2 rays of cold light, revealing an aura that no one could resist. The scene from that night repeated in the sky screen. From the beginning of the killing to the end of the leaving, even though it had only been a moment, it was already enough for the Li family. The gray-clothed man spat out another mouthful of blood. His complexion was extremely poor. "I've tried my best." The sky screen in front of him shattered and disappeared. The person behind him took out a cup. After the gray-clothed man drank it, his complexion recovered a lot and he no longer looked so weak. Li Qiu said, "Master Shang Kong, can you find out the specific whereabouts of this person?" Shang Kong shook his head. "It's very difficult. This person did not show his face from the beginning to the end. He was purely dressed in black. Forgive me for being powerless." Li Qiu was greatly disappointed. Was the trail going to end here? He originally thought that Master Shang Kong would use a special method to find the killer behind the scenes and finally uproot them. But now it seemed that the problem was very big. Li Qiu said, "Is there no way at all?" Shang Kong said awkwardly, "Chasing and killing the enemy is not my forte. If Elder Li wants to find the opponent, maybe you can find someone, maybe you can find the opponent." Li Qiu said, "Who?" "Rat King." Li Qiu suddenly said, "Oh, it's him." When family's martial arts practice field, Lin Fei was still standing on the stage. Facing this abnormal Master Shuang Mu, whether it was the direct descendants or the collateral descendants, they all began to think. Was it appropriate to waste an opportunity? Master Shuangmu had defeated 4 challengers in a row. If he won again, he would be qualified. Under such circumstances, who would be willing to go up? Damn it, this kid is really strange. Wen Qiu was already full of anger. It was all caused by the blow. He doubted whether the killer he hired had the confidence to kill Master Shuangmu. Wen Tianya's face showed seriousness for the first time. He's really hard to deal with. Wen Tianya said, I really don't know what kind of mysterious technique he cultivates. His true essence is so thick. No wonder he could suppress you back then. Wen Qiu said, you still have the mood to joke. That kid is about to take one of the 3 places. At that time the boat will rise with the tide. If we want to do anything, the family will not allow it. When he said the word family, he revealed a rare fear. In the selection they could tamper with it. If the result was confirmed, no matter how much courage they had, they would not dare to do anything. In the past, there were several family disciples who tampered with important matters. In the end, without exception, they were all executed. They even implicated the branch behind them, causing their vitality to be greatly damaged for several years. When Tianya shook his head, I know that. Unless he's an idiot, no one would make a fuss about this. I don't want to die like this. Let me ask you now, do you think he can defeat that assassin? Wen Qiu showed a rare hesitation. I don't think so. Although the killer I hired is only an early-stage cryptic spirit killer, he has already assassinated several middle-stage cryptic spirit experts. Killing a mystic adept realm kid shouldn't be a big problem. Little did he know that there was actually a trace of doubt in his words. Wen Qiu just did not care about it. When Tianya smiled, then it's settled. When Qiu made up her mind, I will let that killer go up immediately. When Tianya said, let's watch the show. On the arena, Lin Fei defeated 4 martial artists in a row. On the arena, the happiest person was Wen Ruxue. Miss, our Wen clan might have hope. Guan Mingchong walked up without anyone noticing. Uncle Guan, why are you here? Why don't you rest and recuperate? Guan Mingchong smiled happily. I was resting, but after hearing Master Shuangmu's amazing performance, I specially came to have a look. When Ruxue smiled, this time thanks to Uncle Guan's reminder, I almost missed a good thing. Guan Mingchong said, this is what this old servant should do. Master Shuangmu's strength is far beyond imagination. I really don't know where he came from. In the future, he will definitely be famous in the continent. Someone went up. When Ruxue frowned, Guan Mingchong said, a mere early-stage cryptic spirit martial artist. Master Shuangmu should be able to deal with him. The early-stage cryptic spirit martial artist went up, attracting everyone's attention again. This one is Mu Kuei. The person on the arena had a very cold aura, making people feel very uncomfortable. Make your move. Lin Fei was the same as before. Early-stage cryptic spirit martial artist, Lin Fei did not take it to heart. When Mu Kuei moved, Lin Fei could not help but frown, feeling puzzled. This person has killing intent towards me, and quite a lot of it. Is he here to kill me? Lin Fei was very sensitive to things like killing intent. Even though the other party had hidden it perfectly, from the moment the other party had stepped onto the stage, that killing intent had been directed at him. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they would be able to tell what was going on. What a fast speed! With a thought, the person appeared behind Lin Fei. With a shake of his left hand, a dagger slid down, and with a flash it pierced towards Lin Fei's neck. This attack was to kill Lin Fei. Killing intent was revealed. On the martial arts field, everyone could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This Mu Kuei early-stage cryptic spirit martial artist speed was really too fast, almost making people unable to react. Many people asked themselves how could they block this move. You want to kill me? It had to be said that this Mu Kuei was very powerful, but unfortunately, he encountered Lin Fei. Mu Kuei was shocked. How did he know? In the eyes of outsiders, this attack did not have any killing intent, but the other party's voice transmission had revealed his purpose. As an assassin, he quickly calmed down. Empty. At such a close distance, the dagger in Mu Kuei's hand pierced through a shadow, which had never happened before. In terms of speed, there were not many people in the capital who could compare to Lin Fei, let alone Mu Kuei. He only had an advantage in speed, but it was impossible to kill Lin Fei. You don't want to say, do you? I also know that you are someone sent by the One family. A disdainful voice sounded from behind. The dagger slashed, and with a flash of white light, the target was Lin Fei's neck. Missed again. The second attack missed again. Mu Kuei finally realized that he had encountered a terrifying enemy. From the day he became an assassin, with the speed of Mu Kuei's hands, coupled with his extremely fast reaction, few people could defend against his attacks in close combat. Today he missed twice in a row, and did not see the other party's shadow, and was even seen through. This was something he had never encountered before. Miss, the situation is not good. When Rushua did not see anything, but the battle in the arena was more dangerous. What's going on, Uncle Guan? That Mu Kuei wants to kill Master Shuang Mu, Guan Mingchang said in a serious tone, staring at the arena. Impossible. When Rushua said in a questioning tone, Guan Mingchang shook his head. This person is very powerful. Seems to be a spar, but in fact it is a killing move. Don't forget, your Uncle Guan used to be an assassin. This person's method is very similar to an assassin's. When Rushua trusted Uncle Guan very much, and her face turned cold, could it be? The smart one Rushua already knew what was going on. It was obvious that someone wanted to kill Master Shuang Mu, and she could not help but suspect someone. In the arena, the situation was a close call. It seems that you are stubborn. Then go to hell. Lin Fei sneered. He was already sure that this person was here to kill him. Explode. A low voice came from Lin Fei's throat. A muffled sound came from Mu Kuei's mouth, and then he immediately spat out a lot of blood, which contained fragments of his internal organs. Mu Kuei's breathing became weak and his eyes widened. You are vicious. With a plop, Mu Kuei fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and dyed the arena red. He was dead. The elders of the One clan stood up again, or rather, they were scared out of their wits. An early-stage cryptic spirit expert died just like that? How did he die? As for the dead, the One clan did not care. Those with status and background would not necessarily participate in the selection to fight for the One clan. The death of one person naturally did not affect them. The important thing was that they had sent out an expert this time, a trump card. They probably did not expect that after understanding the path of Tao, Lin Fei's battle strength could be said to have increased more than 10 times. Facing the wind sword, that had mastered the great accomplishment realm, Lin Fei could already kill people at will. Just now he used the sword chi to kill Mu Kuei. Mu Kuei's death. On the training field, when Tianya and Wen Qiu were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. Dead? How could he be dead? Wen Qiu was already covered in cold sweat. In order to hire an assassin to kill Master Shuang Mu, they had spent a lot of money. Now that the assassin had died in the arena, how to solve this problem was still a big problem. Don't panic, don't panic. When Tianya took a deep breath and desperately tried to calm himself down, an early-stage cryptic spirit assassin was killed silently. When Tianya felt that there was suddenly a sharp sword on his head, as if the other party could kill him at any time. This person could not be provoked. As a martial artist, they were not afraid of anything except unknown danger. For example, the scene on the arena just now. The early-stage cryptic spirit Mu Kuei was not weak at all, but after a few rounds, he died silently. Even though they knew that there was something wrong with his internal organs, no one could figure out how he did it. When Tianya did not know, and neither did Wen Qiu. Now that the two of them were having a headache, it was their turn to have a headache after the assassin was killed. Just at this moment, Lin Fei's gaze shot over. It seemed to be casual, but in fact it was directed at them. When Tianya could sit still, but Wen Qiu was different. Chapter 272. P.S. Thank you to 0 Fengyuan 0 for your 100 Chidian coins tip. Thank you to Pastoral Song in the Wind for your 2 monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. It's the end of the month. It was fine that Wen Qiu fell. There was nothing surprising about it and no one would pay attention to it. However, Wen Qiu was taught a lesson last time. Fear lingered in her heart. This time she specially found an assassin to deal with Lin Fei. Unexpectedly, the assassin died in the hands of Lin Fei in the blink of an eye. Especially when Lin Fei looked over, it was like a sharp long sword piercing through the last life-saving straw. It struck her fragile spirit, causing her spirit to collapse. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Wen Qiu babbled nonsense. Swoosh. Everyone's gaze fell on Wen Qiu. I was wrong. I shouldn't have found an assassin to deal with you. I beg you, please don't kill me. Wen Qiu struggled on the ground. Her face was pale. Wen Tianya's face was as pale as an incandescent lamp. Shut up, you idiot. The fan that had been swaying fell to the ground. Wen Tianya pounced forward, wanting to shut Wen Qiu up. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead. He regretted finding such an idiot who couldn't even withstand a glance from the other party. Originally, everyone was still watching the show. After hearing Wen Qiu's words, they couldn't help but look at each other. Especially those branch family members, their faces turned black. Wen Qiu didn't conceal it. Therefore, everyone in the training field heard it. As a mystic adept realm martial artist, the martial arts practice field was filled with martial artists. Anyone who paid attention would be able to hear their words. Furthermore, Wen Qiu's dancing was the most eye-catching sight in the crowd. Anyone who wasn't an idiot could understand what was going on. Only Lin Fei, who was on the stage, sneered. This was called asking for it. Serves him right. Bastard. The One Clan leader, Iron Mountain, was furious. The One Clan was on the brink of death. A disciple of the clan actually found someone to kill an outsider helper. If they didn't give an explanation for today's matter, it would inevitably disappoint and dissatisfy the other outsiders. Take them away. Investigate who is the mastermind behind all of this. Immediately, an elder stood up and grabbed one in each hand. Like an eagle catching a chick, he left the training field, leaving behind a scene of fear. The patriarch was furious. Lin Fei came down from the arena in anger. In reality, this was all an act for the One family to see. As a matter of fact, as soon as they descended, one of the elders from the One Clan apologized and asked for Lin Fei's forgiveness. Master Shuangmu, the One Clan will definitely give you an answer for what happened today. The elder of the One Clan was also embarrassed. Please don't be offended, Master Shuangmu. Lin Fei said angrily. I believe that this is a unique situation in the One family. Otherwise, I wouldn't have accepted the invitation to help. The elder of the One family finally let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Grandmaster Shuangmu, for understanding our difficulties. As the family grows, there are bound to be some small problems. Please forgive us, Grandmaster Shuangmu. After obtaining a qualification, Lin Fei left the martial arts practice field. What did Master Shuangmu say? As soon as the One family elder returned, the other elders asked anxiously, wanting to know the situation. Based on the performance in the arena today, the elders of the One Clan had a good impression of him and thought that he was the ideal choice. Master Shuangmu has a good temper. I believe that we can handle this matter well. It shouldn't have too much impact. The One Clan elder said slowly after a moment of silence. Investigate, we must find out the truth. We must give Master Shuangmu an explanation. Wasn't Wen Rushua the one who invited Master Shuangmu? Let her go over to express her gratitude and try not to leave a bad impression. The elders realized the seriousness of the situation. Iron Mountain, as his name suggested, had a very tough temper. To be frank, he was stubborn and unyielding. We must investigate Wen Tianya and Wen Qiu's problems. No matter who is behind this, we must find out this time and punish them severely. When Iron Mountain's gaze swept across the crowd, I don't want to see anyone exonerate them. The hearts of the elders sank, and the germinating idea was suppressed. The latter words were clearly directed at the elders present. The patriarch was angry. Whoever dared to play the good guy in this matter would end up badly. First, the patriarch would find trouble with them. It's hard to help people do good things. Back at his residence, Lin Fei shook his head, extremely dissatisfied. At this point, he could not just turn around and leave. Everything had a beginning and an end, and he had to do it well. Lin Fei carried such a mentality. Hiss hiss. In the residence, the little thing and King Kong strolled out. King Kong was born to be bullied. The little thing was lying on King Kong's head, and King Kong was drooping. A dignified mystic spirit, great perfection demonic beast was bullied like this. It dared not say a word, and there was no second one like it. Lin Fei took out a handful of pure elemental pills and placed them on the bedside. The little thing appeared on the bedside as if it was eating jelly beans, causing King Kong to look at it enviously. This was not the first time Lin Fei had seen this scene. "King Kong, this is yours." His pocket was bulging, and there were not many people who could use pure elemental pills to feed demonic beasts. "After settling the matter with the one family, I will return to Origin City. I can help." A hoarse and cold voice came from the mouth of a skinny old man. Li Qiu was sitting in a dark room. Squeak, 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 squeak. The sounds of demonic beasts could be heard from time to time. "Find the person, and the Li family will immediately send the things you need," Li Qiu said sinisterly. Coupled with the dark and gloomy environment, it made people feel a chill, as if this kind of person was born to live in the dark world. "Then let's begin." The person sitting in front of him was the famous Rat King in the Imperial City. Rat King was not a human, but a mutated rodent demonic beast. As for what kind of species, no one knew for now. When a demonic beast reached a certain level of strength, or after consuming elixirs, it could transform into a human. After transforming, the rodent species retained many of the demonic beast's habits. For example, this underground cave was the favorite place of the rodent species. Even though the Rat King had successfully transformed, he still retained the habits of a rodent, and for 365 days a year, he basically hid in the underground cave. The reason why the Rat King was famous was actually very simple. This Rat King had a magical power that could find people based on their aura. Even a wisp of aura could not escape the Rat King's tracking magical power. With this magical power, the Rat King was doing very well in the Imperial City. Coupled with the timid, cautious, and greedy rodents, the Rat King had survived until now. If you can't find the whereabouts of this person, don't even think about getting a piece of profound spirit stone. If you dare to leak the news, this elder believes that the Rat King will definitely understand. The Rat King nodded, a trace of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. "Humph, if this king makes a move, as long as he is still within the Imperial City, he will definitely not be able to escape from this king's palm," Li Qiu said coldly. "It's good that you understand." Li Qiu took out a jade bottle and handed it to the Rat King. The Rat King opened the bottle and a black mist floated out. The mustache man's beard moved without any wind. He opened his mouth and sucked, like a long rainbow sucking water, and swallowed it into his stomach. "Magical power, 1,000 miles search," the Rat King shouted, and a black shadow appeared behind him. One could vaguely see that it was a rodent. It had a huge body, shifty eyes, and looked around. It was very lifelike. As expected of the title Rat King! The Shadow Rat King actually spoke. "You flatter me, you flatter me." There was a sense of pride in his tone. "Escape." The Rat King moved and blended into the darkness, leaving the underground cave. The mustache man jumped up and down, and he headed towards the Imperial City. "He is in the Imperial City," the Rat King said to Li Qiu. The reason why the Rat King could do so well was because he had such a magical power. The black shadow from before was a clone that the Rat King had practiced. This doppelganger was not a real doppelganger, but a special kind of rat-type demonic beast. Once it was mastered, it had never failed to find anyone within 1,000 miles. A stern look flashed across Li Qiu's face. "Rat King, as long as you find the person today, the Li family will not let you suffer. This elder can help you put in a good word for you in front of the patriarch, and it will not be difficult for you to become the Li family's guest in the future." "Let's talk about the future in the future." The Rat King shook his head. Li Qiu thought, "Insensible thing." Lin Fei sat cross-legged, comprehending the Wind Dao. After stepping into this Dao, Lin Fei liked to practice when he was free. In the large room, the cool breeze was gentle, and the cold wind was fierce, entangling with each other. They were inseparable, 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 you and me, you and me. The practice of Wind Dao did not cause any harm to the little thing in King Kong. The little thing was lying on the bed, looking satisfied. Hiss hiss. Suddenly, the little thing opened its eyes. It turned around and actually appeared on the table. "Little thing, what's wrong?" Lin Fei stopped, curious about what the little thing was going to do. The little thing appeared again, landing on Lin Fei's shoulder, biting his clothes, looking outside, looking very excited. "You want me to go out?" Lin Fei could guess some of the little thing's thoughts, and could not help but ask. If you were on Earth, you would definitely think that you are a fool. In the Shantian continent, beasts were undoubtedly the smartest, followed by mutated beasts. Hiss hiss. The little thing nodded. Lin Fei kept King Kong into the pet space, opened the door and walked out. Tell Wenrushua that I have something to do, so I will leave first. Leaving behind a sentence under the surprised gaze of the two maids, he disappeared without a trace at the entrance of the small courtyard. After leaving the door, Lin Fei let the little thing choose how to go. Fortunately, he often reminded it, and the little thing knew that its identity was not ordinary, so it would not use teleportation in broad daylight. The imperial capital was very big. Gloomy, deserted alleys were everywhere. Even in the daytime, there were still many alleys as dark as night, without any sunlight. Little thing, you didn't go the wrong way, did you? Being in the alleys, Lin Fei could not help but frown. What was the little thing doing? Could it be that something had happened? As soon as he said that, the little thing disappeared without a trace, making Lin Fei not know whether to laugh or cry. Seemed to be bored. Ready to exercise? He thought of a word, pain in the ass. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound of a mouse? Chapter 273. Lin Fei was taken aback. Why would there be the sound of a mouse in the alley? Before he could react, another strange scene appeared in the alley. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. The little thing was actually chasing a mouse, a black mouse. That was not strange. What was strange was that the black rat could actually speak the human language, blowing its whiskers and glaring. Bastard, get out of here. I'm going to eat you. Damn it, who raised this demonic beast? Why is it so scary? Damn it, damn it. In the alley, the little thing moved quickly, jumping up and down as it chased after a mouse. In a panic, it kept spewing vulgarities. A talking mouse. Lin Fei reacted after a moment, but he could not figure out the origin of this mouse. Could it be that the little thing chased me all the way here for this mouse? Since when did the little thing have such an ability? Wind bind. With a thought from Lin Fei, the wind was like a rope, interweaving into a large net. It appeared in front of the mouse and formed a cage, trapping it in a narrow area. After comprehending the wind Tao, it was no longer limited to forms. Who is it? Who is it that wants to go against me? The Rat King cursed. After chasing from outside the capital all the way to the capital, it was inexplicably chased by a small demonic beast. Under normal circumstances, the Rat King could have easily killed the other party. However, the other party had a strong defense, and its hard teeth and claws could not tear through the other party's defense. It had completely become a toothless tiger. That was why such a scene had occurred. Hiss! The little thing pounced over and grabbed the Rat King with its sharp claws, pinning it to the ground. Bastard, you bastard! How dare you touch me? I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. After being trapped by the wind rope, the Rat King's heart fell to the bottom. Similarly, the Rat King saw the young man in the distance. The little thing behind could not wait any longer. It opened its mouth and bit down. Even the Rat King did not have time to react, and it looked like it was about to be sucked away. Don't eat me. I'm not tasty at all. The Rat King phantom struggled, but it was of no use. It was swallowed by the little thing. At the same time, the real Rat King spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn demonic beasts, damn humans. The Rat King opened his eyes. He looked dispirited as if he had been seriously injured. What happened? Li Qiu had been waiting the entire time, and when he saw the situation, he was also shocked. With his strength, he could clearly feel that the aura of the Rat King had weakened a lot, and without seeing the shadow return, he could roughly guess what had happened. The Rat King said angrily, "My doppelganger was eaten by a demon beast." What? Li Qiu was shocked. Eaten by the demon beasts? How was this possible? Could it be that he encountered a powerful demonic beast? Rat King had a tragic look on his face. It was a very weak demonic beast. This king couldn't do anything to it, especially when it encountered a powerful human who used a wind attribute cultivation technique. This king suffered greatly. Li Qiu's face darkened. So you're saying, things have been messed up, and we can't use our sacred art during this period of time? Rat King nodded. Elder Li Qiu, it's not that I don't want to help you. My avatar was eaten by the demon beast, And I met a powerful human. This king had no other choice. Li Qiu wanted to curse out loud. Why did you insist on going in the day? Isn't that clearly courting death? Don't you know that there are a lot of demon beasts in the imperial capital during the day? Coming out from the underground cave. Li Qiu's expression was very bad, and he thought to himself, the trail is broken, and I can only know that the person is in the imperial capital. The imperial capital is so big, how can I find him? It's all that Li Yang kid's fault. He won a weapon that is suspected to be a profound heaven spiritual treasure, but he didn't know to send it back to the family first, and instead gave it to an outsider. Li Yang was a genius disciple of the Li family. Among the many geniuses, he could not be considered a top genius. After losing one with the Li family's current resources, it was not difficult to cultivate another one. The profound heaven spiritual treasure was the key. In the Xiantian continent, weapons were generally divided into mortal weapons. This level had the most weapons. The next level was the spirit treasure, which had the power of a spirit treasure. Above the spirit treasure was the true treasure. A true treasure had boundless power. Even if a profound spirit expert held it in their hands, even a profound king expert would not dare to easily attack it. As for above the true treasure, it was the profound heaven spiritual treasure, and the profound heaven spiritual treasure was the most powerful existence in the Xiantian continent. A treasure that was suspected to be a profound heaven spiritual treasure. No matter if it was real or fake, the Li family could not sit still. The reason why they mobilized so many people was because of the profound heaven spiritual treasure. Li Qiu sighed. Rat King is injured. The matter of the profound heaven spiritual treasure can only be delayed. Inside the underground cave, Rat King had a face of disdain. Serves the Li family right for being unlucky. Isn't it just a profound heaven spiritual treasure? Do you think this king doesn't know? Do you really think everyone is a group of idiots? I really don't know who is the idiot here. In the small alley, the little thing once again lay on Lin Fei's shoulder. Why are you going out again? The little thing on his shoulder rolled its eyes, constantly looking outside the imperial capital. Lin Fei originally wanted to keep the rat's demon beast to ask it where it came from, but it was eaten by the little thing in a few bites. For the demon beast just now? Hiss hiss. The little thing became excited again. Looking at the sky, Lin Fei also had a doubt in his heart. Why would there be a talking demon beast in the imperial capital? Even his King Kong could not speak at the moment. Lin Fei guessed that the demon beast just now should have come from outside the imperial capital. If there was such a demon beast in the imperial capital, it would have been captured long ago. Listening to the other party's tone, it kept talking about this king. Could it be a king-level demon beast? That's impossible, right? If a king-level demon beast appeared in the vicinity of the imperial capital, the entire imperial capital would probably panic. A profound spirit realm demon beast was already strong enough. Anyone who saw a king-level demon beast did not need to think about anything. They just needed to run. After coming out of the imperial capital and traveling for a few hundred miles, Lin Fei followed the direction that the little thing pointed out and continuously moved through the forest, gradually leaving the imperial capital. After about 700 to 800 miles, the sky darkened and unknowingly, it was night time. Why are there so many rats? When he arrived at an area, Lin Fei stopped on a tree and extended his perception outwards. He immediately saw that the ground was full of caves, all of which were low-level iron rats. This kind of iron rat was not strong, but its strength lay in its pair of teeth, which had a particularly strong biting ability. It could even bite off a piece of iron ore, which made the iron rat famous and at the same time, added the title of a destroyer. This kind of low-level iron rat demon beast was not strong, at most around the 4th or 5th level of the martial Dao. If you were surrounded by a group of iron rats, even an expert could bite you to death. Could it really be a king-level demon beast? After the little thing came to this area, it looked around and quickly locked the direction, leaving from Lin Fei's shoulder. Lin Fei followed behind. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As they continued to go deeper, many rodent demon beasts appeared. The low-level iron rats were no longer just one of them. There were all kinds of rodent demon beasts gathered in this area. When Lin Fei broke in, the rodent demon beasts launched an attack and rushed up one after another. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. This little thing really knew how to cause trouble. Don't encounter a king-level demon beast. Wind bind. It was the same move as before. The rodent demon beasts that rushed up almost couldn't rush to Lin Fei. They were all trapped by the wind, leaving behind angry sounds. At this time, Lin Fei was worried about the little thing and was anxious to catch up to see what was going on, but he was afraid that the continuous killing would attract a large number of rodent demon beasts, which would be equivalent to delaying him. Lin Fei chose to let go of the rodent demon beasts. He went in. After leaving a large forest. At the foot of the mountain there was a huge cave which made Lin Fei frown. From the left and right, many huge rodent demon beasts suddenly flew out and rushed to Lin Fei, opening their mouths and biting down. The ferocious aura made people dare not underestimate them. Courting death. In the sky, densely packed black shadows stabbed down. All of them were longsword phantoms, piercing the heads of the rodent demon beasts, smashing their heads on the spot. The rodent demon beasts that rushed up died under Lin Fei's sword, and at the same time, he successfully rushed in. After entering the cave, all he saw were white bones, among which there were some human skulls, pale white in color, looking extremely ferocious in the black. It shouldn't be a king-level demon beast. After rushing in, Lin Fei sensed the existence of the little thing. Inside the cave there was a chilly wind. It was obviously a purine place. The rodent demon beasts guarding inside were obviously much stronger than outside. There were some mystic adept demon beasts. If it was someone else who came in, they would definitely regret coming in. After Lin Fei comprehended the Wind Dao, his strength increased again. As he rushed down, he almost left a ground full of corpses, and the smell of blood filled the air. Bastard, you ate my clone, and you still dare to come again, I will eat you. At the end of the cave there was a furious voice. Demon beast? It was a familiar voice. Lin Fei immediately recalled the sound of the rodent being eaten in the alley. He didn't expect that it was just a clone. Storm. Boom 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 boom. Almost all the demon beasts in front were killed. At the end of the cave there was a huge building. It was like the buildings in the imperial capital outside, except it had a gloomy aura. At this moment there was a black-robed old man. He was as skinny as firewood. His demonic aura was soaring, constantly filling the cave. The Rat King was originally recuperating. He needed time to recover after losing a clone. After half a day, that unknown demon beast appeared again, and he almost got ambushed. His heart was filled with resentment. Hiss hiss. The little thing teleported and appeared on Lin Fei's shoulder. The Rat King was dazed for a second and then burst into laughter. Haha, no wonder you could eat my doppelganger. It turns out that you are a space beast, a juvenile one. After eating your demonic beast, I will definitely become a mutated demonic beast. However, the Rat King sniffed, his eyes turned and saw a young man appear. He suddenly came to a realization. You are the one who killed the Li family's disciple, and stole the mystic sky spiritual treasure. The Rat King laughed maniacally. Children, kill them, kill this human. The Rat King ordered. This king will soon become a great demon, and the strongest great demon, ha ha ha. Chapter 274. Arcane Heavenly Spiritual Treasure? Could it be that killing sword? What an awesome name. Lin Fei couldn't digest the sudden news. A memory surfaced in his mind. His clone had been lurking in the 8 Treasures Tower that night. He vaguely remembered that there was a long sword being auctioned at the auction. That's right, it was a spiritual treasure whose grade couldn't be determined. At that time, someone participated in the auction and the bidding was very intense. As he couldn't go to the private room, Lin Fei could only vaguely remember the situation and nothing else. After hearing this, he immediately understood the origin of the killing sword. A moment later, a tide of rodent demonic beasts rushed towards Lin Fei's position. Let's get rid of this demonic beast first. I might be able to get more information. Lin Fei patted his waist and King Kong, who had been in the pet space, appeared outside. It was drowsy, but when it saw the large number of rodent-type demonic beasts, its eyes widened, and a berserk aura surged out like a tide. King Kong was a King Kong divine ape with a noble bloodline. Although it wasn't as good as the little thing, it was still a powerful mutated demonic beast. How could the rodent demonic beasts resist a little bit of its aura? As soon as the aura of the guardian deity was released, the rat-type demonic beasts that were surging forward like a tide paused for a moment, as if they felt an irresistible pressure. All of them lay on the ground and shivered, not daring to move. The rodent demonic beasts were densely packed like a sea wave. Roar! King Kong was usually bullied by the little thing, but that didn't mean that it would continue to act like a coward in front of other demonic beasts. This roar was like venting his emotions, venting his dissatisfaction from before. Many of the demonic beasts lying on the ground were scared to death on the spot. Other than that, the rest of the demonic beasts fled in panic, wishing that they could have more legs. After coming out of the demonic beast mountain range, King Kong finally had a place to vent his anger. With a roar, the rodent demonic beasts died. With a roar, the rodent demonic beasts were scared out of their wits. With a roar, the king of rats was covered in cold sweat. Mystic spirit, great perfection. As a demonic beast, the king of rats was immediately covered in cold sweat and screamed. One demonic beast was already rare and precious. In the blink of an eye, another mystic spirit, great perfection, appeared. It would be strange if it wasn't afraid. King Kong, kill them. Lin Fei snorted coldly and ordered his best fighter, Jin Gang, to make a move. Roar! In the blink of an eye, the miniature Vajra had transformed into a 3-meter-tall Vajra divine ape. It shone brightly and brandished the iron cudgel in its hand. With a swing of the cudgel, countless rat-type demonic beasts died. A strike from a mystic spirit great circle cultivator was something that no one could block at all. Roar! With another swing of the club, a huge gust of wind flew over and killed a large group of rat-type demonic beasts. You, who exactly are you? The Rat King was already sweating profusely from fear. He was no match for a mystic spirit full-circle demonic beast at all. To go against a mystic spirit full-circle demonic beast was simply asking for death. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you're doomed. Lin Fei looked at the Rat King and sneered. He finally realized the benefits of having a helper by his side. Bang! The Rat King was sent flying with a loud bang. He couldn't even escape, let alone block it. Run! The Rat King was also a mystic spirit demonic beast, but he was no match for the powerful Vajra. He might not even be able to block a single blow and was sent flying. With a squeak, the Rat King turned around and fled. The Rat King transformed from his human form into a demonic beast. It was a huge black rat with 3 strands of white whiskers on its chin. It dashed towards a passage on the side. Even though the Rat King had transformed into a human form, he still inherited the habits of rats. When faced with great danger, his first thought was to escape. This was the habit of rats. How could Lin Fei let the Rat King escape? Especially when the other party had heard about the mystic spirit treasure. How could he let it go so easily? Wind net. A wind net appeared in front of the Rat King, blocking the Rat King's path. Rat form 100 transformations. With a loud bang, the Rat King split into hundreds and thousands of clones and ran in all directions. As expected of the Rat King, he knew how to run in all directions and create a diversion to confuse the enemy. If it was the previous Lin Fei, he might not have been able to do anything. After comprehending the Wind Dao, his control over the Dao had increased tremendously. The huge wind net surrounded every clone of the Rat King, not letting any of them escape. Boom! Vajra was enraged. A mere demonic beast dared to escape from under his nose. This time, after being trapped by Lin Fei, the Rat King was sent flying with a swing of the rod. The Rat King spat out mouthfuls of blood, and his face was filled with horror. Trap! The willow-like wind strands trapped the Rat King firmly in an instant. Swish! Swish! The netherworld sword flew out and stopped in front of the Rat King. It was only a few inches away from the Rat King's throat, and it could kill the other party at any time. Vajra grabbed the Rat King firmly. No matter how the Rat King struggled, he couldn't escape from Vajra's huge palm. Let this king go, quickly let this king go. The Rat King shouted. As a mystic spirit demonic beast, it fell into the hands of others so easily and became a prisoner. This time the Rat King lost without any regrets. Just Vajra alone was enough to make the Rat King lose. With Lin Fei beside him, no matter how the Rat King moved or tried to escape, he couldn't escape. If you scream again, I will kill you immediately, Lin Fei said to the Rat King. At the same time, the netherworld sword approached again, scaring the Rat King into screaming. Don't kill me, don't kill me. At this moment, The Rat King didn't have the bearing of a mystic spirit expert. He displayed the timidity of a rodent demonic beast to the fullest. Vajra carried the Rat King out of the underground cave. The aura of a mystic spirit great perfection demonic beast just now might attract experts. Rat King, don't think about escaping. I believe Vajra won't mind beating you to death. Lin Fei said calmly. Vajra waved the rod beside him. It looked like he was going to say something. If you dare to do anything, I will beat you to death. The Rat King lay on the ground shivering. What kind of luck did he have today? How could he be so miserable? What do you want to know? This king? I will tell you everything. The Rat King kowtowed again and again. He didn't want to be beaten to death by this Vajra godly ape. How do you know that I am the murderer? Lin Fei hugged the little guy. This guy was moving around, and it was obvious that it knew what it wanted to do. Lin Fei wondered if he should do something first. The Rat King rolled his eyes. Vajra next to him hit him with the rod. The Rat King squeaked in pain and didn't dare to do anything else. If it was a human martial artist, he would have been beaten to death. The Rat King only rolled on the ground in pain. The Li family told me. The Rat King stammered. They asked me to find the culprit. Today I used a doppelganger. You know what happened next? A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. So, the Li family knows my whereabouts? Don't know, completely don't know. The Rat King shook his head. You ate my doppelganger, I didn't say anything. Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but feel grateful to the little thing. If it wasn't for the little thing's help, he wouldn't have known that someone had found a clue and was almost targeted. Lin Fei was indeed grateful for his good luck. The Li family's power is not simple. They even found this. Lin Fei felt that he didn't leave any clues after killing people in the imperial capital. He didn't expect that the Li family had the means to find this out and almost traced it back to him. How do you know that the profound heavenly spiritual treasure is on me? Don't tell me you don't know. Lin Fei really wanted to know more about the profound heavenly spiritual treasure. It was never wrong to know more about it, especially since it could devour other profound heavenly spiritual treasures. For this reason, Lin Fei wouldn't miss it. The Rat King tried to play tricks several times, but Lin Fei didn't need to do anything. King Kong was the first to act. With such a fighter around, even if the demonic beast had a strong defense, it wouldn't be able to take it. By asking this question, Lin Fei wanted to confirm his guess. That night, the doppelganger didn't know much and wanted to know more. In the alley, it was afraid that someone would see through it, so it used the metal intent realm, which was extremely destructive. The killing sword fell from the body of the Li family's disciple, but Lin Fei didn't know it. Who asked him to kill so quickly? When the killing sword was found, the corpse couldn't be identified. At that time, the whole alley was full of corpse fragments. Because the Li family's disciple died, the Li family invited a master of the runes to recover the situation that night. Only then did they know that you took the profound heavenly spiritual treasure. The Rat King said timidly. Lin Fei suddenly understood and thought, this master of the runes must have some skills. He must have mastered a special formation. Fortunately, the doppelganger covered its face that night. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. This rune's formation is really troublesome. So the killing sword was bought by Li Yang. This good thing almost fell into someone else's hands. Then how do you know that the Li family believes that it's a profound heavenly spiritual treasure? Lin Fei asked. You are the leader of the rats. I believe you must know something that I don't. I hope you can tell me everything. Rats have their ways. Lin Fei believed that this Rat King knew many secrets. Especially after seeing the controlled rat demonic beast, Lin Fei wasn't a fool. This was obviously a huge information net. The Rat King said to Lin Fei, if I tell you, can you promise not to kill me? Why would I kill you? Lin Fei smiled and said, I won't kill you. On the contrary, I will let you go. You and I have no enmity. The Rat King sneered in his heart. Originally, we had no enmity. But when your demonic beast ate this king's doppelganger, the hatred between us grew. Of course, the Rat King didn't dare to say this out loud. Since the day he became the Rat King, he had never experienced such a suffocating day. A mutated demonic beast stared at him, another mutated beast stared at him, and a ridiculously powerful young man stared at him. I'll tell you now," the Rat King hurriedly said. He was afraid that the rod would fall. He didn't want to experience that kind of pain a second time. "You also know that I control a large number of similar demonic beasts. I know some of the secrets of the imperial capital. It is said that the Li family has a support-type profound heavenly spiritual treasure. When the profound heavenly spiritual treasure appears in a certain range, that profound heavenly spiritual treasure will move." A doubt arose in Lin Fei's heart. "It seems a little impossible, right?" The Rat King explained. "That profound heavenly spiritual treasure is a defective product. It can only be used once a month. After using it, it must accumulate energy before it can be used the next month." This time Lin Fei completely understood. Then Lin Fei asked some other questions. He almost heard all the valuable information from the Rat King. Gui's worry, elderly Chiu. Lin Fei didn't like the Li family, especially when he was chased by them. Although he successfully got rid of them later, it was a very unpleasant feeling. This is a good opportunity. Let's get rid of an elder of the Li family first so that they can feel sorry for him. Also, there's that rune's formation. Lin Fei immediately made a decision. This was especially true for the runic array master. Although he didn't know what kind of formation was set up, this kind of person couldn't be left alive. He didn't know when he would be discovered. Now, immediately inform that Gui's worry elderly Chiu. Tell him that you have found an important clue. Remind that elderly Chiu to bring that rune's formation master over. How could the Rat King dare to say the word no? It was better for others to die than to die himself. Imperial capital. Gui's worry elderly Chiu was looking at a note and frowning. What is going on? Why did the Rat King inform this elder in a hurry? Did he find some clues? Did he find the whereabouts of the mastermind? Li Chiu had always been thinking about the family. Whatever. Li Chiu stood up. The Rat King can't let himself come here for nothing. Thus, Li Chiu found Shang Kong and the two of them went to see the Rat King together. They wanted to see what the Rat King had to say. If he came here for nothing, Li Chiu didn't mind teaching the Rat King a lesson. Li Chiu never took the profound spirit realm seriously, especially a demon beast that wasn't good at attacking. If it was a demon beast that mainly attacked, Li Chiu might be a little afraid. Facing the Rat King, he really didn't need to care, not to mention that he had a family behind him. Why did the Rat King change places? Coming out of the imperial capital, he originally thought that he was going to the base camp, but unexpectedly he changed places. Li Chiu's face revealed a displeased expression. He really didn't know what the Rat King was doing. In his heart, he had the idea of torturing the Rat King so that he could teach the Rat King a lesson. Elderly, could the Rat King be playing with us? Shang Kang's soul power hadn't recovered yet. He was already unhappy when elderly Chiu invited him out. Li Chiu wasn't sure. Even if that guy had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to let us come here for nothing. Shang Kong nodded. I hope so. When they entered the designated area, they saw the Rat King sitting on a boulder. Rat King, this elder is here. Can you say it now? Li Chiu looked at the Rat King and waited for the answer. You can go die. Chapter 275. Quick dodge. This is a profound spirit great perfection demon beast. Elderly Chiu was the first to react. His expression changed greatly. He opened his mouth to warn Shang Kong, and at the same time flew out. Li Chiu was fast, but there were also people faster than him. Pa 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 pa. A willow twig-like wind whip flew down from the sky, whipping elderly Chiu's body, shattering his protective aura, and like a kite with its string cut, he was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Revolving star passage. Shang Kong was truly worthy of being a runes master, especially a level 5 runes master. He was already proficient in runes formation. At the crucial moment, his entire body was shrouded in light, and runes flashed. Boom! A huge black shadow smashed onto Shang Kang's body. The flowing runes instantly shattered, but even so, it still persisted for a moment. Following the shattering of the light, Shang Kong had already appeared 30 meters away from the city. His face was filled with shock. He was almost beaten to death by the rod. The shocked expression did not disappear, and the second rod smashed down. Danger! Extremely dangerous. Shang Kong used revolving star passage to divert the attack, and had already consumed a lot of his soul's energy. so facing the second rod he was powerless. Rune shield. Layer after layer of rune shield was placed on his body in an attempt to block the attack. Boom! Shang Kong was not as lucky as before. As a profound spirit great perfection demon beast, it was already very impressive for King Kong to be able to block the first attack. Facing the second attack, he did not even need to think about it. The rune shield outside Shang Kang's body, facing the extremely violent attack, when the rod landed on it the rune shield shattered. His body was originally extremely weak, and was directly smashed into a mist of blood by the rod. Roar! King Kong was extremely proud. Shang Kong is dead. Li Qiu's expression changed greatly. Shang Kong could not even hold on for a few breaths of time, and died so quickly. It was completely out of his imagination and expectations. A level 5 runes master could at least hold on for a while, and with the two of them working together surviving was not a problem. Li Qiu, who was sent flying, was covered in blood. Other than the profound armor that appeared on his important parts, protecting his vital parts, his injuries were not very serious. Run! A great perfection stage demon beast, Li Qiu was already scared out of his wits. On the Xiantian continent, demonic beasts were generally stronger than human martial artists. Li Qiu's strength had reached the late profound spirit stage, but against a great perfection profound spirit demonic beast, he would definitely be killed within 10 moves. Just who is this person? Why does he have a mystic spirit great circle demonic beast? There has never been such a person in the imperial capital before. Li Qiu was filled with questions. Wind bundle. The wind was like an inescapable net, and the huge ball cut off all the exits. Li Qiu's heart sank, he patted his waist with his right hand, and a silver long blade flew out, carrying the aura of a spirit treasure. It was Li Qiu's middle-grade spirit treasure, the heavenly Luo blade. Nirvana blade art. A mystic spirit great perfection demonic beast was already terrifying enough. Adding on a powerful human martial artist, Li Qiu had no choice but to risk his life. Whoosh! When the blade aura struck the wind net, a large part of the wind net was torn apart. Li Qiu was overjoyed, it was only a so-so. In the next second, Li Qiu was mercilessly attacked. Layers upon layers of wind nets gathered once again, forcefully blocking in front of them. It was vast and boundless, completely cutting off their path of retreat. Pa pa pa! As a mystic spirit great perfection demonic beast, King Kong had an absolute advantage in terms of speed, not to mention that it was dealing with Li Qiu who was at the late stage of mystic spirit. The sound of the explosive strike seemed as though the air was about to be broken. Li Qiu's profound armor was shattered. Forget about the protective aura. He was smashed into the ground by King Kong, and lost completely. From start to finish it was only a short period of time before the battle ended. Back then I received a lot of benefits from taking in King Kong. From the beginning to the end, Lin Fei did not make a move. Other than delaying his opponent's path, King Kong's attack power was truly terrifying. Li Qiu, who was at the late stage of mystic spirit, lost completely, and could not even block a single move. Lin Fei could not help but rejoice. Why did he have such a thought in the first place? King Kong grabbed Li Qiu and jumped out from the ground. With its tyrannical strength, all of Li Qiu's meridians were broken, and his limbs were almost gone. If not for Lin Fei wanting to ask about the situation, Li Qiu would already be dead. Elder Li Qiu, using this method to meet you is not something I am willing to do. Unfortunately, there is no other way. I have never liked your Li family. Lin Fei descended from the tree and appeared in front of Li Qiu. At this time Li Qiu's hair was disheveled like a beggar. He was on the verge of death, and looked like he was not far from death. You are Lin Fei. Li Qiu opened his eyes with great difficulty, and could not help but be shocked. Then he could not help but laugh bitterly. No wonder Li Yang died, no wonder there was a dense metal-type energy left at the scene, so it was you. Cough cough cough. Li Qiu spat out blood, he understood everything. Li Qiu recognized him. Lin Fei was very calm. Seems like my name is quite famous in your Li family. Even the elders of the Li family have remembered it. Li Qiu stared straight at Lin Fei. You have guts. Lin Fei squatted down. If I don't have guts, how could I ambush you? Now I want to know a few questions, I hope you can answer them. Li Qiu said coldly. Do you think that's possible? Lin Fei shrugged his shoulders. If you are not willing, I will immediately let King Kong eat you. Rip scoot. King Kong licked the corner of his mouth. Every expert had a weakness. No one was perfect. Without a weakness, it was because he had not discovered it. Li Qiu's weakness was actually the fear of being eaten by demon beasts. Watching himself being eaten was the most terrifying thing. Li Qiu's face darkened once again. I'll speak. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Lin Fei found out the information he wanted from Elder Li Qiu. Just as Li Qiu had said, Lin Fei was already on the Li family's list, and was temporarily suppressed. The Li family's main focus was on searching for the profound sky spirit treasure. Lin Fei had heard a little about the profound sky spirit treasure, and knew a little more than the Rat King. The situation was not far from the truth. Profound sky spirit treasure. Should I go take a look? Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. The killing sword swallowed the profound sky spirit treasure and increased its power. If it swallowed another one, what would it be like? Lin Fei could not think of it, but at the very least, he understood that the killing sword would definitely become a weapon. Unfortunately, the Li family is powerful, with the profound king ranker guarding it. It is not easy to snatch the profound sky spirit treasure away. Lin Fei shook his head. We'll talk about this later. Li Qiu stared straight at Lin Fei. Lin Fei, you are indeed very daring. If you dare to go to the Li family to steal the innate spirit treasure, you will definitely be beaten to death by the old ancestor. Lin Fei raised his head and laughed. That might not be the case, but I know that you will die tonight. Crack. King Kong's huge palm slapped Li Qiu's head, causing his body to turn into a ball of blood mist with a bang, and a large amount of things exploded out. Damn, who asked you to kill him with a single slap? Lin Fei was speechless. At least he had such a heavy taste, to be covered in blood. King Kong grinned, his eyes clearly carrying a playful smile. Damn it, it was intentional. Lin Fei wondered if he should go back and be confined or something. Go. Seeing the little thing's impatient look, Lin Fei patted the little thing's head. What are you doing? Don't come over. The Rat King was already drenched in cold sweat from fright. He struggled with all his might, sometimes in human form, sometimes in demonic beast form. The little thing flew over. Its originally small mouth had actually turned into a large black hole, swallowing the Rat King in one gulp. It let out a satisfied burp, causing Lin Fei to be dumbstruck. This mouth. As for King Kong, he was so scared that he shrunk his nose and gestured at his own body. A glutton. Lin Fei finally spat out such a sentence. The little thing could not be bothered to care about what was a glutton and what wasn't. It laid on Lin Fei's shoulder and slept happily. A mutated demonic beast was eaten just like that. If outsiders knew about this, they would probably jump up and scold him for being a prodigal. Lin Fei was indeed a prodigal. Who would dare to eat a mutated demonic beast? Lin Fei picked up the spoils of war on the ground. Other than the Heaven Luo blade, there were also tens of thousands of pure essence pills, a pretty good harvest. It's a pity that this rune's master does not have that mysterious formation. Lin Fei shook his head after a round of inspection, feeling very disappointed. Other than some pure essence pills, most of them were runes, 2 of which were level 4 and level 5 runes. There are so many poor people in a place like the imperial capital. Just because you are strong doesn't mean that you have things in your pockets. You are not as good as a playboy who has a lot of pockets. Lin Fei was very disappointed. He was in a good mood after killing an elder of the Li clan, a late cryptic spirit expert and a level 5 runes master. The Li clan would be in a state of panic for a period of time again. I can't fight the Li clan, but it's not a problem to torment you guys. Unless that old ancestor intervenes, otherwise, Lin Fei really has nothing to worry about. That night, Lin Fei returned to the small courtyard of the One clan and quietly avoided everyone. No one knew that he had returned. The next morning, Lin Fei came out of his room, scaring the 2 maids. They were afraid that one of them did not serve him well. After practicing a set of fist techniques and stretching his body, Lin Fei sat down and wiped the sweat off his forehead. The maid came in from outside and said in a crisp voice, "Miss One is here." At the door when Ruxue and Guan Mingchang walked in, other than the 2 of them, there was also an elder of the One clan. "Young hero Lin, did you sleep well last night?" Lin Fei nodded. "I slept very well. Thank you for your concern, elder. The elder who came, Lin Fei recognized him. He was an elder called Wen Xiaoru, middle cryptic spirit expert. His strength was not bad among the elders, and he was a core elder. The one clan had inner and outer elders. Outer elders did not have much power. They were equivalent to honorary headmasters on Earth. At most they had an extra hat or something. Inner elders were elders like Wen Xiaoru. They all relied on their strength and had a certain amount of power in the clan. Outer sect elders had to be polite when they saw them. The one clan arranged for an inner elder. Lin Fei understood what it was about. It must be about last night. After sitting down, Wen Xiaoru said apologetically, "Young hero Lin, we have investigated yesterday's matter. The fault is all on the two disciples. Today we specially brought them here. Young hero can decide how to deal with them." The show was about to start. At the door, two guards brought Wen Tianya and Wen Xiao in. The two of them were dejected and their faces were ashen. They must have suffered a lot last night and were no longer in high spirits. Plop! The two of them knelt on the ground unwillingly. "What are you standing there for?" Wen Xiaoru said solemnly. The internal reaction of the one clan was extremely bad for what happened yesterday. They had to deal with it. "We were wrong. We don't dare to find someone to deal with you." The two of them raised their hands and slapped their own faces. Pa 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 pa. The sounds continued to ring out incessantly. Chapter 276. The one family is too stingy. No wonder they are getting worse every year. Damn it, what's the big deal about a project? Lin Fei shook his head. He wasn't satisfied with the way the one family handled things. If he wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't have ended up well against that assassin. He would either be severely injured or killed. After this is done, I'll leave. Family, they are all the same. Nothing's different. I'm still living a carefree life. Lin Fei made up his mind immediately. It would be better if the elder of the one family told him the outcome. However, he had to be the bad guy. This made Lin Fei extremely unhappy. What Lin Fei wanted was the result, not this kind of thing for show. He was unhappy, extremely unhappy. When Tianya and Wen Xiao knelt on the ground, in just a moment their faces were swollen. Even a familiar person might not be able to recognize them. After the time for an incense to burn, Lin Fei said, "Forget it. I believe they know their mistakes." When Xiaoru scolded them, "Hurry up and thank young hero Lin. If it was Elder One, he would have slapped you two to death. How could you do such a heinous thing? Thank you for your forgiveness, young hero Lin. Thank you for your mercy. We won't do it again." When Xiaoru said sternly, "What a disgrace. Get out now." The two of them felt as if they had been pardoned. They crawled up from the ground and stumbled out. It was needless to say how miserable they looked. "Young hero Lin, please excuse us." When Xiaoru changed the topic, "The competition for the position of the chief merchant will be held 3 days later. Young hero Lin, please stay for a few more days. Our one family will be grateful." Lin Fei promised on the surface, saying that he would definitely not be disappointed and so on. Elder Wen Xiaoru came and left quickly, leaving Wen Ruxu and Guan Mingchang behind. Lin Fei wasn't an inexperienced person. He understood why Elder Wen Xiaoru brought the two of them over. It was to ease up on what happened yesterday. "Miss Wan, you don't have to feel guilty about what happened yesterday. I won't care about the behavior of individual villains." Lin Fei took the initiative to mention it. When Rushua actually didn't want to come over. Even when Rushua herself was very sad about what happened yesterday. The clan was on the brink of extinction, yet the clan's disciples were still scheming against each other, almost causing a huge disaster. "It should be our one family that has wronged you." When Rushua shook her head and said firmly, Lin Fei said to Wen Rushua, "You don't have to worry about yourself. I will do my best in the one family's competition. You don't have to worry that I will lose on purpose." He came out of the small courtyard. Wen Rushua did not look too good. Elder's way of doing things is indeed wrong. Even I can tell that Lin Fei isn't too happy. Wen Rushua didn't want to come today. In her eyes she felt like a clown. "I really don't know what the elders are thinking," Guan Mingchang said regretfully. "Our one family is getting worse with each generation. If I were an elder, Wen Tianya and Wen Xiao would definitely punish us severely. and not this kind of superficial effort. When Rushua said, forget it, this is the fate of the one family. In the courtyard, even though Lin Fei did not release his perception, he could feel that a large crack had appeared. Senior master, you have accepted a good disciple, but it's a pity that this family is not strong enough. Even if you help us this time 10 years later, I'm afraid it will still be difficult. Lin Fei stood up and sighed softly. Perhaps this is the family. At the same time, the Li family was furious once again. The law enforcement hall's elderly Cho, known as Guijian Cho, was actually found dead in the forest outside the imperial capital, and there was even the remnant aura of a profound spirit great perfection demon beast at the scene. The Li family was shocked. Although they were angry that Li Yang had died, the reason was actually because of the profound sky spirit treasure. They were angry that Li Yang had died outside and helped others. Even if it was a broken profound sky spirit treasure, no one dared to underestimate it. What made the Li family furious was that someone was clearly targeting the Li family. Ordinary people would not be able to tame a profound spirit great perfection demon beast, unless it was a king stage expert. If one did not have the strength to tame a profound spirit great perfection demon beast, it was normal for there to be a backlash. Elderly Cho was dead, and the loss of a late-stage profound spirit realm expert had a great impact on the Li family. A late-stage mystic master and a late-stage profound spirit realm expert, the difference between the two was huge. The late-stage mystic master Li Yang was the future hope. Then the late-stage profound spirit realm Li Cho was the core strength of the Li family. We must investigate clearly. The current patriarch, Li Qingfeng, sat in the meeting hall. In the meeting hall, other than the elders, there was no one else. Everyone had a bad expression, and they were all shocked that someone dared to make a move against the Li family. It must be someone from the imperial capital. They have always been jealous of our Li family's position, so they killed Elder Li Cho. This elder suggests that we immediately find a few families to make a move and show them the strength of our Li family, so that they understand that the Li family is not to be provoked. The person who killed Elder Li Cho must have the strength of a profound spirit great perfection, especially a profound spirit great perfection demon beast. The person who came must be a king stage expert. We must inform the ancestor. There was silence in the meeting hall. The words king-level expert were enough to move them. A family with a king stage expert would have a heritage of at least 500 years, a true century-old family. Elder Li Cho was killed outside, and it was clearly a king stage expert. In such a situation, they had no choice but to inform the ancestor. Li Qingfeng looked around, and his stern gaze made everyone feel as if there was a cold glint behind their backs. I will personally inform the ancestor about the king stage expert. Li Qingfeng's first sentence confirmed one thing. The king stage expert had his eyes on the Li family, and they had to inform the ancestor. The fight for the position of the chief merchant is about to begin. Pass down the order. We will give them a memorable lesson this year. Li family's back mountain. Li family's forbidden area. Li Qingfeng walked along the mountain path, and finally appeared in front of a stone door. He knelt in front of the door and gently knocked on it. Crash. The stone door opened and a cold wind blew. Ancestor, this disciple is useless. The current king stage expert has his eyes on the Li family. It turned out that this back mountain was the Li family's ancestors' seclusion ground. You may leave. Li Qingfeng stood up, turned around and left respectfully. The stone door closed with a crash. In the depths of the stone door, there was a secret room that could not see the light of day. King stage expert. 3 days passed in a flash. Lin Fei spent these 3 days very leisurely. Other than absorbing pure essence pills, he rarely left the courtyard. He had never felt so carefree before. Martial arts stage. Lin Fei saw 2 other people, a middle-aged man at the mystic spirit initial stage, and a woman at the mystic adept late stage. The 3 of them stood together and got to know each other. Lin Fei then found out that the man was called Zhang Yun, and the woman was called Hong Xiazi. After chatting with each other, they got to know each other. Zhang Yun and Hong Xiazi were very polite to Lin Fei. They had seen the battle on the stage that day. This kind of person could not be offended. He could be a friend but not an enemy. There was already a sense of fear in his heart. The one family's elder appeared. and it was the One family's great elder, Wen Lei. He was a domineering elder with sharp eyes. Those who were not strong enough would not dare to look him in the eyes. "I am Wen Lei, the new great elder of the One family," Wen Lei said to the three of them. "There are many changes to the position of the chief merchant this year. The difficulty will be much higher than the previous time. I hope that everyone will be prepared. No matter the result, the One family will prepare a generous gift for everyone." Joy flashed in Zhang Yun's eyes. "Great elder, what method will we be using this year?" "The land of fantasy, hunting for demon cores," Wen Lei said with a helpless tone. "The land of fantasy? Why is there such a place?" Zhang Yun and Hong Xiazi's expressions changed drastically. Lin Fei was the only one who didn't know. What kind of place was the land of fantasy that could make the two of them so afraid? "Great elder," Wen Lei said, "if you want to back out, you can do so now. May I know what kind of place this land of fantasy is?" Lin Fei asked Great Elder Wen Lei. Wen Lei said, "The land of fantasy is a profound heavenly spiritual treasure of the Tianhai dynasty. It has always been a bloody training ground for the disciples of the Tianhai dynasty. It is extremely dangerous, and disciples often die in there. So it's such a place." After listening, Lin Fei came to a realization. No wonder they were so afraid. The land of fantasy was a dangerous place with a large number of demonic beasts living in it. If it was just hunting for demon cores, theoretically it wouldn't be a big problem and there was no need to worry. However, the land of fantasy was a separate space of the profound heavenly spiritual treasure, and there would often be bloody killings in it. Many talented disciples had died in it. The land of fantasy was a place for cultivation, but it was also a place of blood. Especially this time, the land of fantasy was much more dangerous. Even martial artists wouldn't dare to agree to it rashly. This dreamland sounds like a good place. A profound heavenly spiritual treasure's independent space. It looks awesome and it should be a support-type place. This kind of place is perfect for the Li family's disciples, and let them have a good time. When the time comes, no one will know who did it. When the time comes, the Li family's face will definitely be very ugly. That's right. Previously, Lin Fei was worried about how to deal with the disciples of the Li clan. Now that he had changed to such a good place, he couldn't find another one. He felt like laughing. The imperial capital. The Tianhai fighting arena was the most famous place in Tianhai. The biggest reason why the Tianhai dynasty could become a dynasty was because of the profound heavenly spiritual treasure, the land of fantasy. Since the establishment of the Tianhai dynasty, countless experts had joined the Tianhai dynasty for the sake of entering the land of fantasy to cultivate. Because of this, the Tianhai dynasty had nurtured many experts, and their combat strength was exceptionally strong. Chapter 277. In the Tianhai dynasty, there was a decennial competition for the position of the chief merchant. No matter which one it was, it had a great influence. In the last decennial competition, someone defied the heavens and took one of the positions. Similarly, someone was kicked out of the top 10 positions and became nameless, and his family declined. The decennial competition was here again. Some families grew stronger while others declined. Just like the general trend of the world, it was divided and united. The competition for the top 10 positions was extremely intense. A few days ago, his family was killed and he was in a state of panic. Today, he finally calmed down a lot, and his worries were pushed to the back of his mind. The people from the One family are here. I thought they wouldn't dare to come out. They barely managed to get the 10th position last time. I'm afraid they won't be able to keep their current position this time. I heard that the One family can't find many experts, and all of them are invited from outside. I wonder how much they spent. When the people from the One family appeared, the sound of discussion rose quietly. Grand Elder Wen Lei, who was walking in front, twitched his eyelids before returning to normal. Master Shuangmu, why are you wearing a mask? After walking into the arena, Zhang Yun asked casually. Because when he came out of the One family, he found that Master Shuangmu beside him had an extra mask on his face, and his face was ferocious and terrifying. Lin Fei had already prepared an excuse. I have a few enemies in the capital, and I'm afraid of bringing trouble to the One family. You know what I mean? Zhang Yun hurriedly said. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Lin Fei shook his head. indicating that it was fine. Inside the arena, in the center there was an oval portal. Around the portal, there were 4 mystic spirit great perfection experts guarding the portal. This dreamland had been linked with the arena, and outsiders couldn't take it away. The experts guarding the door were nothing more than to prevent outsiders from breaking in. Inside the arena, at this time it was not as lively as outside. Other than the participating families, no outsiders were allowed to enter. There are so many people. Lin Fei glanced at it and subconsciously opened the sin point system. 200 sin points found. 521 sin points found. 482 sin points found. Damn, it can't be so much. Lin Fei roared in his heart. He had come to the right place. Advancing from the Mystic Adept realm to the Mystic Spirit realm required 100 million experience points. It might seem like a lot, but if one really wanted to level up, it wouldn't be a problem. If I kill all of these people, I won't even have a choice but to level up. Even if I can't level up, I should be able to earn tens of millions of experience points. Lin Fei thought to himself. The golden belt of murder and arson. Lin Fei understood. He wondered if he should make a move and wipe them all out. That way, he could earn tens of millions of experience points and millions of pure yuan pills. The more powerful a person was, the more daring he was. Right now, Lin Fei's guts were very big. It could be said that his guts were not ordinary. He would even covet the Li family's profound heavenly spiritual treasure. As for a group of leveling tools, Lin Fei simply did not have any thoughts about it. In the arena, they stood together in 2s and 3s, forming a circle. At this moment, in one corner, there were 2 people staring at the direction where the one family was standing. The one with the mask is Master Shuangmu, our target this time. One of the black-clothed men said expressionlessly. With the strength of the Mystic Adept realm, he killed Mu Kuei. His combat strength is very strong. The other black-clothed man said. It's worth it for me to personally deal with him. These 2 people came from an assassin organization. Mu Kuei was a member of this assassin organization. They came specifically for revenge. Similarly, in another direction, there were also a few people who occasionally glanced at the one family's location. That's the kid with the mask? A skinny young man full of bandit aura with a face full of disdain said, I really don't understand how could Yu Guang and Fei Wang die in the hands of that kid. They must have been exhausted from playing with women the night before. The rest of them also laughed out loud. It doesn't matter if it's true or not, they're dead anyway. There's no evidence. The other silver-haired man said, Our mission is to kill that kid. That's enough. The skinny young man said, I don't understand why the higher-ups want us to take action. Isn't it because we have nothing better to do? We might as well find a woman and have a good time. Just thinking about it is so satisfying. That girl from yesterday can't even get out of bed this morning. The silver-haired man said, Don't you think this is a good opportunity? Our 18 clans can teach them a good lesson. Wouldn't it be better if we can divert the trouble to someone else? Haha, good idea. I'm really looking forward to it. Within an hour, the arena was filled with clans of all sizes. The competition for the position of the chief merchant was extremely intense every time. This year's competition would be even more intense and bloody. There were so many clans vying for the position. Every clan had arranged for 3 experts. With so many experts added together, there were no less than 100 people. The competition would only last for 3 days, so one could imagine the competition. No matter who it was, they could imagine what the result would be. Bloody and cruel would be the only thing left. Look, the person in charge of the Tianhai Imperial Palace, His Highness the Third Prince, is coming down. Zhang Yun said in a low voice. The arena quietened down. It was completely silent. Lin Fei followed his gaze and saw a young man dressed in a golden robe walking towards the crowd with 4 guards on his left and right. He had the aura of a royal disciple, suppressing many of the other clan's disciples. This prince is inferior to Prince Black Sky. He lacks that domineering aura. It's no wonder that Prince Black Sky can suppress all the other princes. He doesn't live up to his reputation. Lin Fei shook his head in his heart. Lin Fei had never been interested in princes. The Tianhai dynasty seems to be paying attention to this matter. They even arranged for the 3rd prince to personally supervise. Lin Fei said casually, Whether or not he was a prince, it made no difference to him. After all, he was still a monster in human form. The only thing that mattered was the amount of experience. The third prince walked up and exuded the aura of royalty. He said calmly, "This prince announces the official start of the decennial chief merchant meeting." The arrival of a prince was merely a matter of formality. After the prince left, someone immediately came up and announced the rules. Everyone could hear the loophole in it. There would definitely be a massacre, and it was still unknown who would be able to come out of it. After the rules ended, a lively scene was about to begin. At the entrance of the teleportation gate, two mystic spirit great perfection experts stood to check if there were any prohibited items. For example, demon cores. At the same time, they were given a teleportation stone. As long as they crushed it, they would be teleported out immediately. It was specifically used to ensure everyone's safety. Of course, accidents were not ruled out. The most exciting moment had finally arrived. The clans began to wait anxiously. "Young Master Li Jian, you should understand the elder's intention." Li Feng stood beside a young man in white. Li Jian, like his name, had a sharp gaze like an unsheathed sword. His background was not too good. As a collateral disciple, he was destined to receive limited resources. This disciple understands. Li Jian's eyes flashed coldly. After entering the dreamland, this disciple will personally kill them one by one. Li Feng's eyes revealed a look of approval. "Your brother Li Yang has already been killed, and there is now an empty position. As the #1 expert in this branch, as long as you can complete this mission, the clan will definitely provide you with resources to cultivate." Li Jian said proudly, "Li Yang is dead. But as long as I, Li Jian, am here, this disciple will definitely let them know who is the real genius. I will use facts to tell them who is the real genius." Li Feng patted Li Jian's shoulder. "Good, you must have ambition." Ever since returning from the Demon Beast Mountain range, Li Feng had been suppressed by the clan. As a collateral disciple, his days were even more difficult. He originally thought that he could rope in a direct descendant, but in the end he was killed in just a few days. Li Feng was eager to promote an expert. This time, he had obtained such a position with great difficulty. Li Feng hoped that Li Jian could complete the mission perfectly and obtain the clan's support. That way, his days would be better and he would not be suppressed. In a large clan there were all sorts of conflicts. To have the right to speak in the clan, apart from strength, one had to have the ability to do things. No matter how strong one was, if one could not do things well, he would only be a thug. Li Feng could not wait to make a comeback. "So the person who chased after me is called Li Feng." Lin Fei noticed it immediately. Without needing to look, he could tell just from the aura of the other party. The current Lin Fei could already conceal his killing intent. He was no longer an impulsive person. "If I have the time, I must kill Li Feng." Lin Fei was a straightforward person. If he said he would kill the other party, he would kill the other party. She never had a second thought. She was a man of her words. When clan's eldest brother, Wen Lei, walked over. "This time we will be hunting demonic beasts and obtaining demonic cores. There will be great danger." Wen Lei said honestly, "If the three of you encounter any danger you cannot withstand, just crush the teleportation stone and return." Zhang Yun and Hong Xiaozi both agreed. This was a huge temptation. They did not want to miss this opportunity. Who asked them to be born in such a poor family? It was also luck that they could cultivate to this point. Hence, for the sake of resources, they had no choice but to bite the bullet. As long as they did not encounter any danger, everything would be fine. They would be able to come out alive. Unless they encountered a powerful expert, they might not even have the time to crush the teleportation stone. This was something that was destined to happen. They had to go all out. The teleportation gate opened. Every single cultivator who went up would be checked by two mystic spirit consummate experts to prevent cheating and whatnot from happening. As for the others, there were no taboos and there were not many restrictions. When it was Lin Fei's turn, a powerful perception swept over him as if it wanted to see through him. "Fortunately, I have the system space. No matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to see anything." Lin Fei was not nervous at all. "This is your teleportation stone." The guard at the side handed over a black teleportation stone. There were patterns carved on it. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be runes. Teleportation runes. Demonic core point conversion table. Other than the teleportation stone, Lin Fei also received a comparison table of demonic cores. Low-level demonic beasts 1 point. Profound realm 2 points. This is also simple and easy to remember. Lin Fei kept the 2 items. Gentlemen, I'll be going in first. With that, Lin Fei turned and walked into the teleportation gate. What a beautiful place. As expected of the land of dreams. When Lin Fei opened his eyes, he heard the chirping of birds, accompanied by the fragrance of flowers. What entered his vision was a sky full of flowers and trees. If he had not known in advance that a large number of demonic beasts lived in the land of dreams, Lin Fei would not have been able to connect it with what he saw before. It was as if he had entered a paradise. Lin Fei took a deep breath and smelled the scent of blood. There's the smell of blood. A moment later, Lin Fei smelled the scent of blood. Meow. In a patch of bright red flowers not far away, a small cat with alternating colors of white and white suddenly appeared. Rip. The cat pounced at Lin Fei with a white flash. At the same time, a crescent moon slashed over, targeting Lin Fei's chest. Crescent moon cat. Lin Fei was slightly stunned. He did not expect a place with birds and flowers to hide danger. Smack. With a wind whip, the crescent moon cat was thrown out. Meow meow meow. A large number of crescent cats jumped out of the large patch of flowers. Rumble. In addition to the crescent moon cat, there was also a white lightning cat. Arcs of blue lightning flashed and went straight to Lin Fei's position. Damn, so many cat demons. Lin Fei once again understood that under the halo of the land of dreams, there were endless dangers everywhere. These cat demons were not strong, but this kind of attack was indeed lethal, giving people a dangerous aura. Like the wind. Swoosh. A strong wind blew, and the crescent moon cat and lightning cat fell to the ground. Lin Fei looked again and saw a large number of cat demons appeared around him. They were colorful and densely packed, and he could not tell how many there were. Damn, so many cat demons, won't I die of exhaustion? Facing so many cat demons, Lin Fei was not willing to continue. He did not want to be chased by a large group of cat demons. If there were too many lice, they could kill an elephant. More importantly, in such a large area of flowers, there were countless cat demons. There were also some cat demons with powerful auras. God knows how many cat demons there were below. It was better to leave first. This was the first time he came to the land of dreams, and Lin Fei did not want to be the first bird to stand out. He first found a place to take a look at this land of dreams. Using the flowing wind movement technique, Lin Fei's entire body turned into a gust of cool wind. The cat demons that pounced on him obviously did not notice that the stranger had left them. They rushed to the previous position without caring about anything, only to find that the person was gone. Lin Fei's body was like a breeze, moving with the wind. If it were not for the swaying flowers, outsiders would not know that someone had passed by. So many cat demons. At a glance, the densely packed cat demons were hiding under the beautiful flowers and plants, but they became dangerous killing machines. It was unknown how many people would die under the siege of these cat demons.